Hello and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is 10 o'clock in the morning on what day is it? Goodness me, it's Wednesday, Wednesday the 1st of July. Happy July. This is our 24-hour stream. I was up till 2 o'clock this morning, hence why I'm still in my dressing gown and my hat. But I'm gonna go have a little. I'm gonna take a little seat in my interview seat for our next guest. Because he's a big name in the entertainment industry. He's absolutely lovely. Let me move things. Hold on. If you're still watching, give us a comment. Give us a hello. That'd be nice. I wonder if anyone's been on for pretty much the whole thing like Andy has. He's gone the whole 24 hours. So well done to Andy. Andy, I'm going to move things, and then I'm good to go. I'm good to go. Oh, goodness me. 24-hour stream. Here we go. I'm going to sit in my dressing gown. I don't even care today. I don't care. So, okay. If you are just joining us, it is our 24-hour stream for the Mental Health Foundation and Cancer Research. All money is being raised for those charities. They're going to be split 50-50. So make sure you do give us a like and a share on Facebook and YouTube as well. Subscribe on YouTube. And don't forget, we've also got our TikTok page and Instagram page as well. Now, there we go. Like, share. Now, I'm going to bring on our next guest. He's absolutely lovely. Big name in the entertainment industry. He was entertainment manager for a very long time with Park Holidays and other companies. Absolutely lovely gentleman. Technical wizard. Absolutely amazing at anything tech. Much better than me. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Podcast 96, Mr. Darren Sanders.
Way.
Hello, mate.
Hello, buddy. How are you?
I'm all right. Do you like the dressing gown?
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
It's very nice indeed.
Thank you. How are you? How have you been through lockdown?
Yeah, it's been certainly an interesting thing. I mean, obviously, you guys are going back. I'm not sure when I'm going back yet, but I'm allowed to stay on Park.
Yes.
So yeah, it's been one of those really. Just keeping myself busy. Obviously, I think you checked in last week sometime. I'm doing a show myself on the Friday night, which is about 9:30. So that's keeping me sane just about.
And how's that going? How's the show going? How long's that been going for?
I started it. Well, basically, I went home. And then when Boris said that you can go to work but not go to work and all that, he basically then said that you could go to work. And then I decided to travel back to work, but then stay sort of like where I am. So I've not been going from like one house to another type thing. But I did start it about 2 weeks. I think I started it around about, I think it was just the end of April. That I started doing it, and it involves a lot of the old game shows that we used to do at PHUK, and also there's a load of new ones that I've came up with as well, which are based on a lot of game shows. And as you know, there's now the game show thing that Chapman is doing. So it seems quite weird because I was actually doing it before his sort of went on TV, but now we're kind of doing the same thing.
It would have been brilliant if we had you on air doing the game shows. We need you on air more often. Get Darren on Podcast 96.
Well, I'm doing nothing currently, so yeah, no worries.
Yeah, let's have him. Let's have him on. So obviously, entertainment is something that you've done for a little while. How did it all start for you? How did you fall in love with it?
Wow. Well, basically, it was when my mum used to take me to Pontins years and years and years and years ago. I think I started going to Pontins from when I was like nearly 3.5. I mean, obviously, you don't remember stuff sort of like then, especially when you're my age. But I do remember, wanting to be a blue coat from then. That was kind of my goal at first. And I've always been with the tech side of things and stuff as well. And I was at Pontins Prestatyn. I was there for 2 weeks. And the first week I watched the Blue Coat show. And the second week I was there, I actually did all the lights and the sound and everything. And because the stage manager at the time was really ill, and they said, "You know what you're doing, get in the box," and they put me in the box. And so from then onwards, I then got a letter, you know, sort of like a thing saying that he kind of knows what he's doing. And then I applied for jobs and stuff. First part that I worked at was basically a place called Treco Bay in South Wales, which was known as the Treco Mates then. I was there for a season, and yeah, I mean, this is my 26th year working in a holiday park now.
Wow. And how much of it, we asked this question a lot, but in 26 years there must have been so much change, whether it's health and safety or PC, things so PC now. How much of a change have you seen it from when you started holiday parks to now?
Well, definitely a certain, you know, I mean, obviously there's a lot that you can do then that you can't do now. I mean, years ago, I used to do, and it used to be a thing that used to be able to do, which was like Tarzan and Jane competitions. This is going back way. But, you know, I mean, asking a child to take their top off and stuff these days is just crazy. You just can't do it. No,
it's crazy. But obviously you're brilliant with tech. I've seen what you can do on the tech. Was that something you picked up through entertainment, or was that something you was always good at anyway?
I think tech-wise, it's always sort of been there. I mean, with my mum always wanted me to be a singer, and also being a magician and stuff as well. I mean, it's kind of, I don't know, it's always been there. I mean, I think on my dad's side of the family, my dad was in a band. Nobody's never heard of it. It was called Mark George and the Flames, which was like a local band where he lived. So that's kind of where I get the singing side of it from. But the magic side of it, I think more would be, I'm quite creative, and that's from my mum's side of the family, because my mum used to make like cushions and stuff for trains years ago, and so that's kind of like the creative side. So putting the two together, you know, that's who I am. It's like, that's why I like the tech side. That's why I like doing magic. I love obviously performing in front of people, and you know, getting that smile. And like I say, I mean, I must enjoy it, so I've done it for 26 years. So
definitely. And you're carrying on. Where are you now? What are you doing now?
I'm currently working in a place called Billin Aquadome, which is down near. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm currently working at Billin Aquadome, which is a very, very, very large park, as entertainment manager there, which was, the season was going amazingly. And obviously, I sort of just had my birthday, and then a week later we were kind of on shutdown. So yeah, everything changed very, very quickly. Our park does open next week, but as yet we're not sure on the entertainment side of things.
Brilliant. I think it was just a shock for everybody. It just come out of nowhere, didn't it? Where everyone was just carrying on with their everyday life, and then suddenly everything's shut. I mean, but it's crazy. It happens. But what is your favorite part of entertainment? Is it the magic? Is it the tech side? What is your favorite thing that really gets you going for entertainment?
I just enjoy all of it, really. I mean, I do love the tech side. I mean, obviously, when I used to work for Park Holidays, I used to do a lot of the tech side, including like all the visuals for all the shows. I did the visuals for the shows for probably about 3 years in a row. But I have kind of spotted some of the stuff that you've done this year, and it looks like they've brought in a major big company this year to do it, which looks even, you know, I mean, it looks fantastic. So good on them and that. And so yeah, the tech side I do love, but you know, I do enjoy performing as well. It's kind of like, it's one of those balance things. we, like I say, it's the, I don't know, it's really hard to explain it really. I love all of it basically. There's not really a bit that I like more than others, because as long as I'm entertaining somehow and you know, making someone happy, in getting them to enjoy themselves, then I'm a happy chappy. So
brilliant. With all the technology that there is today, and obviously, you know, with the visuals on the screen there, you've got people doing the party dances on the screen now. Do you think that has perhaps gone too far? Do you think there's too much of it on a screen? Do you think it should be left to the entertainer? What's your sort of opinion on that?
I mean, I could see it happening. I mean, I was very involved in that sort of being created last year before.
Yeah.
Myself and Paul sat down in September. Yeah, September time. And we started sort of like discussing if it could be done and all that sort of stuff. And then lo and behold, sort of like the season afterwards, it's sort of all been made and everything. And that's kind of how it went. As regards, is it gone too far? No, because I think that's the way that the world is going. I mean, everyone, majority of children these days have got a mobile phone. And also, you know, I mean, children aren't supposed to have a Facebook account until they're about over 12, I think it is, something like that. But I mean, I can. Is it 16? But you know, I mean, there's hundreds of kids out there that have got a Facebook account that I'm in 16. Yeah. That's a definite. And that's you know that's how it was designed. It was made to look like a mobile phone. So you know, you sort of hit the button and it does what it does. Yeah, that's kind of how it was created and stuff. But a lot of work went into that side of things, and obviously with the shows that we used to do as well. I mean, hours and hours and hours used to go into those. And I used to put in little secrets and stuff as well. In last year's show, Paul Michaels was a coconut. Kelly was in the mirror ball, and Ryan was in the thriller scene inside a lamp. So
I think I remember you showing me that actually. Yeah, I think I remember seeing it there.
I was also in the opening of the book, and so was Ryan. He was on holiday at the time. So there you go. I used to hide people.
Brilliant. So we asked this question as well to quite a lot of guests. Obviously, you say that's the way the world's going now, with all the technology and stuff. Do you ever see that will affect the general entertainer, the person that maybe doesn't sing necessarily or dance, that they'll host a game? And do you ever see the general entertainer being affected by a lot of things being done on screen now?
I think a lot of entertainers out there, we like to be liked, and if you don't see that like, or if you don't see that, you know, sort of like that comment, then you sometimes feel that no one's watching, which is a bit, you know, it's a bit disconcerting sometimes. I mean, when I do my show, when I first started doing my game show, I had like 2 or 3 followers. I'm now up to 56, which is amazing. And I might get a few more after this, who knows?
I hope so. Brilliant. So with the magic, how did you fall in love with magic? Obviously, you said your mum was very creative, but was there someone that you looked up to doing magic? Something you used to watch on TV, or?
Well, I mean, obviously, the man himself, Paul Daniels, God bless his soul. I think he was kind of the one that, in my day and age, anyway, we used to watch him all the time. And yeah, I think he kind of put me on the road of that. And then when I went to go and see him live, years, again going back years, when I used to work for Butlins, he was actually performed at one of the theatres there. And I was walking around town, and all of a sudden I spotted him and just went, "Oh, I'm coming to see you tonight." And he went, "Oh, good. We might have the show right by then." So that was kind of interesting, which was lovely. Yeah, it was you know, I mean, him and Debbie was walking around the street at the time, so, and such a nice guy as well. It was one of those. But I have worked with loads of other sort of stars over the years, and I'm still in touch with some of them as well, which is quite nice. Obviously, people like Joe Pasquale and stuff. I used to do the tech side for Bucks Fizz, so I've got quite a few claim to fame.
That's good, brilliant. And how important do you think it is to bring magic into holiday parks? Obviously, you see some people bring their own thing, whether it's pantomime or magic. How important do you think it is that the holiday parks still get to see that magic? Because you can have cabarets where you'll see loads of singers and loads of dancers, but it's quite rare now that you get magicians. But how important do you think that is that they stay on holiday parks?
Well, you do. I mean, that's one of it. I mean, I have noticed over the years you don't get as much variety. It's kind of all singers with backing tracks, blah 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 blah. So every now and then, when we did get a magician or a juggler or someone like that, now I know they're more expensive. I do know this, and of course they only do normally, if it's a speciality act, they only do like probably an hour and that's it. And obviously your singers and stuff do 2:45s and what have you. So it's a lot easier and stuff. And like I say, it's probably a little bit cheaper as well. But yeah, I mean, back in the day when I used to work for other holiday parks and stuff as well, we used to get loads of special acts. And you know, this is, I mean, I'm even going back to when I was a kid myself, and I used to go to Pontins as a kid. They used to do loads of like special acts and stuff, which was really nice. It wasn't just the singer, and obviously they used to have bands and stuff then years ago as well. So the holiday park industry has changed. Obviously, it will do, but everything's got to change with the times. So that's where everything stands at the moment. Regarding sort of with the tech side, yeah, I think everything's had to move, especially with the lockdown and stuff. Everyone's kind of moved onto the digital age, as they say, and this is the new normal. It's going to be, like I say, hard. You're going to have singers, and obviously you can't have singers currently because obviously when you sing, you take a deep breath in, you could be, sort of inhaling anything. So, yeah, this is kind of going to be the safe way, but I don't know how well people are going to respond to it. If, say, you had people in a room that was just having a meal or whatever, because at most places you can take your mask off and stuff if you're having a meal. And having a cabaret on a big screen or on TV screens, I don't know how that would go. With this park, I'm looking at trying to do broadcasts for people coming to the park. So we actually send them a link, and that's kind of where it's all come from, doing my own shows and stuff, because I've kind of been teaching myself, but doing it live at the same time, just to see if we can sort of get a cabaret on, but then do something in between when there's nothing on stage and stuff, but still keep it going. So like I say, I've pulled a lot of inspiration from like old TV game shows. Blankety Blank is the best example that I do. It's one of my favorites, because I get people more to comment than to actually do like a live broadcast like you're doing now with you over there. Yes, I've learned how to do that. Yeah, like I say, it's I kind of try and get as much interaction as possible with the typing. Again, it gives you sort of reassurance that people are watching you, because it is what it is. You've got to get on with it, really.
And so 26 years you've done the job. So we ask people there has anything ever happened embarrassing on stage, PRing? I'm sure that you've got a couple of stories that you can tell over the years, but you've just thought, get me anywhere but this place right now.
I've had many over the years. I've been gunned by Peter Simon for the younger viewers. That is a gentleman that used to do kind of like I think their one would be Get Your Own Back. I used to do something very similar to that. So I got shoved in a cage and gunged. I've been custard pied as well. I got custard pied by Mr. Blobby.
No.
Again, you know, because I've been doing this for a long time. A lot has happened over the years. I mean, I don't do drag. I obviously watched Ruby Slippers last night. I don't do drag, but I do tend to dress up every now and then. And yeah, I mean, a lot of people know what I get up to. I mean, the thing with the stage is you kind of feel safe on the stage,
yeah.
And you can get away with some stuff. But again, like I say, I mean, some parks will let you do it and some won't. And some you don't tell them that you're doing it, you just do it. So, yeah, I mean, especially going back to like the Halloween show that I did with Beth last year. Yeah, there was a lot of surprises in that.
Brilliant. I wish I was saying that. I really wish I was saying that. But brilliant. Obviously, today is very different. Do you feel that it's a lot more trickier to engage children now than what it used to be? Obviously, they've got their phones, they're glued to their tablets. Do you think that it's trickier, or do you think it's easier with the technology to engage kids? Because keeping their attention for 5 minutes itself is really tricky. So what's sort of your secret of doing that?
Well, again, because I don't go down to their level, but I do act more up for the children, because they tend to think, you know, well, what's he going to do next type thing. Yeah. I mean, being a magician as well, it helps because kids love magic. It always has been. I don't want to touch on Paddy's thing because I know he's going to be talking about magic a lot later. That's, yeah, magic's always been one of those things. I mean, as a children's entertainer as well, I mean, because there's obviously two types of magic. You've got your illusionist and then you've got your children's entertainer. So your children's entertainer obviously is going to do a little bit of magic. A lot of children's entertainers do magic, but some don't. You know, they've obviously get the kids to sit down in front and view and stuff, and you go there. I mean, over the years, I've done lots of things. Have you got a trick you can show us? Not on me at this very second, unfortunately. Do you know what? I was thinking I should get one, but I haven't. I didn't even set one up because I was watching the podcast and then all of a sudden it was like, help. But yeah, I'd like to say with the tech side of things and everything, I'm always there to help people. That's another thing as well. Obviously, doing the holiday parks for a long time. I was an entertainment manager for 13 years, 15 years. I think it was 15 years. And I've taught a lot of people there over the years, including a lot of ent managers that still work for the company, which is it's kind of nice because you feel good about it because obviously you've done your job right. So that's one thing I do. You know, I do pride myself on. I won't say I'm strict, but I like to see things how it should be.
Passionate. You're passionate. But yeah, you were like when you said last night, get me involved. I think it's brilliant to have you involved because you really know what you're doing. You've been around entertainment for a long time, and you're brilliant at the tech. So if we can get you more involved, that would be absolutely fantastic. But a little quick fire question for you, entertainment, before I speak to Andy. Your favourite party dance?
Favourite party dance? Oh, it's got to be Chichewa. I don't know why. Chichewa. It's just, you know, it's just one of those really. Yeah, Chichewa, I think.
Do you prefer working in the morning shifts or nighttime?
I'm an all-rounder. I'm not bothered.
Right.
I'm kind of happy doing both. I mean, I look a little bit better in the evening, but especially getting up at 8:30 in the morning, making sure that everything's all going good and stuff. But it's like I say, unfortunately, you never got round to doing one, and I don't think any of the guys that are there now. But if you talk to people that used to work for Park Holidays, we used to do like a big park finals at the end of the year, and the Pod 96 that you're doing now, sort of like the 24-hour thing, it just reminds me of that. I mean, the amount of hours that we used to do for those, and if you ever get anyone on that used to work for Park Holidays, pre 5 years ago, I mean, the park finals used to be like huge. Again, things have changed, kind of for the better. I mean, it used to be sort of like your park finals, and then everybody would get sent to the nationals. But the nationals, I mean, so much work used to go in them. But then straight after that, we used to go to the staff party. So it was all good.
Brilliant. Geographically, your favourite place to work?
That's a tough one because I have worked a lot of places over the years. I've worked in Wales, I've worked in Scotland, I've worked in Devon, I've worked in Essex. I'm now currently working in Northampton. Yeah, I've worked down near Camber Sands. I've been all sorts of places. Best place? I'm not sure really. Thanks, Vicky. Cheers, love. There we go. Vicky actually lived in Northampton, but I think she's moved down to Essex now. I'm trying to figure out best place. I don't know. I mean, I'm a bit of a funfair freak as well, if you can call it a freak. I'm an adrenaline junkie. So I love like the Merlin and stuff, which is drove me nuts because obviously they've all been shut, but they open soon as well. But I don't know. I'm happy if I can work somewhere that I can get to a theme park really quickly. Last year, not last year, the year before when I worked in Devon, it would take like nearly 6 hours to get there. So unfortunately that year I didn't work. I didn't go to any theme parks. But any park that's close to a theme park, I'm quite happy at working with. And because, like I say, I've been working for a long time. I know I keep saying it, but it is true. Because I obviously work with a lot of people. I mean, that's what I liked about Park Holidays as well. It wasn't like we were all against each other. We were kind of like a family, and we'd always help out each other, which was nice. Especially because obviously you used to have and you probably still do, the WhatsApp and stuff that you used to talk to each other, and it's like, help, I need help, and we used to help each other with games and stuff. So yeah, that was all good. But going back to your question, because I do waffle on, but I'm sure you're happy about that. Best place, probably Camber, but that's because I've got more friends down that way, and that's when I used to work for another company. That's when I used to work for Pontins, and I didn't have as much stress then because I wasn't a manager. But I'm not saying I didn't enjoy being a manager. I love being a manager, and I love the training side of it, and also the unexpectation of what, if that's a word, the unexpectation of what's going to happen each day. And yeah, this year is definitely sort of like brought that into context, so that you don't know what's going to happen each day.
Brilliant. Company or private park?
Oh, yeah, I know, Vicky. Yeah, probably company. I mean, I've always worked for a company, so I've never actually worked for a private park. The park I'm working for currently is a company, but it's not as big as Say Park Holidays and Pontins and Butlins and all that. But it is still quite a big chain. So yeah, no, I've not really worked for a private park.
Okay. Holiday parks, do you prefer the new school or kind of older school where you could get away with a lot more?
I don't know. I think I do prefer old school, but there is a reason that everything's been put into place to change it. Obviously, with the way the world has been and will be and is now, which makes no sense whatsoever, but never mind. Yeah, everything's been put in place for a reason, obviously to protect us and protect everybody else. So yeah, old school was good when you could, you know, get away with, I won't say get away with, but you could probably do more. I mean, going back to the years that you used to like spin round on a broom and then get someone to run into the audience and go and get something. And obviously there was that terrible thing that happened at another holiday park, and that got put into place. So yeah, like I say, old school, it was good at the time, but obviously with health and safety going through the roof, yeah, it's there to protect us. But yeah, I did prefer old school at the time.
Brilliant. Do you prefer being a manager or just letting someone else take the reins?
Now, this is an interesting one because I believe there's two types of managers. I believe there's a manager that can entertain and there's an entertainer that can manage. I've always believed that. And like I say, I mean, if I personally think if you're a good manager, then you should be able to do the job, but you should also be able to teach the other people to do the job. Because as they say, the children are the future. Yeah, like I say, I've been very, very lucky to train up in my way that I worked. You know how I train people up. Very, very fortunate to have a lot of people that are still working for the company, and you know, and obviously once they've learnt my way, then they can either choose to use my way or go down a different route. It's up to them. But you know, I'm glad that they've got to where they are.
Brilliant. Favorite ever cabaret?
Oh, now that's like asking for your favorite child. That's not good. Wow. There has been. I can't. There's so many cabarets I've worked with over the years. There's a lot of cabarets that I'm still in touch with as well. I mean, no, I can't. Sorry.
All right. Similar question. It might be a little bit easier. If you could perform a duet cabaret, whether it's magic, singing, with anybody, who would it be?
Wow, that's a tough one. That.
Or is that tough as well?
Yeah, like I say, I mean, because you've been doing it as long as I have, you can't really say that because you know it's. I mean, they probably won't be watching it, but obviously, if you like and share, they might. But there you are. Sorry, like and share, and yeah, I got it's again. That's a tough one because I've done it for so long. There isn't a person that stood out really over the years because I treat them all the same, especially even you know cabarets that have been on you know sort of like on the circuit for years. I mean, you had Ian on. I mean, Ian didn't mention it, but when he used to work for Pontins, he did mention that. You know, I actually worked with him at one point, and I did the tech for their dance. It was like a dance competition. That's another thing. Years ago, when Pontins used to have dance competitions and then talent competitions, but now it's just competitions with dance, which is a bit strange.
Brilliant. Do you prefer the summer program or Halloween?
Love Halloween, again, because I can probably get away with more. And the Halloween, you bring out all the big guns, you know, like over the years, I've I've inherited or brought even a lot of illusions, and you know, I tend to do stuff that I can just about get away with, because you want people to remember you. I mean, some parks that I've worked at, I even worked at Lakeside years ago. From what I've been told, people still talk about the Halloween show that myself and Ben Cooper did years and years ago. Yeah, again, on the tech side of things, I mean, the room went green, and I mean literally the whole room went green. I mean, if I can do it and make it look good, then I will do it, even if I'm not allowed to.
Brilliant. I don't think you'll answer this one, but in the last 5 years, your favorite person to work with?
Again, you know, they're all my children. It sounds wrong, but they were all my children at the time. So yeah, no, I can't really answer that one. There's not been anyone that's really stood out, because, like I say, the way I train, or you know, the way I train people, I've always done it the same way. I mean, I've prided myself that over the 26 years, I probably lost. When I say lost, I don't mean like they were under the sofa or anything, but they moved to either, you know, another company, or they didn't want, you know, they didn't feel that the job was right for them. Probably, I think about 5 people in that time. So as a manager, like I say, 16 years I think as a manager. Yeah, I didn't lose many at all, and I was normally the one that kept all the bend over. Funny. There we go. Yes, I know Beth is watching. I gathered Beth was watching. Obviously, I had the. She is sleeping, maybe, I'm not sure.
No, she's
but she's out.
Yeah, she's out.
Okay then, she's out. Fair enough. But yeah, the that side of things. Yeah, like I say, I can't really choose one, but I'm extremely proud of all the ones that have got where they are, even though, like I say, they might not do what I did, but I know a lot of them have. I mean, that's, as a manager, that's what you do. You train people, and then people then take the bits that they like, and then that molds them into the manager that they are. So yeah, that's the answer to that question, I hope.
Brilliant. And final question, your most proudest moment and what entertainment has meant to you as a whole, whether it was growing up, watching it, falling in love with it, you know, becoming an entertainer, becoming a manager, your most proud moment and what it's meant to you overall.
Proud moment. I don't know. I think completing a full season. I think there was one year that I actually, there was a few years, but with Park Holidays as a whole, I did complete, when I got seasons and completed with the same staff that I started with right the way to the end. That I was really happy about that, because not a lot of events managers would. Well, I wouldn't say couldn't do that, but you know, it, like I say, it all depends on how you you kind of train your team. There's, like I say, all different managers will do it in a different way. Not knocking who does what and how, but the way I did it, I didn't tend to lose people, which is something I was always proud of. So that's that. Out of all the seasons, what was that? Sorry, I popped on again. What was the other question? So that was that one.
So your most proud moment and what it's meant to you overall.
Oh, meant to me, that was it. Well, like I say, I mean, I was kind of brought up in holiday parks as a kid, and I think that's where I got the bug. I mean, literally, like I say, from about 3.5, I think my mum and dad was taking me to Pontins, and it was Blackpool Pontins at the time, which is no longer there, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, of the old cine racing, when you used to have a projector, as in a real projector, and used to go down to the front table, and used to pick up the reel, and then they'd then put it onto the projector, and they'd play. Yeah, see, I'm showing my age now. Doing sort of like all that sort of stuff. I mean, going back years, again, back to the health and safety side of things and stuff. When I was a kid and I used to go to Pontins, they used to take pictures with like monkeys and snakes and goodness knows what. I mean, that's going back way. Even a little lion cub. There's a picture of me which my mum has. There was a little lion cub, and you used to get your picture taken with that. Like I say, everything's changed because of health and safety. I understand that, but it's stuff like that sort of sticks in the back of your head. Yeah, like I say, Pontins, I was kind of brought up with. Always wanted to be a blue coat, and then I became a blue coat, but I actually became a red coat before I became a blue coat. Yeah, like I say, a lot of holiday park companies I worked for as well. It's kind of everything's sort of all gone into place. It's kind of weird because the park I'm working at currently is so close to home. It's crazy. But there's no beach and stuff. Unfortunately, it's more of a forest, and like loads of lakes and stuff. But it is the biggest company. It's the biggest park I've ever worked for. I think it's 365 acres or something like that. I mean, it's huge. I mean, it's huge. And the stage is so small. It's crazy. But I just managed to get like TVs and everything put in place. I told him it was for the football, but it wasn't. It was for my game shows, and it was just getting there. And then obviously with the lockdown and stuff. So yeah, we've had to work around different things, especially with I do believe you've got rid of Jigsaw and stuff, but here they've got Jigsaw, and we've got the app thing that they do, which people can do on their own phones. So you can still do competitions, but they can use their own phones. So I think that's kind of the line we're looking at going down. And Jigsaw, if you're watching, you might not be, but Jigsaw, if you are watching, I have some ideas. I will get in touch with you at some point.
Oi, there we go. Darren, it's been absolutely lovely talking to you. I think we need to get you more involved because you just know what you're doing. You really know what you're doing and know what you're talking about. And we can chat all day. It's been absolutely lovely. Get Darren more involved. I'm gonna make a protest to get you more involved. It's been lovely having you on. All the best for the rest of lockdown. I hope you have a lovely season. I'm sure we'll talk again soon. Sorry about the dressing gown. Honestly, 24-hour stream. You do what you got to do. It's fine. Thank you very much, Darren. Take care.
Very well.
And we'll see you very soon. Thanks, mate.
Look after yourself. Bye, everybody.
You too,
Stay
mate.
safe.
Cheers, buddy. Bye. Okie dokie, so that was the lovely Darren Sanders, absolutely fantastic name in the entertainment industry. Lovely gentleman, and we need him on more because he really is a lovely gentleman. Some people have been asking, what on earth am I wearing? This is a dressing gown. For people that don't know, it's clearly a dressing gown. And Andy, truthfully, how ridiculous do I look?
Yeah.
Yeah? I mean...
Yeah, I'm not sure how to answer that, to be honest.
No, it's 24-hour stream. I woke up, right, at 8 o'clock. I didn't really want to get up. And then I was on
all right. Stop rubbing it in.
Still on now. So I've not had time to have a shower or eat.
I've not had time to sleep.
Honestly, I got a message through while Darren was on, and I saw it, and like, I'm not going to say who it was, but honestly, go away, because when you get a message saying, "What the are you wearing?" it's a little bit distracting. But Darren was absolutely lovely. Oh, there's my nan.
She loves the pink. Vicky thinks it suits you.
Thank you.
Julie Hughes also thinks it suits you.
Thank you, Julie.
Now, Victoria Woods was also. Oh, thank you, Joy.
Now, Andy, last night before I went to bed, you showed me your setup. Is there any chance we can see what you're working with? How much work is going into this podcast? Because when you showed me last night, I couldn't believe it.
I'll be honest. I don't move the laptop because there's so many things plugged into it. But there is a video on that I uploaded onto Facebook at 5 o'clock this morning. So go on the Podcast 96 page, have a look at that. That sort of gives you a brief view, but I can sort of describe it to you. So I've got a dual screen running the podcast and keeping an eye on the Just Giving page. I have a laptop in front of me also running the live stream for longer videos that I can't pop into the live stream like I would with the intros. That is linked to another screen, so I'm basically split screening my laptop and running OBS, which is open broadcast software that runs to send the longer videos through. I have a TV up on the wall that is running the YouTube stream, so I can keep an eye on that. And I have my phone running the Facebook stream, so I can keep an eye on that.
Christ.
Because I'm at the office, I've also got another screen to the left of me, which is the CCTV, so I can keep an eye on that. Because obviously, at the unit, there's a big shutter for a front door, so while I'm in, I can't block that. So I sort of just use that to keep an eye on it.
Excellent.
Nan sends a hug.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how tired are you?
Mate, look at my eyes. They're red raw.
How are you like staying up? Have you got energy drinks? Okay, once other energy drinks are available, but Andy's on the pink one. So.
Right, we've got some more comments. Lewis, no surprise, Lewis is here. Joy, well done, love the chat. Darren likes OBS. The only problem with OBS is you have to run. So unless you're broadcasting, this will mean nothing to a lot of people, but I'll say it anyway. Unless you're broadcasting directly from OBS, which then takes your computer processing power, you have to run it as a monitor output. So I'm currently my picture that you can see of me now is running through OBS on a virtual webcam, which then sends it into StreamYard. But to get the sound, I then have to run an external sound card, bring the sound out of the laptop into the external sound card to go back into the laptop to go into StreamYard.
And this is why
so yeah, yay OBS, but Vicky, thank you, Vicky. I'll be honest, I don't know if I'm able to do it. No, I'll power through it.
No.
Andy is man of all trades. He is. Cold flannel over your eyes, Andy and Jordan. That's not actually a bad idea, but I figure I'm worried if I put something over my eyes, I might not open them again. Lewis has just woke up. I want to know how Jodie's doing today. Is she throwing up after what she ate last night?
So, talk about our mad sandwich when it was Jodie. Bit of a weird sandwich, wasn't it? It's not something you'd have every day for your lunch.
Yeah, see, I was having this discussion with Phil earlier, and I was really hoping the decision wouldn't fall down to me. It was a tough one. You see, every time we do Mad Sandwich, we look into it. I mean, from our point of view, we don't normally judge, but we sort of look at. Oh, there you go. Lewis says he'll find out. So yeah, we don't normally judge, but we look at it and have a chat afterwards about it. And we look at several different things. So it says that height's important. It says freestanding. So both sandwiches were freestanding. Hannah had the height. It's Mad Sandwich, so it's meant to be a bit crazy, which Jodie had the edge on there. Presentation, Hannah had the height. Jodie had it in a shape of a bone. So they both had the presentation aspect. So it was a really like if you had tick boxes, you just wouldn't have been able to get a clear winner. So I simply had to base that on who had ate the most. Now, obviously, Hannah's was bigger, so her eating less would have still been equivalent to what Jodie ate, but Jodie ate the whole thing. Whereas I just felt that Hannah's was. It had a lot of edible stuff in it, and yes, it was big and difficult to eat, but she only had one big bite, whereas Jodie had this sandwich that no human in their right mind should even think about eating, and she ate a lot. I mean, raw egg. Like, how she's not got food poisoning from that, I do not know.
Crazy, mate. Absolutely crazy. But we're all doing this for a good cause. It is, of course, for Mental Health Foundation and Cancer Research, our 24-hour stream. We'll be on till 9 o'clock tonight. You'll see me, Paddy, Phil, and Megan popping up here and there like the Teletubbies out on the hill, just sort of like be popping our heads everywhere. Andy will be on for the whole 24 hours, all for mental health and cancer research.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Jordan, what did you say it was like popping over the hill?
The Teletubbies. A bear with brown fuzzy hair. Brilliant. Thank you to everybody that has donated so far. Absolutely fantastic. Honestly, it really means so much. We've put a lot of work in to this, especially Andy. We've put a lot of work into entertaining you for 24 hours. So just do what you can. If you can't do anything else, please share the page. Give us a like, give us a share. We're on Facebook, YouTube, and of course TikTok and Instagram as well. There we go. Andy, what we got coming up next?
So there is, as I've explained a couple of times, a lot of people have gone back to work, especially you Park Holidays guys. So some people, we've had to adjust things because some people are in meetings. So we're supposed to have Megan's Girls takeover. That will still happen. How long it will happen for, we're not sure. We're waiting to hear from when Megan's out of a meeting. So in the meantime, what we're going to do is we're going to do another throwback to a previous episode.
Okay.
So we're going to re-air that. But that's not due to happen for another.
I'm going to drop on to play. And he's like, but.
Yeah, but that's not due to happen for another 8 minutes. So I'm just going to flick through some of these comments a minute because we've got a few come in. Vicky asks, Andy, what are you doing for food and needing the loo? Food wise, I've had breakfast dropped off this morning. So yeah, that's fine. I had a pot noodle last night. And I've got loads of energy drinks and coffee. In terms of the loo, I just sort of run to the loo as and when I need it and there's time. I don't want to go into too much detail, but I mean, the toilet isn't that far away and the computer's loud enough that I can sort of hear what's happening. Joy says, I'm ironing and listening, lads.
Lovely. Thank you, Nan.
Yes. And she also says that that was the worst sandwich I ever seen. How did she eat it? I don't know. I was feeling sick for her. But I mean, fair play to her. Like
Yeah.
someone that's committed that much deserved to win. Like I say, it was a really tough competition, but
Definitely.
I think Hannah excelled herself from. I mean, she was the first person on, so there wasn't really a bar for her to work to, and it obviously progressed over the weeks. So yeah, fair play to Hannah. She did brilliantly and improved every single week.
Definitely. She certainly deserved to win. In my eyes, I think she was brilliant. So, how much have we raised so far? We've got 5 minutes left before we go into another segment. How much have we raised?
Okay, so far we've staggered a little bit. We've sort of come to a halt on £130. However, there is still 10 hours to go.
Yeah.
So I mean, even if you can only donate a fiver, even if you can, I don't know if you can. Even if you can only donate £1, every little donation helps towards these two charities. It's the Mental Health Foundation and Cancer Research UK.
Definitely. So please share the links, guys, that we're on. Like we said, Andy's staying up for 24 hours. Phil was up at 5 o'clock this morning, 4:30 this morning actually, for all you guys doing things. And Megan as well.
Joy's asked, is Jodie okay today? We're not sure. Lewis has messaged to see if she's still alive.
Excellent. So we have got lots more to come. Please keep sharing and liking, guys. We'll be on till 9 o'clock tonight. I'm gonna get a shower because I need a shower now.
I don't blame you. So what we're going to do now, while we're waiting for a message off Megan, is we're going to look back at an old episode. And Jordan, I actually think you should introduce this one, because this is, I would probably say this is the one you were most excited about and got the most excited about. Before you introduce it, I will just say this is being replayed the same way it went out. So it may look like the screen's gone blank or the sound goes. It hasn't. That's just how the stream went out. We always aim to start the stream 5 minutes before the actual start time to give people a chance to come on. So there's a poster that just stays on. So don't worry, it will start. So Jordan, I'm going to hand over to you to
my favorite guy.
I believe it is, yes. So I'm going to hand over to you to introduce this. I'll give you a clue just to make sure we're on the same page. If there was 3 in the bed, what would the little one say?
Roll over.
Do you know what I'm on about now?
Yes.
Okay, right. I'm going to hand this. I'm going to hand this over to you to introduce.
Okie dokie. So, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter how many times you watch this bloke, he's absolutely fantastic, a massive name of the entertainment industry. My idol growing up, and we had a pleasure talking to him. So keep watching, even if you've not seen this before. If you have seen it before, keep watching. We'll be back very soon. But in the meantime, please welcome to Podcast 96 once again. It's Rollo.
Well, hello, massive good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to Podcast 96. How do, Paddy?
How do, Jordan? Number 2 at day.
I've
got Northern. I don't know why.
We've got loads of viewers already. People saying hello, Carl.
Amazing.
Loads of viewers coming. Oh my goodness, we've got loads. You might be better at reading than me.
My husband Neil is on the edge of it. Oh, it's gone. Something to do with it. Oh, there you go. He's on the edge of his seat when is it starting? He's already got a big bag of jelly sweets waiting. Perfect.
Oh,
excellent.
That's good. That's what we like.
Andrew Van Buren, building up the suspense. Yes, of course.
You know
it, love. Lucy Rose Rollison. Hello.
Hello, Lucy. Got loads coming through.
We have. Hi, Lucy. I am waiting. Says Ken Wheeler. Hello, Ken.
I can, right.
Amazing stuff.
We've got loads of viewers.
Before we start, sorry, I've got to give another shout out. If you're on TikTok, like some of us, Sarah Tustin's back on. Hi, yeah. If you're on TikTok, one great thing to check out. I just discovered this morning. If you go the @ symbol, it's Jessica_Kate. She's a girl who works at Lincolnshire Wildlife Park. I've literally watched all the videos she's got to offer today. There's all the animals, because even though they're in lockdown, the animals still need to be looked after, and some of them are just incredible. She does. There you go. There it is. There. Animal fact of the day. I found out stuff that I didn't know before. Like, for example, did you know that when otters are asleep, they hold hands so they don't float away from each other? How cute is that?
That's nice. There you go.
Tim Willison says hello.
Hi, Tim.
Apologies if I'm pronouncing any of these names wrong.
Good stuff. So if you are joining us, guys, don't forget to give us a like and share on our Facebook page, Podcast 96. You can go back anytime and watch any of our previous podcasts that we've had on, including the one we had earlier today with Gary Tustin. And please give us a subscribe on YouTube as well at Podcast 96. We've been going a couple of weeks now, and we've had some fantastic podcasts, brilliant stories. And
we've still got more to come.
Laughs. Yeah, hilarious laughs. We've got more to come. We've got loads of ideas to keep you guys going through this lockdown. So we hope we've brought some positivity. But we have got fantastic guests on this afternoon. I was fanboying.
I'm really looking forward to this.
Because growing up, this gentleman was my entertainment inspiration. He's the reason I do entertainment today. It's absolutely fantastic.
I never saw him back in the day, but just when we had the chat on for Facebook the other day, instantly, what a man, what a legend.
Absolutely brilliant. He used to be at sales where I used to watch him, and he was absolutely outstanding. All the way from Norfolk. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure. Please welcome to Podcast 96. It's Rollo.
Woo! A jacket, well, not this one, a jacket very similar, and it was a beige one I got at home, right? And it was in a shop, not a second-hand shop. I don't know if you've heard of it. Seconds. Do you know what I mean? Not a second-hand, but seconds. What it is, if you've never seen, there's like a slight imperfection, and then they have to sell them off cheap. And I've got this jacket, I've not got it tonight, but £69 reduced to 12 quid. Just for, I mean, if you look at it closely, I must admit, if you look at it closely, one of the sleeves is slightly shorter than the other two. But apart from that, it's a very good jacket, mate.
There we go, here he is. Welcome to Podcast 96, Rollo. How are you?
Hey, Rollo.
Oh, yeah, nice to see you. All right.
We're very well. How are you?
Give a round of applause. Minty says,
very good.
Oh, we've got loads of comments coming straight in.
Tim Willison, I'm really excited to see Rollo. He's here on the screen. Yeah. There you go. He's so funny, says Tim. Quite right.
Brilliant. How have you been, Rollo?
I'm all right, thanks, mate. Yeah, very good. You know, just, well, we're indoors, aren't we? Not a lot going on, so... making the most
We're all
of
grounded.
It. Yeah.
We all got grounded, yeah. Brilliant.
Just keeping in contact with people on Facebook and live and Zoom and stuff like that. You know, that's all you can do, isn't it? That's what you can do.
Definitely.
Absolutely. And talking of which, I forgot to ask Gary this earlier. I always like to ask people we get on here. We're all abusing the streaming services. Anything you've watched on Netflix, Amazon Prime, ITV Hub, anything like that, that you can recommend to people that maybe they've not heard about?
There was. Did you see the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire drama? You know, it's called The Quiz. Did you see that?
Quiz, which is still on ITV Hub. That was brilliant. I love that.
Very good. That was good.
Yeah, very good.
If you,
No, I've not seen
Jordan, go and watch it. ITV Hub. It's called Quiz. There's 3 episodes. It was so worth a watch. It really is.
Okay. I'll give it, and that's on
There you
ITV.
go.
Yeah, I'll give that a watch.
Yeah.
Obviously, when we called you the other day, Rollo, I was sort of fanboying a bit from when I saw you at Sales when I was younger. Yeah, Paddy said I was like, yeah. Entertainment. Where did it all start for you? When did you know that this was what you always wanted to do?
Well, when I was a kid, I lived in Cornwall. I was living at home with my parents, and I always loved going to the circus. Where there used to be a circus come to our town and such like, every year. And I got the bug, the entertainment bug. I love circuses, and when I was a kid, I used to go. There was a clown who used to work in a circus called Bertram Mills, very old circus. He retired in the village near us, and he sort of worked opposite where I live. And I used to spend all my time talking to him and going through pictures of old circuses and showing him makeup. And then when I was about 10 years old, something like that, I went with him and started joining in shows with him, clown shows.
Yeah. Nice.
And then I used to spend my summer holidays with the circus, helping out, building the tent, and being the person in the audience that got picked and such like. That's really where it started. And then as soon as I left school, that's what I did. I joined the circus.
Brilliant. And how was that? Just being in the circus, what was that like?
Oh, fantastic! Once you
Barney Harwood says Rollo legend.
Hello, Barney. It's been in the circus. It's very, very hard work, but you meet a lot of people you stay friends with for the rest of your life, and you it's the discipline of working in the circus, because everyone, you've got all different nationalities working together, Spanish, French, Italians, Germans, everyone all working together, building that tent up, doing the show, pulling it down, moving to the next place, building it, and everyone's there doing the same thing. It's a real nice atmosphere.
Definitely.
And sounds awesome.
Obviously, something entertainment is always been with you, and you've done holiday parks. Obviously, I knew you from Sales. Have you ever done any other holiday parks, sort of entertainment as well?
Well, my first holiday park I did was on the Isle of Wight, about 1989. It was Warner's then, but it was a family park. That was 89, and then I did a couple of years at Great Yarmouth summer season
nice.
For Warner when they were a family organisation, and then I did a Haven park. I was compere at Haven, Hastings, St Leonard's, Haven Holiday Park.
Yeah,
and that's where I met my wife. We were down there, did a summer season.
Oh,
and then I did another season at Potter's Leisure Resort in Hopton-on-Sea. Really nice place.
Yeah.
Did there for a season, and then I went to Sales for a few years at Hunstanton.
Yeah, brilliant.
And obviously, I've done cabaret all over the place, different holiday parks and hotels and such like. So, I worked at here, there, and everywhere, anywhere that'll have me. You know what I mean?
Definitely, that's brilliant.
If the money's right.
If the price is right. Obviously, you said you did your first season a few years back now. We sort of have this discussion quite a lot with entertainers, whether they're just coming into the industry or they've been in the industry for many years. How much do you think it has changed from when you first started to sort of now? I mean, Paddy do it with Park Holidays. Do you think it's changed for the better, or do you think old school was more of a way, or what are your views on it?
Well,
the troublemakers say hello as well.
Hello there. Well, it's changed. The thing is, everything changes. You've got to go with the times.
Yeah.
I'm quite traditionalist. You know what I mean? If you saw my act, that's there's nothing new in it. You know what I mean? It's some recycled gags, some other comics and ideas. But as far as holiday parks go, what you call them now, when I did the Isle of Wight in '89, there was a board on the wall, and there were chalets, and there were chalet guards walking up and down, and it would say baby crying, and they'd slot a number in. And your baby was crying in chalet number 20 or such like, and there was outdoor pools and people get chucked in. And, I used to take a bunch of children on a walk to the beach and to do a sandcastle competition, and you're thinking, nowadays you couldn't do things like this. I'm not saying it's better. It's
Can
just
you
that,
imagine?
People are more aware of health and safety and political correctness and such like. But I think the standard of holiday parks, lighting and sound and such like, is wonderful. I just worry sometimes it loses that personal touch. You know what I mean? Where everything's done on a voiceover, or everything's done with a Mr. Chips, whatever they call them things, and there's no. You know what I mean? A little bit of banter with the punters. I think that's what people like. They like if someone says to them on Saturday, I can't find my chalet, and or caravan, you help them, and then if you go to them on the Sunday, say, "Hello, love, did you manage to find your yeah? Oh, thanks for that, love." And it's little things. People like to be remembered, don't they?
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
I think for an entertainer, even a hello. If people are walking by, even a hello is massive for people. It just makes it a holiday to be recognised by the entertainer. Goes a long way.
I tell you, it's at Butlins when I was there. We in our training thing, they had something called the 20-foot rule, which applies to two different things. One, anyone who comes within 20 feet of you, you say hi, whether you know them or not. You say hi. And secondly, and I still adopt this because I'm in the habit of doing it now. If you see any litter within 20 feet of you, pick it up.
Yeah.
The 20-foot rule is brilliant.
Yeah,
goes a long way. And we sort of touch on this every time. I mean, I've brought it up countless of times on this podcast. But it's also changed for kids as well, because their attention span isn't as great as an adult. And when I used to come to sales,
tapping.
Yeah. When I come to sales when I was little, you'd come out on stage and you'd have whether it be the colouring book we used to do. Or the gags, and all the kids would just be in awe watching you. But now it's very hard to keep kids' attention. And with Park Holidays, we sort of have like an LED touchscreen, and that's what they know, and that's what they're drawn to now. So I think it's definitely changed for kids as well at holiday parks.
Yeah, and I think the same as kids' parties. You see, kids' parties went on to spec for a little while. I do a lot of children's parties, Punch and Judy and magic shows and things. But a lot of people want that. Very similar. Yeah. A lot of people still want that, and they're surprised that children could sit for 45 minutes, then have their dinner, then another 45 minutes. You can do it. Children still like to be entertained, and when you watch pantomime, I went to a little circus not that long ago, and the children are just enthralled by it. If you take the screen off them, there is something there. If it's a good show, if you're a good entertainer, I think they want to be entertained still, children. It's just they don't really know it.
Definitely. Yeah, that's where it's changed, I think.
I mean, to go with that, do you think technology has detracted? Because again, like I said at the beginning, we've got Netflix, we've got Disney Plus. Disney Plus is amazing, by the way. Yeah. And like we were saying, I think we touched on this when we had a call the other day. Our LED walls, as we call them, at Park Holidays UK, they're sort of laid out. So we've got everything we're doing, be it a party dance, be it a game, be it tell us a joke or whatever. It's laid out like an iPad screen, and they've all got different apps. So you just touch the screen and it will go through. I mean, it's a lovely idea and I like it, but do you think maybe it's a bit, not sad, but unfortunate that we've had to go down that route because people, and especially kids, are so used to seeing that on the screen?
Well, I think, but then you see, I think it's the technology. If you go to a show, like I went to see the Hippodrome at Great Yarmouth last year. I don't know if you've ever been. Yeah. It's a really old building in Great Yarmouth. It's got a beautiful circus and water spectacle. And my daughter was a synchronized swimmer there in the show and a dancer. And they got big screens and lights and etc. And it's phenomenal. It blows you. The music it's perfect. But if you haven't got the talent as well to go with it, you can replace one with the other. If it's no good having 8 screens and then have the juggler that keeps dropping his clubs. You know what I mean? As long as you've got good talent, I think you've got to embrace technology really and go with it, because 50 years ago, people were saying, "Oh, this will never catch on." Cassettes, that'll never work. Mini disc players, what's it like? People have had to cut down with, when I first started in cabaret, I had to have my dots. I had to have keyboard, bass and drum written out, parts. But nowhere has a live band really. If you go to a holiday park, apart from a Warner hotel, there's very few places, but it's no good moaning about it. You've got to just move with the times or you get left behind, don't you?
I say we touched on this with Gary earlier when I was a redcoat in Mineheads just 10 years ago. We still had a live band behind the backdrop playing live with our shows. And as I said, one person who used to be there back in the day was Ringo Starr.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just, I mean, again, I think what we were saying before as well, have you ever seen it where training with all the tech stuff? Obviously, we've got Andy backstage on this, who's absolutely brilliant with tech. I couldn't do what he does. Cheers, Andy, again, by the way. Lighting and sounds, it enhances the talent. But have you ever seen it where someone's clearly got no blooming clue what they're doing?
Well, yes, of course you do. You see that sort of thing all the time, don't you? But, you know, there's a thing, you know, that some friends and I say, if we go and see a show, sometimes we go and see a local production, they say, oh, what did you think? I would say, the lighting was great, you know, and that really is a little cue for saying it wasn't too good. You know, you could always say something good about a show, you know what I mean? But, you know, lighting is important in such like, because it creates a mood, and some of the newer Panto producers out there, like, you know, are fantastic. It's not just a cloth and someone doing 3x3.
Yeah,
it really, and people expect it now. It's not cheap to go to a show, so they expect West End style lighting and sound, don't they?
Definitely. We got loads more things to talk about, but we've got a lot of questions and comments coming in. I'll let Paddy read them.
Let's get them through.
My eyes are awful.
Let's get them through.
See what people are saying.
Here we go. Megan Chatburn. Hello to you, Chadburn. By the way, I'm going to apologise now if I pronounce your name wrong. I think I've got that right. What inspired Sean to go into the entertainment business?
I failed my exams. No, I didn't. No, it's basically it was that when I was young, you know, the circus. That's what I wanted to do first, work in the circus world, you know. Yeah. And I did that, and then slowly I progressed, done all different things. But it was watching the circus when I was young. You see, every Christmas Day there was circus on TV, and every Easter, and it's a big thing, and that's what I wanted to do. And luckily, I got to be able to do it, and it's still traditional circus, you know.
Definitely. Thank you for that comment.
There you go. Excellent. Sarah Tustin. Hi, Sarah. Do you remember singing Goodnight Children at Searles? Jordan loved it.
Yes, I do. I did. We brought
hands were going.
We did Goodnight Children.
Can you give us a rendition now?
I think Jordan would be better at it than me.
We'll do it at the end. We'll do it together at the end.
Yeah, we'll do it at the end. Yeah,
that could be a good sign off.
Tim Willison, who was the clown who helped with Rolo shows?
It was called Nicky Main. His name was Nicky Main, but his clown name was Nico. He worked on we did Butcher Mills, and then he did some small shows like Count Bazard and people like that, and some of the old Foster shows.
It
wasn't well known, but he was well known in the business. He worked with other clowns. Nicky Main, but his name was Nico the clown. His wife was Phyllis. She did a trapeze act, hung by her toes and such like.
Nice.
Wow.
But that was, I mean, he passed away now, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 years. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, not brilliant.
Summer Neve says, what was your favourite show you've done? Hi, Summer.
Well, I mean, I've done some lovely summer seasons. Actually, at Hunstanton at the Princess City, which is a nice summer season there. Pantomime-wise, I think the one I just did Scunthorpe Bath Halls. That's a nice panto. They're all different, you see. I think my favourite subject probably to do is Cinderella.
Nice.
And my favourite one is when I did Rotherham Civic Theatre with Maureen Nolan, and it was
oh, what a legend!
Oh, there we are.
There you go. There it is.
Straight away.
There we are. That's Maureen Nolan, and it was it was a superb. That was a lovely show. Yeah, but they're all different. You know, it depends who you're working with. I did a couple of years playing Smee with Darren Day. We did Worthing, then we did Kettering together, and it was a great feed, and he was a great talent. So I love doing that. And then recently I did a lovely tour with, I don't know if Barney Harwood's watching. He was the star in the show. We did a nice tour with a friend called Bippo, and it's sometimes the company that's with you. You know what I mean?
Is that Barney off of Kids TV?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant! I thought it was, but I didn't want to say just something. Hey, Barney, I'm a big fan. Yes, I'm a fanboy now.
Awesome.
Have we got any more questions coming through?
We had a massive comment from Jack as well. I don't know if we can get that back, but he put a big comment. I didn't read it in time. Any more questions coming through?
That's your little bro, isn't it?
It is
Barney
indeed.
Harwood, I imagine circus owners to become eccentric. Is this the case? Any stories? Good question, Barney.
Excellent.
Good question, Barney. Well, you see,
We've got a celebrity watching, Jordan. Can you believe this?
This is madness.
there's a lot of
We'll get Philip Schofield next.
Well, there's not so many eccentrics, really, I suppose, but there were some very eccentric circus people, circus owners that I worked with. I can't really tell you many of the stories without incriminating myself or
Then don't worry.
But there are. I mean, the circus that I worked for was a man called Tony Hopkins, who I still keep in contact with, and he ran Billy Smarts for a while. A great producer, but he and I'm sure he won't mind me saying it was such a stressful job to run a big show, and he had no family with him. He's all on his own. He used to get stressed. You know, you never know how many people are going to turn up. You've got 50 people to pay every week, animals to feed, trucks to
look at that. There you go.
Yeah, and he used to get very, very stressed. Obviously, if it's windy, you know, you had the risk of ripping the tent, which is, you know, £250,000. You know, so stressful. But he used to get this real bad twitch. You know what I mean? And one day he lost his temper so badly, and he was no bigger than me. He picked up the curtain rail, which is probably 30 foot long, and lifted up and threw it at the keyboard player. And it went about 20 foot along the field, you know. He was, but
wow.
There are a lot of eccentric people, you know, but not quite so much. You know, I remember a clown that I really admired called Jimmy Scott, and he's no longer with us, but he was a great clown, and he was a tumbler and a sharpshooter, and this is a funny story. This is when they were in Cornwall. I was only a kid, and the police were at the ground, and they were checking road taxis and things. And so the circus boss said to him, "Look, everyone, we got to make sure the lights are on. That, you know, make sure you plug your trailers in." And so Jimmy Scott, now he was about 70 then, and he had one eye. So, and then his other eye, he could only see if he tipped his head to one side like that. So he used to have one eye and drive like that, you know. But anyway,
okay.
He drove. So he was driving like this. He wound his window down. He pulled the trailer out round, put his indicator on, shut the mirrors like this, driving, you know, like you meant to drive in your passenger test, and drove to the next ground. As he was driving, all the other vehicles, they were driving, flashing him, beeping him. Because he was blind, he couldn't see. Flashing, pulled into the next ground. The police were there. He very carefully checking his mirrors, couldn't see a thing. Pulled in like that. Got out, and he limped off to look at, and he started swearing. And he left his trailer at the last ground, and then he realised.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Loads of characters, lots of characters. Yeah.
Brilliant.
You could. We had. I was lucky to work with a lot of nice characters. I worked with an Egyptian strongman in '88. An Egyptian strongman called Sharif Amar, and he used to throw.
That's the year I was born. What a great year.
Yeah, good year. He used to get these cannonballs. He used to throw them in the air and then catch them on the back of his neck and such like, you know. Well, he had two Moroccan lads that were his assistants, you know. And anyway, they were passing these balls, you know, and they were heavy. And then one rolled out into the ring doors where I was. So I sort of picked up and I hid it. And I passed it to David Chipperfield, the elephant trainer. Passed it. So this Moroccan chap came and said, "Where's the bull?" I said, I've not seen it. Have you seen a ball? I haven't seen a ball. No ball. Because some of the balls were a little bit heavier than the others. Some were lighter. So anyway, he went back in and Sharif went like that. So he passed him this ball, you see, like this. And he grabbed hold of it and passed it back. Because it was heavy. And he passed it again, not there. Again. and then you could see him. He had to do it, but the light ball was hidden. So he got this ball, and he threw it in the air, and went, yeah. And
Oh,
but it was like, no harm done. No harm done.
Oh, goodness me.
thank God for that. We've just had a
Brilliant.
message from Andy. Backtracking slightly, can we take a quick look at the Wizard of Oz with you and Barney?
Oh, let's
Let's go one step at a time. Let's go one step at a time. Let's go see the wizard. See the Wizard of Oz. Let's go see the fella down the road that's yellow. Wow, what a whiz. If ever there was. Look at all he does. He's the Wizard of Oz. Let's go see the Wizard of Oz. Let's go see the Wizard of Oz. Let's go see the Wizard of Oz.
Oh, that's lovely. Brilliant video.
Excellent.
I've got to tell you, I've got to be honest, that Clips was the year, the tour before that. That wasn't Barney on there, unfortunately. That was, yeah, that was when I did it, when Sooty was in it. Sooty and Sweep and Sue were in that.
Yes, Sooty.
Yeah. But the poster
Love Sooty.
the poster was right. But that was still me in that, in the Tin Man. But that was, we did, Sooty and Sweep and Sue were in one year. That's it. And that,
Oh, brilliant.
that's Mark James. He stepped in to play Scarecrow because Richard Cadell wasn't able to do the tour, you see. But then when I did it, Barney was more recently. Barney was just last year. We did Fantastic Tour, but I don't know if there's any clips on YouTube with that. I don't know.
Andy might have them. You never know.
Quite possibly. Everything's on YouTube.
Have we got any more questions or comments?
Hey there, guys. Just wondering, I'm a techie role. You may remember me from Liz Coggins' show in November last year. I'm just wondering, what do you guys prefer regards lighting, the old or the new lighting? That's from Joshua Fenton. Hey, Josh.
Oh, Josh, yeah. Liz Coggins, well, that's up north a bit. Do I prefer? I don't mind, as long as it's on. I don't mind. You know, it's sometimes I think
It's a good question, actually.
it is. I'm not the most technical person, but sometimes, you know, the old lighting desks where you could just have a lot of sliders and fade up and fade down. And sometimes now
Crossfader as well, yeah.
If for instance, if I'm directing a show or whatever and something goes wrong, it's so technical. You can't just go quick do that. You have to get your iPad, log in, and all. You know, they all move themselves and all that. And but I mean, they obviously the new stuff. I think the new stuff looks better. But there's something to be said for old manually operated stuff, isn't there?
Definitely.
For the sake of easiness, I would have to agree because I remember the Amdram Society here in my village where I'm currently isolating, we do a panto every February. Don't know about this year, but we'll get onto that in a bit. And we used to, I started doing it from the age of 10, but then I developed an interest in tech and everything else. And you're quite right. We had like a row on the top. And so you could like set it to, you know, number 3 on 6, number 8 on whatever. Make that go live, for want of a better word. But then the bottom set, while that scene is going on, that's a good 8-minute scene. You could prep the next one, cue it, and then either take one of the sliders down so it goes blackout, and then the other one the same way, or do them both at the same time and it crossfades. And I just found it so much easier. But now with everything, you know, it's DMX, it's LED. You can do so many more colors with just the one unit, which is nice. They built it into one unit, and obviously you don't get so hot under LED, and there's a better guarantee on it. But no, I have to agree with you in that respect. I mean, kudos to going to Panto World. They've got it when it comes to tech. They really have.
God, yeah.
Good. We've got
Bobo Roberts
comments coming through.
Bobo Roberts, were your parents in the business as well?
No, they weren't. But hello, Bobo. But that man that is just Bobo Roberts. His parents were in the business. They were the Robert Brothers Circus. Very, very famous circus family.
Okay.
Yes, and still very well respected. Working all over the world. Great family, the Roberts. But no, my family were not in the business. In fact, you know, my dad used to drive me around when I was a kid to go and see shows and such like. But it was a bit of a shock. I think they thought I'd grow out of it. That's what they said when I was a kid. They thought I'd grow out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when I grew up, I'd do something a proper job, you know. But no.
Brilliant. Can we get Jack's comment? I've just messaged Andy on the little chat there. Can we get Jack had a comment earlier, but I think there we go. It was a long comment.
Jack Simon, just wanted to say hi to Rolo. There you go. Thank you for making both mine and Jordan's childhood so fun. You were a massive inspiration to Jordan, and he wouldn't be the great entertainer he is today without you. Also, seeing you now as a big throwback to Searles Holiday Park. Crying emoji, good times, laughing emoji.
No,
there you go.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Nice
say
comment
everything.
from Jack.
How does it make you feel? Because I don't know about you. This is a question for both of you, really, Jordan. I'm not good at taking compliments. I don't know if that's just because of the way I am or whatever. But like, if I do my vocal show, someone comes and says, "Oh, that was brilliant," I'll just respond with, "Thank you." When you hear comments like that, obviously it makes you feel good. But are you good at taking?
Not really. I mean, I just think I'm just doing my job. You know, it's nice to know that. Obviously, you want people to have a good time, you want people to enjoy it. But
oh yeah, hi
it's
Jack.
nice
By the way,
when people say it. So, hi Jack. It's nice when you say you hear people say nice things, because sometimes people don't. They only have the negative, you know, to say, especially if you're asking them to write it on the form. But it is nice, and it is nice when I've seen people that have gone into the business. You know, I've seen that I've given a bit of advice for whatever my advice is. People have asked me bits and pieces, and I've given them a bit. And with my son and my daughter, I've given them a bit of advice if they want to take it or not. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But it is nice to pass on a little bit of knowledge. But I'm not really very good at taking compliment. You know, it's nice when you hear. I did a gig at Warner's on the Isle of Wight recently. My wife was with me, and when she sometimes listens to what the people are saying when they go out, and someone said, "What do you think? What do you think took Cabaret?" She said, "Well, it weren't as bad as I thought." And I think that's a lovely comment.
That was nicest comment.
Yeah,
brilliant.
I did a show once, and someone said to me, "Hey, that were all right, wasn't it?" I suggested I paid £5 for a show worse than that.
There you go. They're the nicest comments. But no, even when I was a kid, like we said earlier, I bought a little. I think it was like a Cabaret poster of you, and you signed it for me. That was massive. But compliments for me. I mean, I get some, but you just take them, don't you? But yeah,
it's very nice. It's very nice. Yeah,
it is. Yeah. We've had a few comments.
Good segue, actually. I'm sort of taken over, Jordan. I do apologise, but
no, go for it.
I wanted to talk about Panto, because this is something I'm massively big on. But we have got a question from Tim Willison. What was your first Panto? Good question to start.
Panto was Aladdin at the it's 1992, and it was at the Central Halls Theatre at Chatham in Kent for Montrose Productions. And it's quite a big thing, because have you ever been to a beautiful theatre? That is a lovely theatre, and it was full. Every show was packed, because the show was working. It was one of the first shows to have some Home and Away and Neighbours stars coming over, and this was in '92. Okay. And there was a character in Home and Away called Bobby. She was the headmaster's daughter. That's big stories, and she was a massive star, massive. Nicole Dixon, she was called.
Yeah.
And it was a great show, and but every day outside, you know, she used to have to walk through the street, people screaming, running after her, because I mean, that's a long time ago. Home and Away was massive. Everyone watched Home and Away.
Oh, it was, yeah.
Home and Away was massive. Yeah, it was great, lovely memories of that show. My wife was on it. She was working backstage as well. She was stage assistant AM at the time as well. We worked together. 1992. It doesn't sound like that long ago, does it?
No. I guess I remember 92, just about. But again, with Panto, I mean, I don't know which question to ask now. Yeah, we'll go with this one. Adult pantomimes. How do you feel about those?
Well, there's a
Bippo Ellis. Bippo Ellis is on Bippo's comedy channel. I've never seen a better comic. Hi, Bippo. Love him. Could you
just, if he does a follow-on comment to that, don't put it up if you wouldn't mind. I know what you're going to do.
That's
right. He's a great comic.
With adult pantomimes, He is. He's fantastic.
Lovely
Obviously,
man.
Jim Davidson, I would say, kind of invented
Yes.
the adult pantomime. If he didn't, then I apologise. But Cinderella was the first one. I haven't got my DVDs because I've left them in my van on park. But then he did Boobs in the Woods. Can I say that? I've just said it now. And then he did Cinderella 2. And now you see, like, local to me is the Wimborne Tivoli Theatre. I don't know if you've ever been there. It's a beautiful little theatre.
Yes. Yes, I played it.
They
Yeah.
do, the year last, they did one night where it was adults only. And it went down that well that they had to do it for 2 nights the next year because it was so popular demand. What's your opinion on adult pantos? Is it just a gimmick, or is it something that should be encouraged? Well, not encouraged, but maybe, looked into.
Well, if it is a gimmick and it works and it gets people in,
Oh yeah,
it's not my cup of tea personally. I
Fair enough.
I would ask if I'll do one, and I said no. It's because I think with me, when you're doing a family audience all the time, and then you go on stage and you're doing it, and you're just putting the swear words in and such like. I mean, a friend of mine produces top quality pantos, Tom Rolfe, and he does some adult shows, and they're very good, choreographed. Like a normal panto if it was. I don't mean that to be disparaging, but that's superb quality what he does, and they sell out. They pack the place out. So there's a market for it. So there's a market for it. It's like Blue Comics. I'd never do it, but when you see Charlie Brown or Jimmy Jones or someone filling the place, there's a place for everything. You know what I mean? I wouldn't put them down. It's not something I'd ever do. I wouldn't do it personally.
I mean, the Tivoli and Wimborne, they're a great example of they just put in. I think the whole show. It was first act was about an hour. The second act was about 45 minutes. With all that time, I think they said the F word 9 times. That was it throughout the entire show, which I thought fair enough. There was quite a few S's. There was no C's, whatever. But the good thing was they could reference to things like Brexit and all this kind of thing that kids may not necessarily get. Like, it's the example, like if you were to say wishy-washy, for example, does a trick and it goes wrong. In a family show, you might say, oh, well, you're no Dynamo, are you? Because everyone knows who Dynamo is. But in the adult show, they could say, well, you're no Paul Daniels, are you? Because kids might not necessarily get it. So it's the references. Again, that's why I love the Tivoli one, because they can put in those references. But I don't know if you've ever listened to the Panto podcast by Hayden Parker.
Do you know, I've not listened to a whole one. I've listened to bits, but I haven't really. I should,
brilliant.
But I haven't. No, I haven't.
There's a question he always asks people, and I want to put this to you because you've been in panto for a while. What would be your dream panto? You could be in it. You can be sitting in the audience watching it. You can choose the venue. You can choose the cast. You can choose the story. What would your dream panto be?
Cool. That's a bit of a different one. I wouldn't. I'd be in it. I'd be in it. I play Buttons is my favourite. And dear me, you have to give me a bit of time here. There's so many people in there.
Okay, that's fine. You can think about that. We can come back to that because we've got.
If he was still alive, Danny LaRue. Would play.
Brilliant.
Widow Frank. No, John Inman.
Yes.
Yeah. John Inman.
Brilliant. Okay, you can have a bit of a think about that question. Sorry, because we've got another one coming from Naomi Case. Hello, Naomi. What was your favourite part you performed within pantomime? I'm guessing you're normally the principal comic.
Yeah, I've always been comic. Although I have done some little pantos where I've done Dame, some touring pantos and such like. I've actually done some tours with a bloke called Gary Starr, who does little theatres and schools and such like. Yeah. And I've done Hook. I've done Dame. I've done I've done just about a Queen of Hearts. I've done everything, But my favourite part for panto is Buttons, really, because it's the best. It's the best one, and it's everyone's favourite panto, I think, Although I do like Dick Whittington because it hasn't been Disneyfied.
Mine's Aladdin, personally, but yeah.
Yeah. Aladdin, Wishy Washy's a good one if you get a good laundry scene,
I mean, Buttons it's been said to me by Steve Walls, who we've actually got coming on Tuesday.
Yeah.
He's always said if you play Buttons right, then, the audience should kind of feel he's kind of the link between what's happening on stage and the audience, but you should also feel sorry for him when Cinderella's not in love with him. Yeah. And if you get that right, that's kind of cool. I've only got 2 more questions, Jordan. Sorry, and then
No, go on, mate. You take it away.
Because obviously with everything that's happening at the minute, everything's up in the air. And so Cameron McIntosh has said theatres probably won't open until middle of next year, which is fine. But Brian Connolly came out the other day and said, yeah, Panto is probably going to be pushed back to February. And he's basically said it as like, this is going to happen. Now with social distancing and everything else, in all honesty, in your personal opinion, this is just your opinion, do you think Panto 2020 is going ahead, or do you think it's going to be February, or do you think it's maybe going to be later than that?
I don't know. I mean, if it is moved to February, that'd be great, you know. But I'm keeping optimistic that even if we don't get a summer season, we'll get Panto. That's what I'm hoping.
Let's hope so.
The thing is, you're not going to be able to social distance in the theatre, even if you have one person with 4 seats.
That's the thing, yeah.
You know, you've got to use the same toilets, you've got to use the same corridors, and some theatres are pokey little box offices and things. But I think we should all keep positive and think that Panto's going ahead in December. That's what I think.
Yeah,
I hope so.
I mean, we could do just a final one, little quick question. What's your favourite pantomime story?
Favourite what that's happened to me? Or actual pantomime story?
As in, my personal favourite is Aladdin, for example.
Well,
what's your favourite story?
I like, obviously, I think the nicest, the most magical one I think is probably Cinderella, because it's the story, it's the build, everyone knows it. I think the children know what to expect. But I like Dick Whittington if it's done well, because it's real life, it's British, you know. But yeah, probably Cinders is my favourite subject, I'd say.
Oh, Gary Starr's getting in the action.
Hello,
Gary. My favourite person to be on stage with so many stories, none we can air, sending much love in these crazy times. There you go, a message from Gary.
That's nice. Nice message.
And again, if you're watching this and you're enjoying what we're doing today, please like and share. That's me doing the logo. Like and share.
Of course, there's a lot of people watching on YouTube as well today.
Yep. And also, we have got a load of comments coming in. We do read all the comments. We may not necessarily get around to them, but we are doing our absolute damnedest. So please keep your comments coming in. I'm loving this. Jordan, I've been talking far too long. I'm going to shut up. Over to you.
More about Paddy knows more about pantomime than me, but just for a younger audience, people that would like to get into pantomime, what would you say to them? To the younger generation of people wanting to pursue it?
I'd say don't.
Don't.
To be fair, I don't think there's hardly enough work in it now for me, so get a proper job. I don't mean that. I think, you know, for people getting into it now, if get a skill, you know what I mean. Learn. Young people are very lucky because you've got YouTube and things like that. And my you know, I never had such things, so you had to go and buy a video or whatever. But you can watch, if you want to be a panto comic, you can go and watch on YouTube. You can watch it. It's there. Everything's there. And not to copy, but to look at and learn and get. You think, that might work. You know, little ideas. It's very. This is with technology. You're very lucky now to have things like YouTube. You can look up, you know, pantos, John Inman, Les Dawson, you know, people like that, Ken Goodwin,
legends.
It's there. You can look at it all, and I'm so lucky, really.
Brilliant. Because there was a thing a while back. I don't know if anyone remembers this. Expert Village, it was called. It was basically YouTube, but for learning stuff. So you had like professional chefs going on there. You had magician. That's kind of gone now. But anything you want. I mean, I do this quite a lot. If I'm in my caravan on park, I'm just like, I fancy making a beef stew tonight. How do I do that? Just beef stew recipe, YouTube, bang.
Yeah,
it's there. Sophie Rollinson says, "Where has been your favourite place to perform and why?" Ooh, good question.
That's my niece from Cornwall. That is my favourite.
Hello, Sophie.
How are you, Sophie? I don't really know. I mean, theatre-wise, I there's been some lovely theatres, really. I mean, I like Rotherham Civic Theatre. It's really old-fashioned, you know, and there's some. I mean, we did the Swansea, the Grand, when I did a tour with the Sooty a few years ago. Did the Grand at Swansea. My God, that's beautiful theatre, isn't it? You know, and I think I did Tivoli at Wimborne. That's a tiny little one with near the main street, isn't it? That was a nice little one. And you have to go right around the back to get any set in.
You
time,
do. There's a
isn't
little alleyway that you can walk down, and
That's
even better
it,
now,
yeah.
it's right opposite of Spoons. So
Oh,
yeah.
there we are. Yeah,
Chief Management.
I
you're
think,
sorted for after.
I did a load of pantos at a place in Peterborough called the Cresset, and I did probably like 7 years of panto there over the time, and it was like a sports hall, right? When I got there, I looked at it and I thought, oh my word, what is this? People were playing squash, and I thought, what have I done? What have I signed? So we went, had the reads through and everything, come back, and then the seats came out from the, the electric, you know what I mean? The seats come out and the curtains come out.
The bleachers,
amazing. Some places, and I think these places survive because they can be used when there's not shows on, because sometimes theatres, shows don't make a lot of money, you know what I mean? So places like that, multi-purpose places, they are maybe the future, because you can put anything in there, put craft fairs or concerts or dinner dances, you know what I mean? So I don't know. There's been so many places over the years, and then if I say something, I forget a place. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Which, going back to the panto thing, for a lot of theatres, it is their biggest earner of the year, because it's like a month of bums on the seats. Yeah. And there's not only that, you've got obviously drinks in the bar, you've got programs and everything else. So it may be, if what Brian Conley says is true, and we do have to wait till February next year, putting in a panto is not necessarily a bad idea, because a lot of people say, well, who wants panto in February? You know what? If it's going to help the economy of theatres, maybe that's the way to go.
Well, I did a panto last February. I did panto at Billingham Forum last February. Goldilocks and Three Bears. That's a beautiful theatre. That's a lovely theatre. For Tom Roth Productions. Fantastic show. But that's February. You wouldn't know it's February. It doesn't matter, really. Yeah. As long as, if it gets children out.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, look at that.
If you get children
he's a bear with brown fuzzy hair.
That's me and my son at Lincolnshire Wildlife Park. We were doing
you can see that's your son. You do look so alike.
That ties in quite well, doesn't it?
Yeah. We were doing a monkey magic show for Gary Stark, who was on here earlier, at Lincolnshire Wildlife Park outside. I work all the glamorous venues. We were working on a trailer, little hay bales around, etc. But it's lovely. Yeah, that's a great place, Lincolnshire Wildlife Park.
Are you on TikTok, Sean?
No.
Because I said this at the beginning. It's Jessica_Kate. She's one of the keepers there, and obviously within lockdown, animals still need looking after. So she's been taken to TikTok to do videos. Absolutely brilliant. Follow her. Susan Humphreys. Hi, Sean. What would you have been if you hadn't been an entertainer and things hadn't worked out on stage? Love, Mrs. Winkle.
Well, I'll tell you what that means. That Susan Humphreys, her late husband was one of the best cabaret acts in the business. Comedy, does all musical, instrumental. Played all these instruments, and he played a penny whistle up his nose and everything. Google him, Dick Van Winkle, great act. Done all the major theatres, tours, great act. So hello, Susan. Sorry, I'm going off there. What was
that? Right.
What would I be? Oh, if I wasn't in pantomime.
If you weren't an entertainer, what would you have done? If you were not upon the stage, something else you'd like to be. If you were not upon the stage,
I think I'd have probably been a model, to be honest.
I reckon you'd have done very well. And this would be your
song. You'd sing it all day long. Go on.
No, I don't know. I haven't got a clue.
But loads of comments coming in. Absolutely.
I've never had a job. You know what I mean? A real job. So I don't know. I've not got any skill as far as it goes. Like painting or maybe a van driver. Be quite nice. No, don't need to talk to anybody all day.
Another comment from Megan.
What is the funniest memory you have that involved having a member of the audience take part in an act?
Oh dear. Over the years, there's been so many, but I don't know if you can repeat a lot of it. I'll tell you when I did at Searles, actually, where George used to come. I used to do this Tarzan and Jane thing. I think we still do it now. But
yeah, we do.
I used to do a fake fall, so the woman fell on top of me. But it looked real, obviously. But I was watching You've Been Framed, and there it was on there, and it's been on about 4 or 5 times.
Amazing.
But, I mean, I've had children say things, inappropriate things, which they don't mean, on stage over the years. And oh my word, I've had some things.
Which is the story that I said. Sorry, the story I said the other day. This was at Colgate Hall, which is I was the Ents manager there last year, which Jordan's there now. I was doing a game show, and I always interview the grown-ups: name, location, what you do for a living. And it was, I can't remember his name, but let's say his name was Charlie. Like, where are you from? Manchester. What do you do? He said, I'm a courier. Yeah. I was like, oh, okay. What's the strangest or weirdest thing you've ever had to deliver? And his 10-year-old son from the back of the room just went, me. Like that.
That's good. Yeah.
I normally you'd have a comeback for this sort of thing, but I was just like thinking. I haven't. I went up to his kid, just shook his hand, and was like, "Well done, mate. You've made me look right."
Very good.
Brilliant.
Very good.
Brilliant.
Very good.
Obviously,
you just can't get out of it.
We'll have a little look around at your pictures, if that's all right with you. And we've got loads more comments coming through. But just wanted to touch on the ribbon you've got. We were talking about it the other day. Was it the water rats you called it?
The water rats,
yeah. I'm a member of what's called the Grand Order of Water Rats, which is it's an entertainment fraternity. We're all sort of brothers in it, as it were. And we just meet up at the head office in London at the lodge room, and we have a chat, and we talk about the business, and then we raise money for charity over the years. Thousands of different charities and thousands of
excellent.
Good
and it's a great tradition. It started actually. I don't know if you're interested. So I tell you, is this going to bore you or?
Yeah.
No, carry
on. A group of musical performers in 1889. An old musical performer called Joe Alvin and Jack Lotto and a couple of others. They bought this as payment for a show. They got a horse, a pony, and they called it Magpie. So they used to say, "What are we going to do this?" So they had it in the East End of London. They kept it in a yard, and they used to walk it to venues, and they used to walk it around, and they raced it, and they won money. But instead of keeping the money, because one of them was quite religious, didn't think it's right for gambling. So what we'll do, we'll keep the money, and we'll use it for people less fortunate than ourselves. We'll put it into a fund. And they said, well, we'll make a little group. What do we call it? Anyway, they were thinking of it. And one night they were walking it back through the streets of London, and this bloke shouted out, "Boy, what's that you got there, mate? This is Magpie, my pony, trotting pony." It says Magpie, looks more like a drowned rat. So they thought, so that's where the name comes from. So they thought, what they do, they got this group together called the Water Rats, and for entertainers, and it originally was to help other entertainers, but since it's grown. And rats, if you write it down, if you read it backward, it says star. And a water rat is a type of vole, and a vole is an anagram of love. So it's a sort of a nice. It all fits in.
That's really cool.
You know? Yeah, and
there's a few celebrity members, is there not?
Oh yeah, loads. Yeah, I mean, it started all them years ago. There's been people over the years like Tommy Cooper, and there he is, Danny. Look. Tommy Cooper and Les Dawson and Norman Collier and
all the greats,
all the wonderful stars. You know,
Steve Hewlett, right there. There you go.
Steve.
Joe Pasquale, isn't he?
Yeah. Joe Pasquale, was a past king, and Ken Dodd and people like that. But at the minute, our King Rat is a great comic, Dougie Brown, who there's not much happening this year, obviously, unfortunately, but he's our king. And just before that, Nicholas Parsons was our King Rat, who sadly passed away, you know. But it's amazing. When I first joined, you know, and you go into the lodge room and you look around, there's pictures of Bud Flanagan and Dan Leno and Little Titch, Charlie Chaplin as a water rat, you know, and Lauren Hardy.
No way.
Yeah. Amazing, really. Yeah.
Brilliant. Good for you.
The first King Rat, when they got it, was a man called Harry Freeman. He used to write musical songs. And then in 1891, Dan Leno became King Rat of the Water Rats. And anyone who knows pantomime, Dan Leno was like a megastar in pantomime, you know, as a dame and such like. So to be a water rat for me, it's like, I'm probably the only person I've never heard of. Do you know what I mean?
We've heard of you. We've definitely heard of you. Brilliant.
Oh,
it's great.
And
but you say you've raised a lot of money for charity, which is, I mean, brilliant. Again, we're kind of doing the same thing here with Podcast 96. We support the Mental Health Foundation just because, obviously, being entertainers, in our industry, it's probably one of the biggest issues that we face. Not necessarily all of us, but some people. There it is, the Mental Health Foundation. It's a good thing to talk about, and just, it's okay not to be okay. And especially with this going on, there it is, mentalhealth.org.uk. Check them out if you're having any problems or anything. If you're watching this, go and check them out. If not, just check them out anyway. Jordan, I'm going to have to pass over to you because I need to pay a visit to the little boys' room, but I'll be back in a
Not a problem. But yeah, the mental health was very much, we went with that because we started this podcast because although, some people might be together with their families, a lot of people are feeling quite lonely and vulnerable. So we thought if we can make an escape for some people to come on and talk about the things they're passionate about, like yourself, that's what we wanted to do. So that's why we went with mental health.
Yeah, it's a great channel. It's good that people are talking about it more now. With with like William and Harry, when they spoke out, royals don't usually speak out. When they started speaking out, and then people, sports stars, and then people say, "Oh, it's not just don't make it," because a lot of, especially men, they say, "Oh, they don't talk about the feelings, do they?" You know what I mean? It can only be a good thing. Well done, mate. Well done, Jordan. It's good.
Yeah,
it's great.
thank you. We got a comment from Sophie Rollerson again. Your career highlights so far?
Well,
tricky one. Good question.
It is a tricky one. Yeah, it is tricky. I mean, there's been such nice things. It's nice when I did, some of the big theatres like the Swansea Grand and places. I did the Echo Arena at Liverpool, and watching that was amazing. But then to do panto and work with old pros, that's what I like. When I did panto years ago with Wee Willie Harris, and he was a star in the 50s. He was old in the 50s. He's still alive. I don't know how. But, to work with people like that, and it's when you chat backstage and you realise, my goodness, these people have been around. They've done it all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but, definitely.
I mean, I love working pantomime. It's fantastic, and some of the highlights. Actually, there's a couple of highlights that are not my career, but my kids' career. I loved it. My daughter was at. There's two places I always wanted to work. As a circus, I love circus. I always wanted to work at the Hippodrome at Great Yarmouth. I don't know if you ever get the chance to go, anyone. It's amazing. My daughter worked at the Hippodrome at Great Yarmouth. It was amazing. And my son was booked to do. He's a juggler. He was booked to do a show at Leeds City Varieties. And if you ever get a chance, have you been to Leeds City Varieties? My God, the history is coming out of the walls. Do you know what I mean? It's that's where they did, of course, Good Old Days, and Tommy, my son, was in the dressing room, and like people like Tommy Cooper and Bernie Clifton and all the legends have been in that dressing room, and it's an amazing place. But I don't know, maybe my highlights yet to come. I've done some lovely variety shows. I did a lovely show not that long ago, a tour with Tom Rolfe put it together. I've got it here. It's called the Variety Emporium. Here we are. There's John Archer and Andrew Van Buren. Andrew Van Buren's his family goes back. Where are we? There we are.
Excellent.
His dad, Andrew Van Buren's dad, was the first act. He did a very famous disappearing motorcycle. So someone on the motorbike went into the box, and this is in open air. Made it disappear, and his dad worked with Walt Disney and people like that. And when I met Andrew Van Buren's dad, he was telling stories. I only popped in for to meet up for an hour. We were there till like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Wow,
the stories. Yeah, and you would think this cannot be true. Some of the old pros, the stories they've got, it's just wonderful. It really is. It's a nice business to be in, Jordan.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely is. And I've loved every minute. We've got some more comments. We've got loads more comments. I'll wait for Paddy to come back as well. But just switching gear a little bit, going back to entertainment, I don't know if it was intentional or not. When I watched you, what I took from that with my entertainment now, working for Park Holidays, when you're working with kids, I very much get on their maturity level. I remember when you used to be on the microphone and you used to take a few deep breaths, and then you'd let out a massive burp, and all the kids would be in hysterics. And And I took that from you. I don't know if it was, but to get on the kids' maturity level when you're entertaining, I think is definitely key. I think you've got them.
Absolutely.
You've got them engaged once you can do that. And that's something you did very well. So.
Well, I always say when you're with kids, doing a kids show or kids party or doing a song sheet, a panto, some people say, "Oh, you should go down to the kids level," but I do. I go down like that, but I don't go down to their level. I bring them up to my level. I talk.
Yeah.
To, when some people, "Oh, hello, how are you?" and talk to me, they're not dim. There's nothing. They're just younger. They're younger adults, really, aren't they? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
But
Exactly.
I always, if I have when I do the song sheet, I always get the techies to kill my mic, my lav mic, and I always have a mic because you can feed them. You know what I mean? So what do you like to do? And if they say, I'd like to be a teacher. Oh, well, what would you like to teach? I go, children. So I feed them the line. Where you're from? England. You can feed them the lines. You know what I mean? So so it makes them funny. So you give them the funny line.
Definitely.
To get a good laugh. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter who has the funny line.
Bippo's got a question there. Bippo Ellis again, fantastic performer. Bippo's comedy channel, I'm guessing that's a thing on YouTube. Go and have a look. Bippo is fantastic. Ask him about David Burton's sock story.
Now,
Rolo, what is David Burton's sock story?
Now, the thing is, with Bippo, he knows certain things you're not meant to put in the public domain.
Okay, good.
Actually, I'll be having a word with Bippo about this. But actually, when we're finished, I'll tell you David Burton's sock story. David Burton is an actor who's been around for years. He's done so many pampers. He's like more of a proper actor, not like me. But his dad was a panto dame, But he's got such a love for variety and such. Like, even though he's a respected actor, a lot of actors look down on variety and turns and kids entertainers and things. David Burton is I don't know how old he is now. Must be. I think he's about 105 or something. But he's so young in his mind. He's the last person awake at night, drinking wine and all that, and chatting. Such a lovely, lovely man. If you ever do a podcast, he'd be great to talk to, David Burton. I think he's done one for the Panto podcast. I think he's done one. Great. He's done loads of years.
I think he has actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Great. He's a great chap. Yeah.
Just on that, we've got. Sorry, mate. We've got loads of comments of people coming in from entertainment backgrounds. So if anyone is interested in coming on and doing a podcast, don't hesitate to get in touch. Message at Podcast 96. Let us know, and we'll have you on. We're more than happy. More comments coming through.
I think he might be fishing here. Who's Rolo's favourite clown?
Wow, funny! It's amazing that Bippo asked me who my favourite clown was. And there is Bippo. My favourite clown.
There you go.
Is probably Bippo is a good clown. Everyone knows that, and he knows he's good, which is why he doesn't mind people having a joke. Because you can't argue. He's a fantastic clown. But I go back in time. I mentioned Jimmy Scott. He was my all-time favourite clown, I think. But there was a group. Google, what do you call it? YouTube, and the Rastellis, musical clowns, Italian family.
Yes,
stunning. Or of course, Charlie Caroli. If you want a good slosh routine, you can do a lot worse than go and get some ideas for Charlie Caroli. So,
absolutely.
It's just superb. It's like a ballet. It's just everything's timed. He had a great straight man called Jimmy Buchanan who basically never said anything, but he had such a droll face. And he was skinny and thin, and he never moved a muscle. But Charlie Crowley could pull his face or pull his nose and poke him. It was genius and way ahead of its time. Charlie Crowley, way ahead of his time. Brilliant. And of course, Bippo.
Yes.
Of course, yeah.
We just had the post put on there. Again, if you're watching, we have got loads of comments coming through, so thank you for those. We will try and get through all of them. We've probably only got about 20 minutes left, so this is your last chance to get some comments in. Jordan, should we just go through the questions that people are asking? This might be a better way to go.
Yeah, ask this one, and that can segue into a question I've got.
Let's do that.
This one was nice.
JWS World, whatever that is. What is your favourite holiday venue to work at other than Norton Grange?
Oh, that's difficult because Norton Grange is wonderful. To be fair, nowadays, you see, my favourite venue, non-theatre venue, are the Warner hotels are really top quality sound and lights, and everyone I've been to. Norton Grange is superb. They're all good, all the Warner hotels. If any cabarets work there, they treat you so well. The lighting's good, the dressing room's good. The audience are an older audience, and it's like working a ship. You know, they're there and they're wanting to be entertained. And I've never done a bad gig at Warner's, even when I thought there's no one in. They just work it right. You know, the compare walls right. The band plays before live band. It's just everyone's in a good mood, and if that's the case, you're on a winner, aren't you? Even, you know what I mean? Yeah,
definitely. We just had a question from Gary there, but going back, holiday parks. Obviously, I wanted to know and intrigued about how did you find Sells when you were there? Because obviously that's what I knew you from growing up. You were at Sells. Did you enjoy Sells? What was that like working there?
Yeah, it was great. When I worked there, Richard Sells was alive. He's passed away now, and his sons have took over. Yeah, and he was a great. His dad started the business, so he was very hands-on. You know what I mean? He knew everything. You could see him digging the holes in and planting plants. And I mean, once I saw him and the owner of the place with his arm down a drain, unblocking drains. You know what I mean? He knew the business. He could do everything.
Dedication.
And he had a lot of respect for entertainment. You know, we had one year we had Norman Collier there every other week, and Richard Sells, who owns the place, came to me and said, "Could I come? Would it be okay if I came backstage and met Norman Collier?" Now, that's a lot. That's nice, respectful. You know, I got on very well there. We had a great team, and the good thing I did 14 seasons there. You know, with a little gap in between, but 14 seasons.
Wow.
And really, my wife used to book the team in and write the shows and all that, etc. And we had the same handful of people. We never had any fallouts with any of the team. They all stayed at least one season. You know, we never had any problems. It's very, very friendly, really, really friendly place. And we managed to then bring it up to. We had some great, I don't know if you remember, John, we had people like the Star Cabarets. We had the Fortunes and the Dreamers and Ivy League. And we had Keith Harris and Norman Collier, Brother Lees, Duncan Mulvall, you know, Jimmy James, Edwin Starr. Some great acts there, you know, over the years.
Brilliant.
But you can be at a place for a long time. And so we sort of, I think Richard wanted a change. We wanted a change, so we moved, and here we are, still doing the same old rubbish, but just different places.
I still remember I saw Keith Harris. I was lucky enough to see him when I was working at Butlins. It was an adult weekend, and I had the afternoon off, and he was doing a 2:30 show in the afternoon. I thought, well, there's worse ways to spend your afternoon off, and went and saw the show, but it was his blues set, which I didn't realise he did. And I was a bit late because I was having lunch, and I walked in, and it was Cuddles the Monkey. He'd just done that, put him in this box.
Yeah.
And then the audience were going mental. It was like, "Don't clap, save it for the king duck," like this.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Gary Tustin just asked, do you guys have an affinity to an old park?
An affinity to an old park?
Fond memories, maybe?
Fond memories?
Well, a park you'd like to go back to?
I Sells is nice. Yeah, I don't know if I wouldn't really want to do a whole season at a holiday park again, you know. I enjoy travelling around in bits and pieces, but there's been lots of old parks I like. You know, I really liked. I used to do a lot of cabaret. I didn't do a summer season there, but I did a lot of cabaret down at Hemsby. You know, they were nice. What were they? They were Richardson's. They were nice places to work. But Sells is my main one. I did full-time summer seasons. Apart from that, Caister, of course, at Great Yarmouth. Have you ever been there? It's huge. I think that's a Haven now. That was a night. I had a lot of good memories at Haven at Caister, Great Yarmouth, huge place, huge ballrooms, well, they was called ballrooms. And it's 3 venues. Each venue had a different live band. You know, we had big acts in. Eric Delaney's big band was in there, and people like that. Oh, great places, you know. But as I say now, I don't know if they have got any resident bands in the Haven Parks. I don't know, but time moves on, doesn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
indeed.
A silly question
you,
I had
Jordan?
from. Oh, go on.
Sorry, just to go back on Gary's question. What about you, Jordan? Any part you've got an affinity with?
I mean,
Working out or going on holiday either?
I mean, holiday will be sales, because my granddad was an owner there when I was little, and we went there most weekends really. And I was going to ask, did you ever work during the day as well? Because I always saw you at night. I used to think you lived backstage with Sydney when I was little. I thought you lived backstage. And it's like, oh, I see Rollo at night, but I never see him in the day. And
I did. I think when we first went, I did work in the daytime doing some stuff. I always like to go in and do some stuff in the daytime.
Yeah.
But in the daytime mainly, my wife, because my daughter Lucy, she was very young then, so I was very lucky because I could spend time with Lucy, my daughter, in the daytime.
Yeah.
I could go to work in the evening, and then it's nice because we could both, you know, my wife and I, between us, could spend time with the children. You know what I mean? So I mainly did the night times. Although I used to go in and do a quiz or, you know, a funny keep fit or whatever, and such like. But not so much. Mainly the evenings. But in the daytime, I used to, you know, a lot of. I was always there getting ready, really. You know.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But yeah, to answer your question, Paddy, it was very much sales, because that's where we used to go, and used to just go and see Rollo. But for parks I've worked at, Harlin Sands will always have a place, because that's where I started, and although it was a private company, without them I wouldn't have got to where I am today, entertainment manager. But no, everyone's got to start somewhere. We've got more questions coming in.
I think so. I'm just going to fill in quickly. For me, I'd say it'd be Holborn Bashley. Dave Horton, who worked with us last year, he's now back as manager there. I've had many managers over the years that I've worked under, but Christy, who was my manager there, I learned so much from her. She was one of them, like, because we've all got paperwork and stuff to do and admin and stuff. She used to get it all out the way on Sunday Night Cab. Other than that, she'd be in there doing everything else with us. Andrew Van Buren, any advice on how I can get into showbiz?
Don't take any notes of that comment. Andrew Van Buren, I tell you, if you have a podcast, this is the man I was talking about earlier. You know what I mean? That's been in the business.
Come on, we'll try and get him on. Anybody of us watching, give the podcast page a message, and we will more than happily have you on.
Touch. Private message.
Great. He's one of the great entertainers, Andrew Van Buren. Really great.
Lucy Rolls-Rollison, favourite memory on the circus?
Well, lots of things on the circus. I used to do an act years ago, 88. I used to do a thing called the Walk of Death with an elephant. And I used to lay down.
Ooh.
And this elephant used to walk over me. You know, it's a big drum roll. He used to put his foot like,
what?
You know. Anyway, so I was laying there, and you can't really move. Once it took his first step, his foot sort of ends here, you know, there. So anyway, I was there, and then I looked him around, and I could see that he was standing still. And I looked to the front, and David Chipperfield, the elephant trainer, was just giggling to himself. And then I saw the tail lift up a little bit, and then I saw like it widening, and suddenly, bang! And there it was, a big lump, followed by 2 more lumps, and it was packed. It's a packed audience, and I was there.
Wow!
And it was steam coming up from my chest.
Oh my god!
That sticks.
How many people can say that's happened to them? Yeah.
That is crazy. Oh my god. Tim Willison, who are your inspirations?
Well, really, I mean, when I was a clown, people like old times like Peter Sandow and Jacko Fawcett, people like that, Jimmy Scott. But for comedy wise, you know, and a lot of when I first did comedy suppose maybe Bernie Clifton, people like that.
Yes.
Freddie Starr, Freddie Starr was great. Barrymore, Barrymore's one of the greatest entertainers we produced in this country.
Oh, definitely.
And then, of course, Doddy, Tommy Cooper, people like that.
Yes.
I like a lot of the old comics. Really, that's
Same.
Yeah, I do like some of the new, like Milton Jones or Stuart Francis, people like that. Lee Mack.
Joe Lycett. Joe Lycett's one of my favourites. Lee Mack, amazing.
Oh, I love Lee Mack. Yeah, I like Joe Lycett. Yeah, great style and great Joe Lycett. But I prefer to watch the older ones, really.
He's also got a show. I think it's on Channel 4. Joe Lycett's Got Your Back, which is essentially like a watchdog consumer type show. If you haven't seen that, check it out. Sophie Rollison. The most challenging aspects of working within the entertainment industry. Good question, Sophie.
Well, it's the same really forever, and it always has been. It's getting the work, keeping the work coming in, and that's the most challenging thing, and also not letting it down. The show must go on type thing. It's still the same. You've got to be there, haven't you? You can't be late for a show. You can't not turn up for a show, and sometimes it's difficult to get there. But the most difficult thing really is getting the work in, I think, and then being, because places change quickly. They go from having a cabaret and a singer and a live band, and then it changes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not as challenging as when I did work in men's clubs. To be fair with you, I mean they are a challenge.
I've heard they are. Yeah.
On holiday parks, it's a 24/7 show, really, isn't it? As soon as you leave your accommodation, you've got to have that mask on. But whether you're tired or you're down on mid-season blues, you've got to go in with a happy face, and you've got to perform to the best of your ability, whether it be a morning activity or a full-on cabaret. You've got to give it 100%.
Yeah.
Good question.
I've heard so many comedians say that working men's clubs are like the School of Hard Knocks.
Oh.
Like when I did my first Panto tour a while back, found out we were going to one of these venues, and I was like, I've heard so many comedians like say this is, even the big ones like Jim Davidson, Lee Evans, and all this sort of thing. And thankfully, because it was a Panto, it was more for the kids and it was a family affair.
Yeah.
Than anything else. Maria Wainwright, sorry to cut you off there, Bippo. No, you're not Bippo. You're Robo. Maria Wainwright, sorry, says, Sean sang the Under the Sea song. Can you sing it, please, again, as it reminds of our times at Searles, the good old days? Maybe just a couple of lines. Right.
I used to. I don't know if you saw this show, but my wife put together a Disney show there, and we had it opened. A big seashell opened on stage, and one of our girls, Jamie, she was dressed as a little mermaid. She sang Under the Sea. What is it? Nice. Isn't it sweet? That one. And then I came in, the keyboard player, dressed in as Sebastian the Crab.
Brilliant.
And we made it, if you imagine me with a red lycra catsuit on with a red hood, and the main body was made of the lid of a red lid from a wheelie bin cut out onto the back. And it's very technical, yeah. And I had
I wish we had a picture of this.
Yeah. Well, I wish I did have a picture of it. I must have it somewhere. But it's the and I used to sing Under the Sea, Under the Sea. Darling, it's better. Don't worry, it's wetter. Take it from me. That one.
Mm-hmm.
I can't sing all of it. I can't sing.
Love it.
That's fine. Phil Page, hi, Rolo. Thank you for
man.
being a huge part of my childhood and being such an inspiration for so many. And thank you for all the hilarious memories. Love, Kev, Michael, and Phil Page. That's lovely.
Nice to get a comment from Phil as well. Hi, Phil.
Thank you, Phil.
Absolutely.
Phil from I think he's from Stamford. I think Phil come from. And Kev.
Yeah, he's in the same company as me and Paddy now with Park Holidays. I believe he's at Marley. He's an entertainer. If I'm right.
Yes.
Yeah. He's a good lad.
Bobo Roberts, any funny stories of working with Kenny Cantor?
I don't know if you ever heard. Kenny Cantor is passed away now. He'd been in the business for years, generations and generations and generations. Probably 6 generations. But he wore glasses literally this big. They were massive, and they were that thick, big
like
red
Dennis
glasses,
Taylor.
Yeah. Oh, bigger. and he used to say, "Hello, darling," when he spoke. And he was not a wallflower, was Kenny. He was not a wallflower. You knew he was in the room, you know. But this isn't really for working with him. But when the kids were little, we were at Disneyland Paris, you see. And this is something that can only happen to children who've been brought up in the entertainment business, right? We used to walk from the hotel along by the lake every day.
Yep.
And he used to play a game, you know, and they said, "Oh, who can you see?" My youngest was very little. He said, "Can you see? I can see Donald Duck. Oh, can you see? Who can you see?" And he said, "Oh, I can see Mickey Mouse." You know. Anyway, one day he was coming and say, "Who can you see?" And he went, "Guess who I can see, Dad? Who is it? Is it Mickey Mouse? No. Is it Donald Duck? No. Who is it?" He went, "It's Kenny Cantor." I went, "What? Kenny Cantor?" And all of a sudden we saw these red glasses. He went, "Hello, darling." It's Kenny Cantor, this comic, in Disneyland. And I'm thinking, there's not many kids from normal backgrounds that would happen to. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
That's amazing.
This is brilliant. I don't know if we can maybe have a little look at some of the pictures, if you don't mind, but on your wall.
On the wall, yeah.
There's loads. And then, of course, we'll have look at some pictures of yours as well.
Oh. Well, that's me and Darren. That's me and Mark and Sooty. That's Darren Day. That's in Peter Pan, obviously. That's
brilliant.
Worthing, probably Worthing. That's in. I'll tell you that is. That's a cake routine. With the Ugly Sisters, baking a cake for Cinderella at Rotherham, I think. Rotherham Civic.
Nice.
That's me. Now that's Bobo Roberts, who was on earlier. Bobo is a clown, and also he's got. Can you see? He's got the rat emblem on his lapel there. I'm pointing at his emblem, and he's pointing at mine. He's a Brother Water rat as well.
Ah, brilliant.
Ah, okay.
That's me in Snow White juggling knives. Yeah. Ah, well, that's a nice lineup of people here. That's from with a red jacket. That's Steve Barclay, the one with the red jacket. A great, does old time musical, great comedian. Actually, to be fair, he gave me a lot of advice over the years. Steve, he's very generous with comics and such like. Gives a lot of advice. He worked with he toured with Danny LaRue for, I don't know, 10 years, more than that, 12, 15 years. Did loads of old time stuff. David Capri is next to him, fantastic singer, Vegas and all that. And then there's Alison and Andrew. That's Andrew Van Buren and his wife Alison there, and they were doing. I think they're doing plate spinning act on that show. Then there's Steve Galler with the big banjo, brilliant entertainer. And then there's me, and that's Katie Ickeringgill. She was a singer on the show there, but now she's one of the entertainment managers for Warner's.
Oh, nice.
And then on the end, that's his name's John. He was the pianist on the show. And then a couple of the girls, the one on the front with the brown hair and the jacket, that's my daughter. And then the other three from the dance school there. That was at a show near Cromer in Norfolk for the Rats.
Okay.
That's nice.
Oh, that's my son, Tommy. He's a juggler.
You two look so alike. You really
insane.
do.
I can't think where that is. That's backstage somewhere. I don't know.
You two look very similar.
Now, that was one of my clown partners, Jeff. His name was Jeff J. His clown name was Russell Sprout. And that was on Circus Fiesta, probably 87, 88. He's no longer with us, but he did a great act. He did a great clown, knife thrower, did a good aerial act, cradle act, Wheel of Death, did a bit of everything, juggler. Yeah.
Lovely.
Good friend.
Oh, wow.
That's David Carl, a great singer and entertainer. The girl behind called Jodie. She was playing Jack. This is Jack and the Beanstalk. And that's John Altman, of course. Oh, there we are. John Altman.
There you go.
Played Nick. Because I was called Reggie.
No,
I was called Regimental in them days. I was called Lola. Then I developed when I did stand up, I was called Regimental for a good 10 or 15 years. That was a lovely show. That's Peter Pan. Yeah, Peter Pan with Nana dog. Beautiful.
Lovely.
That's my
sweet.
That's sweet. That was doing an escapology routine at Scarborough Open Theatre. That was, I'll tell you. Yeah, and it was the things you do to make a living.
Absolutely.
That was at
the face mask.
Face mask, yeah.
Love that.
that was at Doncaster cast, and that's Cinderella, obviously. Then that's a show I did for Steve Barclay. That was for the Max Miller Appreciation Society. That was at the Dome Theatre at Brighton, quite a few years ago. Actually.
Very handsome, if I may say, love.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah. Oh, that's at Searles. That's me doing kids entertainment at Searles. God,
Amazing.
Blimey. That's there we are. That in the front. That's Kev Orkian, brilliant comedy. He did Britain's
And
Got
Steve
Talent.
Hewlett again. There you go.
Steve Hewlett, Andrew Van Buren, and myself. That's at the Alden Theatre backstage. All those four were all water rats in that picture.
Brilliant.
Yeah, lovely.
Garrett
Nice
asked him,
memory.
Oh, okay.
you do Britain's Got Talent.
I don't think so, no, because I don't think my style of comedy would work, and I don't think it'd be. I don't think they would edit it kindly for someone doing traditional comedy. Do you know what I mean? I don't think it would work. To be fair.
But there was, I don't know if you watched it the weekend, there was the comedian got the golden buzzer.
No, I didn't know. But I don't know if
Nah.
it'd be, someone telling gags.
I forget his name, but
Old school. I don't think. I think they would.
I mean, because I watched it today, and he was very close to Delisa Japonda, who was on I think 3 or 4 years ago, who got the golden buzzer as well. Hilarious.
Yeah.
Because he was Malawian, so he took a bit of a mixtape out of that. And this guy, I forget his name, but he was absolutely fantastic. I mean, BGT, it's kind of, it can go one way or the other, can't it?
Yeah. It's good to that. Oh, there he is. There is the legend, Bernie Clifton.
There you go.
The nicest man in show business. What a legend! Such a comedy mind that man's got. A lovely, lovely man. Lovely man.
Nice.
Great. Oh, I don't know.
Good. We got any more?
Now that in the middle, that's on the left. That's Peter Morton. He was in Grange Hill years ago. Played a character called Wayne, and that's Dora
Nice.
Bryan, the beautiful Dora Bryan in the middle. I mean, she was a legend. Carry On films and plays.
Fabulous. Yes.
She was she was a legendary. She's very forgetful, was Dora. Very forgetful. Seriously forgetful, and she played a forgetful fairy in a pantomime. But
wasn't she in the first one, Carry On Sergeant?
Yes, she was. Yeah, with Bob Monkhouse, I
As
think.
Dora. Yeah.
Yes, and she was so ditzy.
There you go.
Yeah.
My knowledge of Carry On films should not be a thing. It's my superhuman power.
Is it? Oh, that's the tour I did with Barney Harwood, actually. That's
there you go.
Sapphire. She used to be in Emmerdale. Lovely girl. She was Dorothy. That's me as Tin Man, obviously. Great show, yeah. There you are, Buttons riding my bike.
On a little bike.
That's a nice car. That was for shows.
That's Buttons just winning the lottery. Yes.
Yeah. That's
Change bag, excellent routine.
Yeah. Probably Jordan would have seen me do exactly the same routine 20 years ago. So, yeah, Snow White. Yeah, Snow White.
Oh,
That's
that
for
license
Shone.
pretty decent.
Yes, very good. He does. That was for Shone Productions. James Shone. He does
Wow.
very, very, very good lighting and sound and good quality show. Yeah, good, nice production of show. He does very good. That's
Punch
my
and Judy, classic.
Yeah. Now that obviously that's me playing Buttons, and that's my daughter playing Cinderella.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Blackfriars Theatre. It was nice. Yeah, we got to see each other at Christmas. We could work together. It's really nice working with each other, and they wrote the script so it wasn't awkward. You know what I mean? It was quite nice.
Yeah.
They wrote it especially for us, but it's really nice working with my daughter because you don't get the chance. You know what I mean? In this business a lot. But that was at Boston at Blackfriars Theatre a couple of years ago, 3 years ago. Very nice. But Tony Pierce Productions. Tony Pierce is a good old school panto producer. Great chap he is. Yeah. Nice memories there.
I mean, we've been going for about an hour and a half. It's probably time to wrap it up.
I think you might be right. My goodness me, it's gone fast, hasn't it?
Yeah,
you know what? Before we go, I'd say one more question from me, one more question from you, Jordan. I know you're obviously a big fan of rodoentertainer.co.uk. There you go. Facebook.com/rodoentertainment. That's the plugs.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff. Anybody wanting to get into the industry, be it holiday parks, be it clowns, be it circuit, be it whatever, what would your advice be?
Well, if you want to get into it, I think go and watch as much entertainment as you can, soak it in. And I personally think in the summer, a great place to start for anyone. It doesn't matter what you want to do, whether you want to be a cabaret or a singer or a special act. You can't go wrong by going to work at a decent holiday park. You know.
Thank you.
You learn how to deal with the general public. You'll learn how to deal with late nights and early mornings. You'll learn how to, act on your feet. You know what I mean? You've got to, if something goes wrong, you've got people waiting there for their. It doesn't matter if it's Skittles or if it's a show. It's part of the people's entertainment, and it's very important. Paid. And they save up all year for this week or 2 weeks, wherever, and it's very important, especially for children. It's got to be right, And I think if anyone wants to get in the business, especially if you want to go into pantomime in the future and such, like holiday parks, is not a bad place to start, really. Very good.
Definitely. Before we do go, if you've got any other messages for Rolo, then get them in now. Bye messages maybe or something like that. Again, don't forget to like and share this page. Jordan, go on, mate.
I haven't really got a question. Just a massive thank you, really. Just being a big part of my childhood, and obviously I do what I do now because of sales and growing up there. So keep doing what you're doing.
Cheers, Jordan.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me on. It's been nice to have a chat.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
It's been an honor,
so excited for it, honestly. But no, it's been an absolute pleasure. Once again, guys, if you do want to come on the podcast, let us know. Message to a podcast page, and we'll try and get as many people on as we can. We have got more people lined up coming up very shortly. Don't forget, you can go back and watch previous podcasts. We've had Ryan Higgins, Gary Tustin earlier on today, and many more. And we've still got many to come. But this has been an absolute pleasure today to have you on, Rolo.
Genuinely, it's been amazing.
Thank you for giving us your time. We'll stay in the link and we'll have a little quick chat before we go. But thank you, everybody, for your comments today. Very much appreciated. Go on, Paddy.
Sorry, just to plug, our next podcast is live at 1 o'clock on Tuesday. We've got Steve Walls and Mary Prowse. They are both Panto people, again. I've known Steve for a while. Steve Walls, you may have heard of him, Rolo?
Oh, I've heard of him, yeah.
Absolutely brilliant, big deal in the Northeast. Mazza as well, sorry, I keep calling her nickname, Mary. They both celebrated 10 years at the Whitley Bay Playhouse doing Panto, so we're going to talk all things that and entertainment as well. But yeah, again, Rolo, it's been a pleasure to meet you, sir. I can see why. Jordan's a big fan, and I'm now a big fan just because of this as well. There you go.
Podcast 96. Don't forget tonight, myself, Ben, and Andy will be live for a live stream of WWE Money in the Bank. Not too many people.
I won't be because I don't know about wrestling.
It will be through the night. But yeah, tune in, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure, Rolo. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, you're very welcome. You're welcome.
Stay home, be safe, protect the NHS. We'll see you all very soon. Take care. Bye.
I'm good, thanks.
I'm like at such a weird angle. I'm like in the kitchen. This is so weird. But yes, hello to everybody. We are obviously on the Girls Takeover, and if you don't know, this is Lois.
Hello.
So Lois has been on this before. We were on a podcast together as well, and we did. What did we play? Oh, Ring of Fire. Wasn't it?
Ring of Fire. It was really fun.
Yeah. That was really, really good. So it's nice to have Lois back. Now, the reason I brought Lois in is because we've had talks before about your YouTube channel and things like
Yeah.
that. But something that's very, very exciting that you've been working on is, well, do you know what? I'll let you explain.
All right, no worries. Shall I start from the beginning or?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Go for
Right.
what you want to say.
So I don't know. During lockdown, there was a lot of trends going on. Where there was the banana pancakes. Everyone was doing everything, and one of the biggest trends was tie dye. So I started off just getting like old jumpers that I don't really wear and just bleaching them and seeing how they came out. And I really liked doing it. I loved how they came out. And then I thought, you know what, I might just do them, but like do them myself, like buy my own stock and dye them with like coloured dyes instead of bleach, and then sell them. And it kind of went all right. It was a bit of trial and error at first. Like I was buying like the wrong materials and the wrong fabrics and things like that.
Yeah.
So I decided just to kind of scrap it all and then start again. So I've started like my Instagram page up. I will be launching a website on Sunday, which I'm really excited about. And yeah, I've brought like out 5 different colours, 5 different items, and I'm just gonna kind of stick with that just for the minute, just to see how it all goes, and then yeah, I'll be getting a bit more like stocking, more
just
colours.
for
And
those that don't know, do you want to say what the Instagram page is, and so that they can obviously go and see it?
yeah, of course. So my Instagram page is With Love Lulu, and the Lulu is spelled Loulu. And we called it that because Lulu's my nickname. My brothers call me Lulu. Yeah, Lulu's my nickname. So yeah, that's why
That's so cute. I'm
that.
so excited for this. Like, obviously,
I
we've had conversations about this.
Yeah.
And like I'm so excited just because, like, obviously tie-dye is a very big trend. I feel like tie-dye never really goes out. It's always sort of there and people always like it.
Yeah.
But obviously at the moment it's very big.
Yeah, it is.
So I
It's a
feel
really
like
big
it's going to
trend.
be really cool, and I feel like loads of people are going to really like the stuff as well.
I hope so. I love it.
So,
I just wish I'd gone. Sorry.
So what sort of like things, like just explain what sort of things like you've got. So like the tops and the joggers and stuff like that. Just explain what type of things.
I can show you if you want. I've got them next.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay, I haven't ironed them, so you just have to excuse the creases. Okay, so I'll show you the top. So again, another kind of trend is like the high neck, halter neck tops. So I've got these ones. This is in the colour Parma Violet. So it's just this one. It just looks awful when it's not been ironed. And then that kind of ties up at the back. So rather than it just being full at the back, it's got like that little bit of detail. It just makes it a little bit more special. So that is the Parma Violet one. And then I really like that colour as well. It's a nice colour. And then this is the Jade Green, and I called this one Jade Green, matching. I called this one Jade Green because Jade is my second name, so I just thought, and it is kind of like the bright green, like the jade colour. So yeah, that's the top again. And then cycling shorts. Everyone wears cycling shorts. I think you've got your cycling shorts on now, haven't you?
I've literally got mine on now. Like I have literally, since I got them, I have been wearing them non-stop. Like they're just so comfy. Like you can literally just throw them on for anything.
I know. You can wear as pajamas, you can wear them out.
I never thought that like cycling shorts would be totally okay to just wear to the supermarket.
Yeah, I know.
And now it's like everybody does it.
Yeah. Again, it's another trend. It's just so yeah, so then to match the jade green top, I got the green ones. I feel like my lighting's really bad in my room at the minute, but yeah, those are the green ones.
I've also got them on.
Yeah. And then I got the yellow ones. I really like the yellow, and this is the colour yellow, not yellow, this is the colour Lemon Drizzle. Again,
I think that's a super cute colour to have.
Yeah, especially for summer as well.
Yeah, 100%.
Really nice in the summer. And it's not like a bright yellow, it's just like a really nice muted lemony colour.
Yeah, it's not like in your face.
No, it's really nice, so I really like that. And then to match that, I got the zip up hoodie, and I absolutely love this one. Hang on, let me do it so you get the full effect.
Honestly, like I'm so excited for this to launch, just because I know that I'm literally going to buy everything.
I know. You're an ambassador as well, aren't you? So don't you get everything on Friday?
Yeah, so I get like a little bit earlier to
Yeah.
come on and like get it all. And I'm telling you now,
Like
I'm going to be
VIP
straight on that
access.
website.
Oh, so yeah, so this is the zip up hoodie. So how I've been wearing this is like I've worn the cycling shorts or the joggers and then a little white top underneath, and then that kind of like opening off the shoulder. That looks really nice. But again, it's the nice lemon colour. As well, what I really like about it is everything's like they're all going to be completely different from each other. They're obviously all going to be the same colours, but they're all going to be such like a different design, and
Yeah, it's going to be
what I
different
like
patterns
about
every
it.
time.
Yeah, and it's like quite exciting because when you get it, you don't really know what it's going to look like. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
I love that.
I do as well.
I love
So
that.
that's like the most exciting thing about it. And then I've got the normal hoodies. So if you don't want the zip up hoodie, I've got the full hoodies. This is the candy floss colour. I did put a little bit of the dark pink in this one just because I kind of like that because I'm keeping this one. It's really comfy.
You got to
And
keep some
inside
stuff for
it's
yourself.
so soft as well. Pardon?
You got to keep some stuff for yourself.
Yeah, treat myself. Why not? And they're really fluffy inside as well. It's so nice. And then I've got the joggers. I bet you've got 10 pairs of joggers. I think everyone's been living in joggers over lockdown.
Oh yeah.
So I thought I might as well make some tie-dye ones, and these are the candy floss ones again. They've got like the elasticated waistband, which is obviously really good because it it's the best way to describe it.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. And then what else have I got? Hang on. Oh, I've got some more blue cycling shorts. These are called, the blue shade is called Out of the Blue, but spelled BLOU. So I thought that was kind of cool how I've put that in there.
Cute.
And then yeah, that's the full hoodie. Again,
I definitely like the hoodies. I think they're just like, you can wear a hoodie with everything, can't you?
Yeah, of course. Like you could wear, even if you didn't want the shorts, you could just wear these with like leggings or jeans. And again, it's just a really nice summery colour. That's kind of what I wanted to go with the colours. I didn't want to do like dark, like blacks or greys. I wanted to do really nice summery pastel colours. And then these are the Parma Violet joggers, and I was really happy with how these ones turned out. So yeah, and that's everything that I've done so far. So those were just for like my promo pictures and everything. But yeah, can't wait.
I am so excited. So obviously, just remind everybody when that launches, just in case they do want to go over.
Yeah. So my website launches on Sunday. Is it the 5th? It is the 5th of July at 10 a.m. And you can get that from my Instagram. But the website will just be with Love Lulu. It's just really plain and simple. But yeah, and it took me a long time to try and get it all sorted. My uncle Brian's helped me as well, which was amazing. But I'm really happy with it. So yeah, I'm really excited.
Amazing. Honestly, like I really hope it goes really, really well for you. What's the Instagram page called again? So you just want to say it again?
Yeah, of course. So the Instagram page is with Love Lulu. Do you want me to put it in the comments box? Would that make life easier?
Yeah. You could always go back at the end or something, and you could just put it on Facebook, and we'll just put it through on there, so it'll be all right. But yeah, we'll make sure that we do link that at some point down there. Okay, so that's clothes wise, but I know that obviously on your YouTube channel, I've seen it. You do. Oh, look, there you go.
Thank you.
That. Just there. I know that you have done makeup. You've done a little bit of makeup on there. So I'm going to ask you, obviously this is a girls takeover. So I want to find out like what your favorite products are. So that I know a load of people have been asking me like, oh, can you talk about some makeup? Give me some new products to try and stuff like that. So I want to find out from you like what your favorites.
Yep, no worries. Hang on. I'll take you over so it's a bit easier. Right. Oh gosh, favourites. I've spent so much money on makeup. It's ridiculous. It's so bad. So at the minute, I've really been loving. Have you heard of the brand Iconic?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, they was really big like 2 years ago. Everyone was using it, the stuff on YouTube and things like that. And I've only just bought it. So my mum bought it, and I kept saying like, "What have you got on your skin?" Like she was wearing no makeup, and I was like, "What have you got on your skin? Why does your skin look really nice?" And it was the Iconic. It was the iconic London Illuminator drops, and then the face spray, and that just gives you a really nice glow.
So many people use that, and their skin
I
just
know.
looks. And the thing is, as
Yeah.
well, like, obviously you can put it all over your body, can't you? So like, if you go into
Yeah.
the beach or whatever, or you're in shorts or whatever, you could just put it on your legs.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks so nice. And like when you're going on a night out and you've just put it all over your chest, it just makes you look like you've like your sun kissed but really glowy. It's honestly, it's really nice.
I
and
seriously need to try that out.
Yeah, it completely changes the way your makeup is. Like I don't wear highlighter anymore. I've just got them drops on underneath my makeup.
You're
Yeah.
not even wearing highlighter?
No, I normally wear highlighter, but I've literally just got them drops on underneath. Can you see?
Oh my goodness, your skin is like glowing.
I know, that is that spray and them drops. It's really good.
That's mad.
I don't know what else.
What sort of like foundation do you use? Are you more like high end? Are you more drugstore? Like what sort of things do you go for?
I would say I'm more drugstore. So the foundation again, because when I wear makeup, I kind of only wear makeup when I'm going out, so I do like more of a full coverage. So if that's the case, I'll use the NYX NYX Can't Stop Won't Stop. That's really dark colour. That's too dark for me. But that's a really good full coverage foundation if you've got like if you do want more of like a full glam. But when I've just been doing like more of a natural everyday makeup, especially in lockdown, I've been using the NYX Born to Glow, and that's about £10. So it's really cheap. And it's in a really nice colour as well. I think this is in, I don't know, obviously everyone's got different skin tones, but mine's natural, and this is a really nice colour for your skin, especially when you've got like a little bit of a tan, you know, because it's been warm and sunny. So yeah, I love that one.
I love that. I've never tried that, so I mean, I'm definitely getting some new products from this.
Yeah, honestly, that's really good. And say it's only £10 as well. It's really good. And if you're unsure on shades, then you could get like a light one and a dark one, and then kind of mix them.
And just mix them, yeah.
Yeah. Have you heard of Makeup Revolution's concealer?
Yes.
That is so good. So
honestly, I bought that, and I bought, you know how they bought like the foundation in the same, like almost the same bottle as the concealer, but it's basically like a giant concealer.
Yeah.
Like, anyway, and I tried both, and oh my goodness, my face was like so full coverage, but it didn't look cakey at all.
So good, isn't it? And so again,
so good.
Really affordable. I would say,
like, for people that are just starting out in makeup, or they don't really use makeup a lot, I think Revolution is definitely the way to go, because it's like cheap, but I can't fault their products. Their products
all the products are so good. Yeah, they're really good.
I've never had like a bad product from them where I've gone, oh, I'm not too sure about this. Every time I've bought something, I've loved it.
Yeah, and you can get everything. Like if you wanted just like all your makeup from one brand, you can get it all from there as well. You can literally get everything.
It's so easy.
Yeah, I think I use like their mascara, the blusher. Like I've got quite a few of their bits, you know, that I just use. But yeah, the foundation, the concealer is really good. So I use this one as like a cream bronzer. That's in C13, and then I have got the actual concealer, but I don't know where it is. But you can get the supersized ones as well. I think these are about
you can get the massive ones. Yeah,
and you get more in there. But yeah, they're really, really good. They're nice. Again, it's like full coverage, but like you said, it's because it's not cakey. It's, I don't know, it's
like
so
a
nice
velvety, like the only way I can explain it is like velvety and like breathable.
Yeah, it's lightweight. It's like lightweight. Yeah, that's really good.
I know that like I switch sometimes between that foundation and then the other foundation that I use. Like, I'm very drugstore. Like I just buy everything from the drugstore because it's so much easier.
Yeah.
And the other foundation that, do you know what, I've used for years and I can't bring myself to give it up. It's the Lasting Perfection Collection foundation. So they've got a concealer and they've got a foundation. It's beautiful. Honestly, that concealer I think I've used when it was like $1.99.
Yeah.
And it like in like year 7 or 8 or something. Like, and I've used it since then and I've never stopped. And then they brought out the foundation. And now I just love it. Like that for me is like everyday like foundation that you could just throw on. And it's so nice. And literally, I think the foundation is $4.99.
And I need to try the foundation. If it's like a concealer, then I'll try that.
Because it's literally the double of the concealer, just in a bigger tube. That's the
Right.
only way I can explain it.
Yeah, that is a really good. Those concealers are so good. I think I've got like 4 of them just knocking about.
Yeah, I have.
But yeah,
so
that's
many.
really good.
I literally have so
Um,
many.
I don't know what else. What else do you kind of use? I'm struggling.
I'm just having a look. I'm like, I've got my
I know.
makeup bag over here. I'm just gonna have a quick look through it. I've
I've been liking. Go on, sorry.
Of course, you've got like the Revolution palettes. Like, I've got
Yeah.
both the Soph palettes just because they're
Oh, yeah.
such nice colours.
Yeah.
So they're lush. Again, like literally everything I have is like Revolution. They're contour and blush palettes. Like,
I need to try the contour one.
well, this one I got in like a box set for like Christmas, and it comes obviously with loads of different ones. You can tell I've literally used it down to like
you have.
next to nothing. Like, I'm so sad. I need to get some more. But it
At
literally came in
Christmas,
a
they
big
did that
box.
huge box, didn't they, for so cheap.
Yeah, and if you sign up to Superdrug, you get like more money off. So I ended up getting that box that was like 80 quid. I got it for 20
That's so good.
at
I'll have to
Christmas.
do
I
that
was
then.
like, what? And it literally had like everything you could ever need
Yeah,
in
it
it.
does. Everything.
I think as well, like for lip wise, I think for me, like this is such an underestimated place, right? So you know when you go into Wilkinson's and they've got their own makeup thing, which is called Essence.
Yeah,
And
right.
it's like, it used to be like proper cheap and tacky.
Yeah.
But their lip products are like insane. So
Do you
they
know
have,
what? I saw a TikTok video saying how good that Essence brand was.
literally, I've got like loads. Like, this is just
Yeah.
2, right? I've got more in there. So that one, they do like a matte lip stay. It's like 8-hour liquid lipstick. I'm telling you now, that does not budge.
Does it not?
At all. And they've got it in so many different colours as well. And then they have like obviously their normal lipsticks, but then also they have obviously the whole thing with like plumping glosses and big lips
I
and
love
stuff
them.
like that's obviously like quite a big thing. And I love them. So I bought a plumping gloss thinking it's not going to be that bad. Like, whatever, I'll just try it. It was literally, I think it was like £2. And I literally throw this on every single day.
Every day.
Because it's just amazing. Like, it's so good. Like, it's so underestimated.
You just can't go wrong with paying £2 either, can you?
Like, you can't complain. And the thing is, if it's rubbish, you're like, oh wow, it's only £2.
Yeah. And you can
Whereas
just
if you buy like a high-end thing and it's like, oh, like I used to try and wear, and I'm not dissing them at all, but MAC foundation.
Yeah. Oh my God. I get nightmares thinking about that MAC foundation.
Honestly, like I'd put it on my skin and my skin would be like crying out for help.
Yeah.
Like, it was horrible. Like, it just wouldn't sit on my skin. Like, I just couldn't wear it. And like, I know some people that can wear it and they have no issues.
Yeah.
But with me, I just never got on with it, and it was just horrible on my skin. And I was like, I can't. And like, you'd pay like a decent amount for that foundation. And
Think
I
about
paid for it.
£30, yeah.
Yeah, I paid for it, and then was like, well, I don't like it. What am I supposed to do? Like, and it just sat there.
Feels like a mask on your face, that one. It's awful.
Yeah, it really
so
does.
thick.
It really does. Like, it is definitely something that it's just not my thing.
Yeah. I like the MAC bronzers. Like, I've got a few of the MAC mineralized skin finishes. They're really good, for bronzing the skin. But I don't even think I've got any other MAC things. I think because I've got like just pigments for like your eyes and things like that, but I don't really use. But yeah, I just use like more or less like just the powders. They are really good, but I used to use the foundation and the concealer, and when I look back at my makeup, I think, what was I thinking? I had like a big orange line just going round. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like,
what?
I have always found that, like, since obviously I'm naturally ginger, and I've obviously gone blonde, and I thought it was a great idea, and I love it. Do not get me wrong,
it looks so
absolutely
nice.
love it. But the problem that I have is then obviously because I fake tan a lot, obviously I put darker foundation on, but then like with blonde hair, do you know what I mean? Like with blonde hair, and then you have darker foundation, and it's like making your hair like orange. And it's something I never even thought about until I literally dyed my hair and I put my makeup on as normal, and I was like, why is my hair orange?
Yeah. It's not
it's
good,
just
is it?
awful. It's awful. Like, it's just not cute. I just hate it.
I think I dyed my hair blonde when I was in year 8 or 9. I was in year 9, but I went like yellow. It was awful. I think I dyed it back to brown within a week, but it just completely ruined my hair. And it was at the time when I was wearing MAC foundation, so you could imagine what it was like.
Yeah.
But
Have you ever had
I
any
like
like
Draco Malfoy?
Have you ever had any other like hair stories? Like, have you literally dyed your hair and it's gone horribly wrong?
Probably just that blonde. It was horrible. And then my hair grew really quick at the time. So I had roots like about this big, and I think, like I said, I think I got it dyed back brown within like a week, and it was just awful. And then I would like tan myself to try and make, because I feel like the blonde just really washed me out. So I tanned myself, and then I put makeup on, and then I started wearing red lipstick, and I don't even know, I just looked awful. It was
Honestly,
horrible.
like, it was about 2 years ago. Yeah, it must have been about 2 years ago. I attempted to go blonde for the first time. Never done it before. I was like, yeah, I can do this. Like, it's fine. And it was horrible. And I literally have hardly any pictures of that time in my life because my hair was horrible. Like,
horrible.
It was like a blondie ginger. You know when you like bleach your hair and it goes ginger and then blonde?
Yeah.
Like that bright orange. It was like that. And I, at the time, thought it was great. And I was like, yeah, it's blonde. And I was like, and I look back at it now and I think, that's
what
horrible.
was I thinking?
Like, it's disgusting.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Honestly, it's
that
like
was
the
what
worst
mine's
thing.
like.
And
It
then,
was like yellow.
yeah, and then another time, I tried to dye my hair brown. Yeah, I tried to go like brown because I was like, oh, I'm just bored of ginger. I want to go brown. I must have been about 13, 14.
Yeah.
And dyed it brown. My hair took to it so much it came out jet black. And I literally was, bearing in mind at the time, obviously I wasn't into fake tan. I'm naturally ginger. I'm very light skinned. So then I had jet black hair with pale skin, and at the time I didn't really wear makeup either. Oh, it was just an awful time in my life.
It's so strange, like how some people can change their hair any colour and they'll suit it, but then like when you do it on yourself, you just don't.
It's awful. It's awful. Honestly, like I've had some bad haircuts as well. Like I just feel like I have bad luck with hair, so I've just decided that like if it ever goes wrong, to just put extensions in. It's fine.
Yeah.
It sorts everything out. It's fine.
I remember one day it was I think it was for children in need at school, and we had to go in with like silly hair, so people was like dyeing the hair like red and like silly colours. And the night before, my mum used to cut my hair, so I had really long. Oh, you've disappeared. There you are. I had really long hair, like it must have been like just like to my waist. It was really long, and my mum cut it into a bob, but at the back it was like a V. It was literally went straight down that, and then she cut me a fringe, and it just looked awful. I looked like I had a Lego head. And then I went into school the next day, and everyone thought it was a wig because he was like, "Oh, we love your hair. Like that's really cool." Because obviously I'd gone from having this gorgeous long hair to my hair in literally a V shape with a fringe. And then the next day, I think it was a Saturday, like the next day, and I had to go and get it cut again and get it sorted, and I literally had my hair like up here, and oh, it was just awful. That is probably the worst time I've ever had my hair, but I think because I was so young it didn't really matter, and it just grew back really quickly. But yeah, she literally, I'll see if she has any pictures, I'll send them over to you, but she literally had cut my hair like that.
Oh my
with
goodness.
the kitchen scissors.
I was obsessed with like fringes, and I thought like as a kid growing up, I always had my hair cut into a bob, and I always had a fringe. So I was like, I literally looked like a pumpkin growing up. Like it was a horrible moment in my life. But I like finally started to grow my hair, and obviously I ended up with black hair. And I thought that's fine. We'll like add a fringe into it. I really wanted a block fringe. Was after it for ages.
Yeah.
And then we cut one at home. And it was fine, like it worked out okay, like it looked okay, but obviously on me, it just looked awful. And I remember, like, I loved it at the time. I thought it was great. Like, I actually thought it was lovely. And then I look back at pictures now, and I had, like, really dark eyebrows, like, really thin ones, bright red lips, horrible foundation, and then literally, like, a block fringe and jet black hair. It was awful. Smashing it, girls. Thanks, Jo.
Thank you. I can imagine you right now, and literally as you're describing yourself, I can picture you.
Yeah, honestly, like I've got a picture somewhere. I thought it was really cool, and it was a phase in my life that I never ever want to go back to. That's for sure. But I'll definitely send you that picture because it's not cute. But yeah, like,
that's all we're doing.
I
Sending pictures.
I know. Overall, I find right that in the past sort of 4-5 years, I've definitely got a lot more into makeup, into hair, into fashion. Like, it's definitely more my thing now than when I was younger. When did you kind of start getting, like, really start liking makeup and hair and fashion and that sort of thing?
I think it must have been, I was quite young, but a lot of my friends would be getting like their eyebrows threaded and they were wearing makeup, and I would probably say I started wearing makeup when I was in, I'd say year 8, so I must have been about 14. But I didn't wear a lot, like I didn't wear like as much as I've got on today. I was literally used to just put like mascara on, bit of lip gloss, and then fill my eyebrows in for school. And then I don't know, I just kind of like, I just really enjoyed doing it. And then I thought I was really good at makeup, so I started saying to my friends like, oh, when we go to parties, like I'll do makeup and like just give me £5 and like do makeup because I'm a makeup artist. And I used to tell people I was a makeup artist, and then when I look at the pictures, like I used to do like eyeshadow like literally in a triangle there, like really like arched eye. Oh, it was awful. But then I was like watching videos on YouTube. I feel like that's such a great way to learn makeup if you want to learn how to do it. I was just watching makeup on like YouTube, and then I was just practicing. So I would literally be sat there at like 10 o'clock at night doing my makeup and then wiping it off, then doing another makeup look, and I just loved it. I used to do like half a face as well and then take pictures. And then about 3 years ago, I think it is now. Yeah, 3 years ago, I got my mum booked me on a makeup course for Christmas. So, because I was kind of already into it, like I was really excited, and the skills that I learned there just literally, I don't know, it just really built my confidence up. And then I qualified with a distinction, which again I was so happy about. I got my insurance and everything, and then I actually started being a makeup artist. So I worked in a salon for a little bit, and then I did like mobile makeup. But then I just kind of, obviously when I moved away last year to work at Park, I just kind of got out of it. But yeah, like I got creative when I was at Park, when I was doing like theme nights, and I do love it. It's that time to just kind of be creative and do what you want. And makeup's such a nice thing because like you're only doing it for yourself, you're not doing it for anyone else. And do you know what I mean? Like when you look at yourself after, you just feel like 10 times better.
Yeah, I like it's strange, like people always turn around to me, like I always get family members turn around to me like, oh, like you're pretty without makeup, why do you always have to wear makeup, why do you always put it on, like blah blah blah, like who are you impressing? And it's like, I'm not, like I just enjoy playing with it, I enjoy making myself look slightly different. It's not because I don't want to, like I don't like how I am, it's just that I like experimenting and trying like different weird things. And again, it's the same with like hair and fashion. It's about expressing yourself, isn't it? And I think a lot of people sort of forget that side of things.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, it's all about experimenting, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
But yeah, I was gonna say something then, I can't remember. Oh, I was gonna say, and you're not putting makeup on to change the way how you look, you're just doing it to accentuate your features. That is all you're doing. Yeah. Unless obviously you're doing crazy makeup, but
yeah, you're doing like, you know, film makeup and they're putting like fake noses and stuff like that. That's not creepy. But like overall, you're not changing how you look. You're just sort of, it's like when you contour, like that's the only way I explain it. When I contour, is like I'm not changing, like I'm not putting cheekbones that weren't there. I'm literally going on the line of my cheekbones. Do you know what I mean? It's not like they weren't there to begin with. It's just one of those things. But yeah, I feel like people always get a little bit confused about makeup, especially like guys. I find obviously don't necessarily always know about it, and even like some girls, like they just sort of just assume that you're putting it on to impress other people, rather than just about yourself.
And you do just feel so much better. Like if I've woken up and I'm just having like a bad day, and I'll look in the mirror and I'll think, oh my God, like I will just put a little bit of makeup on just to make, even if it's just a bit of mascara, it just makes you feel so much better. And I don't know, it just gives you that bit more like positivity, and
I
do you
always
know
feel
what I
like
mean?
really
And
more,
confidence.
like loads more productive when I put,
Yeah.
like get up and have a shower and I put a face on. Sounds weird,
Yeah.
but like, you know, I put my makeup on and I put like an outfit on or whatever.
Yeah.
I feel ready to do stuff
Go,
and to go
yeah.
for it. Whereas if I feel like I've got out the shower, I've got no makeup on, I'm just like, oh, I'm having a lazy day, and it's like, well, then I end up literally doing nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it like gets to 7 o'clock at night and I'm still watching the same program on Netflix.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Sometimes
So,
you've got to have them days though.
yeah, I mean, I do love having those days, and I've loved, I'm not gonna lie, I've loved during lockdown having a lot of those days.
Yeah.
Because I've never been able to do that, which is so nice. So speaking of programs, very quickly, is there anything like on Netflix or TV wise that you would recommend for other people to watch?
Oh, I don't know. What have I been watching? Oh, I've been watching. Have you watched Money Heist?
No.
That is insane. That like whoever wrote that, it's honestly unbelievable. That it makes you feel like you could. It's about it's like a group of people and they robbed the Royal Mint of Spain.
I think I've heard of it.
Oh, it's so good, and it's a Spanish series, but then they did the first series and it didn't go well. So then and then it went to America and it went huge. Then they did a second and a third. Yeah. Oh no, they've done 4 series now, 4 seasons. But then they've put like American actors over the top, but you can't tell. You can't tell like with like the difference. But honestly, that's really good. That's a really good watch, and it's kind of one of them things where, do you know what? Sometimes when you try and watch a new season, you kind of watch the first episode and you can't get into it. Well, you get into that straight away, and you just want to keep watching. So that's been really good. Oh gosh, what else? Friends. Love Friends.
Obviously, you can't go wrong. Do you know what?
You
At the start of lockdown, I started to watch. Like, obviously, I've watched Friends my entire life. Like, I don't know a time that I haven't had Friends in my life. But yeah, at the start of lockdown, I thought, right, I'm going to sit down, and obviously it's on Netflix. And I was like, I'm going to watch from the start to the end, all the way through, like everything in order, rather than catching. Like, I've watched every episode about 10 times, but I never watch it in order.
In order,
Yeah, so I spent like literally weeks watching it, and I literally finished it like the other day. And I feel like it's one of those that you can just chuck on. Like, you don't have to necessarily like pay attention all the time.
No,
and
you don't.
You can do your own thing. It can be on in the background, but also when you do want to sit and watch something, it's so easy, and it's just like a feel good program.
Yeah. Do you know what? Like, I think I've watched like you said, I've watched every episode however many times when it's just been on telly. But I've like when I've been watching it now, I've like find things that I just think are so much funnier than the first time that I watched it. And like I'll be sat laughing my head off, and then Lewis will be like, "What are you laughing at?" And like he wouldn't have noticed it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah,
I find that you can watch Friends like so many times, and there's always something new that you didn't notice before. Like, have you ever noticed that this sounds weird, but like if you've watched it so many times, in like the background and like their props and stuff, you start actually like looking in the background and not at the actors. And like I see some of their props, like especially in Monica's place, where they're in the kitchen, you've got all those shelves.
Yeah.
I randomly, just one episode, was like looking at what was on the shelf, and there were some weird things on that shelf that like literally shouldn't have been there. Like, it was so bizarre. But like once you've watched it that much, I literally started to watch in the background at weird things and like weird photographs that would be on tables and stuff, and it's just so weird.
Yeah, I think I noticed, you know, the big white dog that Chandler and Joey come riding in. I've seen that now in the background of a few episodes, but in different apartments. And I'm like, that's that dog. Like, why is that there?
Yeah, I have as well. Like, it's weird things like that. That literally, it's like if you were to play like Where's Wally, like you could go with friends and literally spot different things in different scenes in different places. And I think, do you just use the same props just in a different order? Like, it's great.
But
But
yeah,
I
that's just
definitely
it's such an
love
easy
that.
watch. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I think for me, like my sort of go-to programs over, especially lockdown, because obviously we've had loads of time, has definitely been obviously Friends. I rewatched, I don't know why I did, but I actually really enjoyed it, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. I rewatched Vampire Diaries for like the 10th time.
I've not watched Vampire Diaries yet.
Oh my god, it's so good. Do you know what? It was one of those which I thought, like, everybody goes on about it, and you either love it or you hate it.
Yeah.
And I personally, I'm not a big fan of Twilight. So
see, I love Twilight.
Yeah, so when it came to like watching something else about vampires, I was a bit like, okay, is this just not Twilight?
Yeah.
Like whatever. Like obviously I've watched Twilight. And then I went on to this, and honestly, I absolutely loved it. I thought at like one point, you know, when you get so into a TV program or a movie, that you literally feel like you're living it.
Yeah.
Like I was literally watching it day in, day out for about 3 days in a row. I'm not gonna stand here and say that, like, you know, I spread it out, because I didn't. I watched it like 3 days in a row. And yeah, literally sat there, and I'd go to sleep at night thinking, oh my god, what if this was to happen? Like thinking I'm like part of the characters' lives. It was just so bizarre. I think that, and for me, I really like, it's on Netflix. There's like 2 different seasons. It came out, The Stranger and
that's good.
They're
yeah,
both
I've
by
watched
the same
them.
person. Yeah. So I watched Safe when it first came on Netflix, like what, 2 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, it did come out quite a while ago, didn't it?
Absolutely loved it. Thought it was great. And then The Stranger came out. Started watching that, and I was like, oh, they're quite similar. I didn't realise, obviously, at the time that they were by the same person. And then I've gone back, because obviously it's been a couple of years. I've gone back and watched Safe again. Yeah. And I just really like those type of programs. Those programs that really make you think, and you get involved. And it's like, oh, I wonder if he's done it, or I wonder if she's done it. Like, I feel like they're really good programs to get your brain going.
Have you watched Line of Duty?
No.
That's really good. If you like them sort of programs, Line of Duty is a little bit of a longer like version, but that's really good. And like you kind of like fall in love with the character, not like in love with them, but you just like feel really emotional for them, and that's really good. I love that. But there's a new series of that coming out soon, I think. Well, it was meant to be soon, but I don't know if they were still filming or not. But that is really good. I think you can get that on BBC iPlayer as well.
Okay.
What else have I watched? I feel like I've watched a lot more stuff, but I couldn't get into Tiger King.
Do you know what? I watched it, and because everybody was going on about it, and like my friends and family wouldn't stop, so I sat there and I made myself watch it. It wasn't one of those things that I would watch on my own, willingly, just because. Like, don't get me wrong, I found some stuff interesting, but overall, it's not really my kind of thing. Like, it was good, and I watched the whole thing. But it just wasn't my kind of thing.
Yeah, I think I watched about 2 episodes, and I just kind of just went off it. But like my mum watched them all.
Yeah,
it's very
very long for what it was. Like they definitely could have shortened that down by literally they could have made that into like 3 episodes.
Yeah,
like it didn't need to be that long.
Have you watched The Filthy Rich? Jeffrey Epstein, I think it's called.
No.
I'm really into like conspiracy theories, so I thought I'd watch that. And that's kind of the same, like that could have been shortened into 2 episodes. It didn't need to be dragged out. But that, like, I always feel like with conspiracy theories, like you're never going to get the answer. So I really wind myself up, because I think of all these things. I'm like, this could happen. And then I'm like, I'm never going to know.
I do that with YouTube. Line of Duty is fantastic, and all on iPlayer at the moment. Thank you. I'm definitely going to take a look at that one. I find that I do that with, obviously, like, I love a good murder mystery. Like, love them. And like missing people, like that sounds weird, but like missing people programs,
it sounds strange, but
looking at that sort of stuff. And on YouTube, I know there's a lot of YouTubers that you know, research cases, and then they sit there and tell you the cases, and you know, you can make your own decision on what it was. And I'm literally obsessed with doing that, like going through YouTube and finding like different cases and like looking at them, thinking that I'm some sort of detective, that I know what I'm talking about. I literally
like you're gonna come out with the world's news.
But I love, like, I find it so fascinating, like
it is, it really is.
And like some of them, where obviously they are real life, like it's heartbreaking that, you know, things like that have happened, but at the same time, like, it's so interesting to see how people's minds work. Do you know what I mean? Like for people to do things, and it's just so bizarre. Like, I could literally talk about it for hours. Like, it's just so bizarre.
I do love things like that, and then like telling people like what you think and like getting their opinion on it. And like I love it when like me and my mum are really, like I said, we're really into like all the conspiracy theories about like Illuminati and like the powerful people in the world, and like the Rothschilds and all them. So we was like telling like my grandma all the stories this morning. We was like, because she was I know people don't like Donald Trump, but we was like talking about it. She was like, oh, I can't stand him. And I was like, yeah, but he's here for this reason. He's doing this and he's doing this, and he's gonna say this, like, we need him. And she was just like, all right, okay. And like we kind of changed her mind on it, you know, just from having a
That's
debate
the thing,
on
like,
it. That's what I love.
The problem is it sounds really bad, but people don't really like educate themselves. They just follow the crowd. Like,
and see what they see on social media.
Yeah, which we all know firsthand. Just never ever like go with social media. Like it can literally take you anywhere. Like it's ridiculous. But yeah, I feel like people don't always do their research. You know, like there are things that I look at all the time, and people will disagree with me, and they'll go, no, this person's wrong, like this person's horrible, blah 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 blah. And it's like, well, actually, have you actually looked at the facts and figures and not just gone with what somebody else has said to you? And I think that's a big thing. Like, it's all about like actually wanting to educate yourself.
Yeah, it is. And like I think if some people don't want to educate themselves on it, and that's fine, but then it's like, don't give your opinion, kind of
exactly you can't, like, and this isn't like being horrible or anything, but like you can't go and have an opinion, a valid opinion. Like everybody's entitled to their own opinion, of course, but it wouldn't be like a valid opinion if you didn't actually know what you were talking about in the first place.
Exactly. I used to be really bad for it. I used to see something on Facebook and then share it, and then be like, oh, like I'd say my opinion, and like loads of people would comment, and I'd be like, oh, I'd go crying to my mum and dad and be like, why are they saying these things? And my dad would say, because you're wrong in what you're saying. Like, read up on, instead of reading a headline on the Sun, read up like the actual facts and figures before you state your opinion on it. And then since that conversation, like that's what I do. But yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Social media these days.
It's mad, honestly.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
good and bad world.
You know, it does have some great aspects. Like,
it is amazing.
Your clothing, you know, you're promoting that through Instagram. Like, you can do that, and you know, you meet people through social media nowadays. Like some of my friends I've met actually on Instagram. They've just messaged me on Instagram and gone, hi, okay, like, and you just become friends, and that's great. Like, that's amazing. But yeah, it is one of those things, you know, I think with social media you do have to take it with a pinch of salt.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, like, not invest your life in it, but I used to be like, I spent a lot of my time during lockdown like scrolling through Facebook and seeing what everyone was up to and being like, well, why are they doing that and I'm not, and do you know, different things like that. So I've actually deleted like the app Facebook on my phone now, and I only go on my my With Lovely Lou Instagram page, just because it just helps you. Like, I go on every now and again, you know, just to see if like anyone's messaged me or whatever, but like it's just a lot. You're not like focusing, and you just feel so much more positive, and you're not comparing your like life to other people's. And it just, honestly, if you just need, like, sometimes you just need that break from social media, and it does help. But yeah, that's what I've been doing. Like, I've recently come back on Facebook now. I think I came back on Facebook like 2 days ago. I've still had the Messenger app, but yeah, and it is nice. And then it's like, oh, Megan's been doing such a thing, and do you know what I mean? Then you can actually catch up, and you find interesting things then.
Yeah, 100%. Like, you know, I over winter, like, I don't do it all the time. I probably don't do it as much as I should, really.
Yeah.
But I do try and, you know, like for instance, when I'm at work, I'm one of those people. I'll try like put my phone down. I'm at work, like that's it. You know, that phone goes away. You don't look at it. And like, yeah, okay, I'll look at it when I go on a 5-minute break. But really, I'm only looking at it to see if like my mum's message. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just one of those things. But overall, like I do try, especially now after lockdown, because lockdown I've very much been on my phone, like constantly. So now I'm definitely trying to sort of like put it down and actually have a conversation with people.
Yeah.
And go out and do something, like take a walk to the beach on your own, like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, and just leave your phone for 5 minutes.
And it just works wonders, doesn't it? Even that 5 minutes, it does help.
Yeah, it got to a point where like I forgot to reply to messages on my phone because I was used to just putting it down and leaving it. And then I was like, oh, I've actually got to reply to these people. I've actually got to talk to them. Like, I forget. But yeah, it's definitely nice. And I think everybody, like, once in a while should do that. Just literally just take a break, even if it is just for an afternoon. Just for an afternoon, like, go out for a walk and leave your phone at home.
Yeah, I agree. I really do agree. It just, like I said, it just gives you that more, like, you're not focusing on anything else. And you do become more productive. If I sat on my phone all day, then I could happily sit in my bed and go on my phone all day and have friends on in the background. But when you've like, if I don't go on my phone in the morning and like I'll get up and I'll have like a brew and I'll make myself some breakfast and then like I'll do like a workout, I'll go for a walk, and like you're just setting your day off like the right way then, rather than just sitting on bed and then next minute you're on your phone, and then when you look at the clock you've been on your phone for 2 hours. Like that's normally what would happen to me. I'm like, oh my god, it's 11 o'clock, I need to get out of bed.
That is what's been happening with me with TikTok. Like,
oh my gosh,
TikTok, and literally I'll be on there at 5 o'clock and I'll just think, oh, I've got half an hour to scroll through. Do you know what I mean? 2 hours later I'm still going through those TikTok videos and I can't get away from it. Like,
TikTok is really good.
I never thought I would say that about TikTok. Like, I've never ever thought that about me.
Yeah.
But now I'm like, oh, I'm actually addicted. Like, I actually love all the videos.
Yeah, I do as well. And like, this is the thing, like I've seen so many people, like when you said about the Essence lip glosses, I've seen so many people like doing like little hauls or seeing what like they've bought from like Missguided or Pretty Little Thing or Primark, and I'm like, oh, I need to go now, I need to go and have a look.
Yeah,
it's a dangerous place.
I have absolutely loved it. And like as well, like it's really weird, like I've been following people's like diets,
like weight loss journeys.
Yeah, like what was her name? Flo. I don't know if you would have seen it, but she was like massive. She'd come on and she was like, hi, I'm Flo and I'm trying to fit back into my jeans. And honestly, like I was watching her and she was like obviously like working out. She got herself a personal trainer, great. But overall, like eating wise, I find that she was still having barbecues, she was still doing this, she was still doing that. Do you know what I mean? She wasn't like cutting everything out of her life.
And like being limiting a diet.
And I thought, oh my god, that's what I want to see. I don't want to see these people like literally eating lettuce leaves. Like as much as I love a lettuce, like I love it. Salad, great. But I don't want to just eat that. Do you know what I mean? I want to be able to have pizza. I want to be able, do you know what I mean? So seeing that all over TikTok of people actually just eating kind of what they wanted, it's just that they improved their exercise and it made the world of difference.
I do. I like watching things like that. There's a guy on Instagram called The Fitness Chef, and he kind of shows you like substitutes for things. So say if you wanted like a Domino's pizza, like people have takeaway for convenience, don't they? Because it's just so easy, you can literally just get it like that. And like he'll say like it's like for a night out you would probably go and have a pizza at a restaurant, or like you'd have a really like fatty meal, then you'd drink clothes, and then you'd have like a kebab on the way home, and then you go to sleep. Whereas like it'll show you like you could do your own night in, you could make your own homemade pizza with like really healthy toppings. You could have like Halo Top ice cream, which is exactly like Ben & Jerry's but just healthier. And then instead of like having vodka and Coke, you could have like gin and slimline 20. Like he literally just shows you like different options, and he's really good if you like stuff like that. So follow him on his social
definitely have a look at him.
He's
Well,
good.
it's been really nice to have you on. Like, I've really enjoyed this like little girly chat. Like, I've just loved it. It's
I know,
just, like,
I have as well.
I've
We've
FaceTimed you or
rambled
something.
on.
It's so nice. I've loved
such
it.
a waffler.
But just one more time, do you want to just remind everybody of like your Instagram page and when everything's being released and stuff, just so they remember?
Yeah, of course. So my Instagram page is with Love Lulu, and my website will be launching on Sunday, so you'll be able to go and buy everything on there. And I do have a discount code as well. So the discount code will be with Love 10, and you'll get 10% off your first order.
Amazing. That's so exciting. Like I said, I will be on that site as soon as I can. And I'm getting some stuff because obviously, as you can tell, I love it. It's the comfiest stuff. Honestly, people like get on there because it's going to be so good. But yeah, it's been lovely to have you and chat away and just have some girl time on podcast. And I'm sure people watching have just enjoyed having a bit of a chin wag with us. But yeah, thank you for coming on.
Thanks so
really
much for having me. That's
okay.
Lovely to speak to you.
Obviously, this is a 24-hour podcast for charity, guys. So please, please, please donate. And if you can't donate, then please just like and share the video because somebody on your Facebook might be able to. So that'll be great. But that's it from me and your girls takeover. And we'll see you later on. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, we go.
We're still on.
We're still on. I'm loving life. Having a great time. Well, I'll just remind everybody that all the links are down there to donate and everything. You can donate as much as you want. And also, obviously, don't forget that we're on YouTube. We're on YouTube. We're on Instagram. We're on TikTok, and obviously on Facebook as well. So go over, like all of them. There you go. Look at that. Go over, like all of them to get all your information. But like I said, donate. This is all for charity. And once again, that's it from me and Lois, and we'll see you later on. Bye.
See you. Bye.
Afternoon.
Hello. Sorry, bear with me. I've just realised that I have no name at the minute. There we go. Oh, how are we, Paddy?
I'm not too bad. I mean, away from everything else and so we're talking about, obviously, you know, I'm being back in park, so I'm constantly trying to clean up everything and blah blah blah, and just making sure that everything's scrubbed down. I found these on my shelf, and I completely forgot I'd left them behind. So I am loving life right now. I've got a full box of chocolate. Damn it! How about yourself, mate?
Living luxury. I'm coping.
Good.
Coping, just about. Lots of coffee, lots of these.
Indeed.
So yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there.
I love the little bit. Paddy and Andy's magic moments. I was expecting to hear.
Copyright, ain't it?
Yeah. Morning, says Jordan.
Morning,
Bateman.
Jordan.
Morning.
That was a great. Afternoon.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a
My
great
God,
chat.
them
We
girls
had.
can talk, don't they?
Oh, I'll tell you what. At least now I know how to what's best to use to contour and
Same.
yeah, all that sort of stuff.
Look at my makeup today; it's atrocious.
Oh, we've had some great stuff so far. Me and you are taking over for a bit now. Talk magic.
Yeah.
So, and I've invited a couple of, I say a couple, I've invited 3 magicians on that I've worked with a lot. So obviously I know a lot about them. So I figured what I'll do is I'll sort of take a little bit of a step back and let you get to know them. Obviously I'll still be here. But yeah, I'll let you get to know them. So I think it's time to get them on now. These 3 lads I've worked with a lot. We've done a lot of charity shows together, so it's nice to have them here helping us with our charity.
Brilliant.
That's
Ian
a great
says-
welcome home surprise to find.
Isn't it, Ian? But I have to say, I think I remember when I was back here last, I had a box that has a couple of miniature heroes in there. Other chocolates are available. There seems to be a lot of the strawberries and cream ones. I got a strawberries and cream pure box over training, and I just emptied them all in here, so I've got more of them than anything else. But enough about my chocolate.
Okay, so yeah, 3 magicians I've worked with a lot. We've done a lot of charity dues together. So it's nice of them to come and help us with our charity thing that we're doing now. So, ladies and gentlemen, representing a group that I'm part of, we're called the Magic Aces. It's comprised of, I think, 7 others that all do shows together. Please welcome Lee Joseph, Charlie Robinson, and Luke Jones.
Hey, you all right, lads?
Hello, chaps.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
I've got the sound working. Yay.
You can hear me, I take it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Marvellous.
Unfortunate.
So how's lockdown treated you guys?
Well, I'm part-time magician anyway, so I've had a normal job to go to. But yeah, I fear I'm getting rusty.
I think we all are a bit, mate. Charlie, what about yourself?
Well, yeah, part-time, but obviously student as well. So it's sort of just missing out on the gigs, really.
Yeah.
Just sort of looking forward to going back to them, hopefully. So fingers crossed it'll be soon.
And Luke, that is a fantastic hat. Same question to you.
Oh, thank you. I got it for half price for doing street magic. I'm more of a street magician, so you probably see me in bars, getting dates. Oh, that's I've got one date.
The only dates you're getting are the ones you get in Tesco, mate.
That is it. Yes, that is correct. Yes, but wow. I mean, I was hoping to go pro, what this awful disease is about, but hopefully, everything goes back to normal. I'll get in the business again and become professional, proper professional.
So let me tell you a little bit about each of these. So a lot of people won't realise magician is quite a broad term. Within the phrase of magician, there are several different types of magician. You've got kids magicians. I'm an illusionist, so I do the big box stuff. So we've got Lee here. He specialises in the bizarre and the weird.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
We've got Charlie. Charlie is a great inventor. He's been coming up with some cracking stuff during all this lockdown. And then we've got Luke. Luke, like he says, is a street magician. He also pretty much owns every bad joke book going. Now, Paddy, I've heard you come out with some crackers. I think Luke could give you a run for your money here.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, with the whole thing with magic, let's go back. How did you get into this art form? Because for me personally, I think it's the same story for a lot of people. Like, you get put on magic kit as a kid, it pricks your curiosity, and for me personally, in my teenage years, that's where I discovered I didn't know what to prepare, so I've got a couple of decks of cards. Card magic I discovered in my teenage years and got quite good at that, and for me it's my favourite. But how did you all get into it? Let's start with Luke this time.
I actually was interested in it as a young age, but I never really did it until I was like 15. I really got into it because I watched Penn and Teller for the first time, and I saw how people reacted. I thought, oh, I'd really like to do that. So what happened was, after Penn and Teller finished on TV, I went back upstairs to the computer and watched more. And I told my stepdad, I said, I'm kind of interested in magic. And he bought me a book on how to deal with cards, and he bought me a magic set. And that's how I got into it.
Hello?
That's it. Hello?
Oh, sorry, I had a phone call, so I missed that last bit. Just say that again for me.
That's all right, yeah. Basically, my stepdad bought me a deck of cards and a book on how to deal with cards and a magic set. And basically, that's how I got into it. Really started to get into it. I even went to school with a deck of cards, which is really funny because I wanted to be a train driver. And the teacher's like, "What you got a deck of cards for?" I was like, "Well, I want to be a magician now." And I just, they wouldn't, they couldn't stop me doing magic to everybody at school. It kind of got annoying in the end. They're like, "Put your cards away." You know what I mean?
Wait, was that a joke or is that a serious story? Did you actually want to be a train driver?
Yeah, it's a serious story. Yeah,
because I never know with you.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the thing with Luke. You never know whether it's a joke or whether it's the truth. So I think whoever's trying to get hold of Paddy is quite desperate to get hold of him. So I'll carry on a minute while he's sorting that. So Charlie, how did you get into magic?
I got into magic through my dad's friend, who is a professional, and he does. I think because basically I'm friends with his son, and he did a party for his kid, and I was invited. And I remember he got his kid on, and he basically did a levitation with him, and I just thought at that time I was thinking, like, I want to do that. I didn't really know how it affected people. I just knew that I wanted to do magic, really, right? So then, and this was all when I was 5. So I then got a magic kit, and it sort of developed from there. And then I sort of realised that it's not about what you do; it's about the impact that it has on other people, sort of creating an emotional connection to people, and trying to. I wouldn't necessarily make people believe in magic or whatever, but I think if I can open their minds up to different things and help them sort of see what can be done, then I think that sort of helped me get into it as well.
Awesome stuff. And Lee?
Well, ever since I was younger, I always had a massive interest in magic. I was drawn in every week when the Paul Daniels magic show come on. And Wayne Dobson, it's kind of magic. They're like, some of my favourite memories as a kid. It was one of them things, I never had the belief that I could actually do it myself. It weren't until I was actually in my late 20s and I went on a stag weekend to Blackpool. And, they've got magic shop, joke shops on pretty much every corner there. So I started off buying this coin. You probably know it, Paddy, the one where you can bite it and restore it. David Blaine made it famous.
Yeah.
Bought it just for a laugh at first, and I was doing warehouse work at the time, so I took it into work and started showing everyone, and it was the reactions I was getting off people, like the wait, what the, and that's what made me want to do it a bit more. So then that's the point when I started exploring a bit more then into the magic world and trying to find some more tricks, trying to, a bit like yourself, Paddy, learn a few card tricks.
Yeah.
Then I ended up joining Leamington and Warwick Magic Society, and it went from there, really. And
which again, with the bit and the restored coin, they've now done it with an Oreo as well, which I find hilarious.
I've got that. That's brilliant. That is. Yeah. Absolutely fantastic.
Really sorry about that, gents. That was business on part, but I'm really sorry. Have we had Charlie answer that question as well?
Yeah, we have. Yes.
Perfect. In which case, there's a couple of things I want to bring up because when I speak to other magicians and stuff, opinions divide on the subject. People who take to YouTube and do tutorial videos. I mean, for me, it's a great way to learn. That's where I get a lot of my tricks from. And I always say, like, I work in the holiday parks, and if I'm doing some table hopping or whatever, people say, "Oh, how do you learn this? Where'd you go about learning this?" I say, honestly, type in card trick tutorial into YouTube. you'll find. But people revealing stuff online like that, good thing or a bad thing? What do you reckon, Charlie? Let's start with you.
Okay, so personally, I think it's a bad thing.
Sure.
I'll talk about how it can be good, but overall, I think it's a bad thing because, especially when it's people, and the thing that annoys me, it's often 12-year-old kids ripping off someone else's effect, right?
Sure.
And that's what I really don't like. And I think for me as well, I think because it's on YouTube as well, if there are magic tutorials on YouTube, I think, it's easily accessible to anyone.
Sure.
Whereas, books or whatever, it's only limited to the magic sort of circuit, I guess. So I think it can be good when first sort of starting, but I think, I don't know, I just don't agree with all the sort of copyright infringements and things like that
Sure.
happen on there.
I mean, there's one user, he's called Mismatch, something. A lot of his are cool, and he does like deck giveaways. So you've got like the turquoise bicycle, you've got the one that I really like, the Black Tiger deck. I love this deck, just the look of it, and things like that. So that's kind of cool. So it's like a competition. But Luke, how about yourself? What do you reckon to the old tutorials online?
I mean, I've had when I was doing a gig once, I've had people who weren't magicians said, "Oh, he's doing," and he said something that only magicians know. I said, "How do you find that?" He said, "From YouTube." But I learned from YouTube as well. I used to learn a lot from YouTube because I didn't really have any money to buy like magic gimmicks or DVDs or books at the time. Revealing certain tricks is, I think, okay, but when it comes to like tricks that pretty much most magician uses at a wedding, I don't know really. It's one of those hard subjects, but I learned from YouTube myself, and I don't think it does any harm. Especially learning mathematical card tricks, some coin tricks, get yourself started. YouTube is a good place to be because there's quite a lot. Jay Sankey does YouTube tutorials, and he does some of his own creations, and some of it's pretty good.
Which, I mean, if he's created the trick and he chooses to give it away on YouTube, I mean, that's his own thing. So, I mean, surely that's fine. Lee, what about you, mate?
It's a bit one of them touchy subjects. I think, like Luke's covered on, everybody needs to sort of start somewhere. Everyone needs to learn somewhere. And a lot of the kids who want to get into magic haven't always got the money to go out and, buy some of the latest releases that, of us that are earning money can. So in that respect, everyone has got to start somewhere. But then, I can understand why magicians would get annoyed if they've spent a lot of time and effort to create something for somebody then just to sort of to go and reveal it. But I also feel that if somebody wants to work out a trick, they're going to work it out anyway, if they're really that intent on going and figuring it out. It's like I've always said, when I go out and perform magic to people, it's never to insult people's intelligence. It's only ever to entertain people. So it's just one of the things, I think, really. But you're never going to stop it. This is a thing. It's always going to be around. Now, with the world at people's fingertips, they can find out anything they want now. So, because I remember I did the old coin in bottle trick to a girl at work once, and it blew her mind. But then she went on YouTube, didn't she? And you can actually find a video of the Masked Magician doing it. And she come up to me and that. Then a bit later and that, she goes, "Try doing your little trick without your ring now."
I'm not going to give my opinion of that guy just because I'm aware of what time we're actually streaming this, and I may say something horrible.
Can I answer that question?
Yes, of course, Andy. Sorry, mate, I forgot you were there.
No, that's all right. I was just sat here listening.
Just working in the background.
I want to just like hello. The sleep deprivedness is getting to me now. So
deprivedness. That's not even the word. You mean deprivation, love?
That's the one. That's the Jiminy Cricket. I find really. Anyway, so yeah, I have mixed opinions about it. I think by all means, go use YouTube to look at the basics. If you've created the trick and you want to tutorial it on YouTube, that's completely up to you. It's your trick at the end of the day.
Yeah,
I think the basics is probably a good thing to have on YouTube, because then people that may have an interest in magic can sort of go and have a look. They can have an experiment, and they might find that it is for them or it's not for them. But then if you have got that interest and you know it's for you, I think you should start exploring more the book route and that. On the other hand, I got into magic. I do the big illusions, and I got into them from growing up and watching Val Valentino, the Masked Magician. A very sore subject among magicians, very mixed opinions.
Yes.
Now, for me, I will always credit Val Valentino as the one that got me into doing magic. From growing up watching that program is what got me into illusions. And my opinion of that is, yes, it may not have been the right thing to do, but his aim throughout all of it was to get people to create new illusions, because the same old illusions were being done over and over again and getting stale. It was also to get more people into doing illusions. And after that program, we got loads of new illusions. And after, even if it was just me, he at least achieved it and got one person into illusions. Obviously, I've always been production based, so illusions was naturally the route I was going to go down. But yeah, so there's a couple of people. I'm not sure if they're Korean, Chinese, but there's a couple on YouTube that float around quite a bit. One of them will do the magic trick, and the other one will then just blatantly reveal it. I don't like that. That really annoys me.
They're also on TikTok as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that really annoys me. That does. I've seen the video a couple of times, and I've about thrown my laptop in anger. Like I say, the basics is fine. I'm not going to say the trick, but I bought a trick back end of last year. And it cost me an arm and a leg for what was essentially a DVD.
Yeah.
And it cost me a fortune. And I watched it, I learned it. And then I started to have a look on YouTube at how other people performed it. Wasn't looking for how it was done, because obviously I had the DVD, so I knew how, I'd learned how it was done. But I thought I'd have a look and see how other people are performing it. Just to make sure the idea I've got in my head doesn't sort of, is unique, because I like to put my own unique spin on things. And I found the entire DVD on YouTube to watch after I'd just spent 40 odd pounds buying
that's not good.
No. And there was a lot of angry magicians in the comments.
Yeah.
But yeah, by all means, go on YouTube, learn the basics to get you into it. But from then, do the right thing. Move away from YouTube and go buy DVDs, buy books, support the people who created the tricks.
Exactly. I mean, for me, like I said, I work in the holiday parks. I do some kids stuff like in the evening, and I'll table hop. I'll do this sort of thing. Charlie Manning, let's go, Charlie, let's go. There you go. But at the same time, like, let's go into my next question. With table hopping and stuff like that, obviously, I love cards. The thing I get asked the most, honest to God, is when I start off, I do this old thing. And everyone says to me, how do you do that? Can you teach me how to do that? That's the thing I get asked the most. And I'm like, yeah, that's just a shuffle. Of course I can. Absolutely. What is the thing you guys get asked the most? As either how to do or just any question. Lee?
Question I've probably been asked more than anything is, have you ever considered going on Britain's Got Talent? Which is always a no way. Wouldn't touch it.
Charlie?
That's
rubbish.
There's okay, so 3. Can I say 3?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry,
so we've got
messing about.
can you predict the lottery numbers?
Brilliant.
If I could, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing.
And Darren's already done that, so it's old.
Exactly. Can you make my wife disappear?
Yeah,
Brilliant.
we'll get that one without. Yeah.
Just be
If
yourself.
if she's good looking, yeah.
No, that's to which I normally say I'm not the mafia.
You do get the odd sort of, oh, how'd you do that and stuff, which is just natural, I suppose. But yeah, those are sort of the main three, I guess.
Luke?
Another one.
I know Luke's.
Oh yeah.
Luke's is. Can you stop telling them jokes?
That is one of them. And the one I get is, because I do a lot of cards myself and I love cards, and they get is, oh, I bet you're really good at poker. Like, probably. I haven't tried. And can you make my wife disappear? And I say, yeah, let me just call the guys. I'll get her to disappear.
Andy, what about yourself, love?
Most of the time, I either get the let me stick my teeth back in and I'll try again.
Uneducated.
Yes, I either get the uneducated question or the educated question. So the uneducated question, when people hear I do illusions, is, oh, like, so, do you saw a woman in half? Which is fair enough, you know, that is the most common sort of illusion to see. The educated one is they'll start asking about specific magicians. So the really educated ones is, oh, what do you think of the maths magician? And then you get things like, you know, oh, what do you think of David Copperfield? And they're the ones I tend to get the most. Or there's one more I get a lot off my mother, which is, will you please go get a real job?
Cool. I mean,
what about you, Paddy?
The same thing, that the I don't know, a riffle shuffle, is that what it's called? Yeah. I get asked, how do you do that? And I'm just like, well, I'll teach you, because it's just a shuffle, so I don't mind. That for me is absolutely fine. Yeah, also, I mean, I had it in the taxi yesterday because I got off in Clacton, got a taxi to park, and I happened to mention, because the guy was like, so what do you do here? I said, oh, I do a bit of singing, bit of magician as well. It was like, oh, that 10 in your hand, can you change it into a 20? I was like, right. And I started folding it like I was going to do a bill switch. I literally got to that bit. If I could, do you really think I'd be working? So, like, just that. But just to kind of build him in, that was quite funny. When people
I'd have changed it to a $5 and went, there you go, keep change.
When people do come up to you, because they must do, and say, you know, oh, I really want to get into it. Can you teach me something? Do you ever give away any tricks? Because if someone asks me, like, I can tell kind of if they want to know just for the sake of knowing how a trick's done, or whether they want to learn themselves. I can kind of tell, and I normally teach them something like, we all know the one where you remember the bottom card and that old thing. But also I kind of steer them in the direction of like Marvin's Magic. I don't know your guys' opinion on that range of magic tricks, but for me, Fantastic Dynamo's set was pretty good. Would you ever give away a trick if you could tell someone was genuinely interested, Luke?
I'll start off with, again, teaching the one where they remember the bottom card, and then I get them to perform it to me to see if they've got the knack. And if they really are interested, I'll just, again, I'll put them towards Marvin's Magic, and possibly a few books, like beginner books. Say the library might have a few books. I'm not sure they do have magic books, but I think they do. So I say, start off with books and learning how to deal with a deck of cards and stuff like that. If they really are interested, they'll probably buy the tricks, and then progress from there. That's what I'd say.
Cool. Charlie?
Yeah, so I think it's obvious when someone actually wants to learn rather than just wants to know. Yeah. So I think if I can see that they really want to learn, it seems like a lot of us are going down this route, but I'll use the key card principle of remembering the bottom card, and I'll teach them that. But I'll reference books and Marvin's and people like that, and then I think if they are serious about it, then they'll go and buy the books and whatever. And if not, if they decide they're not serious, then at least it's only sort of a throwaway trick that I've sort of given away.
Completely. It's nothing you couldn't find on Google with about a
Yeah.
5-minute search. Lee?
Or YouTube even, you know, you could say.
Yeah. Sorry, Charlie. Lee?
Yeah, I'm all, I wouldn't have learned if it weren't for somebody teaching me. So I'm all for helping people if they actually do want to learn. But I won't start obviously by showing them the best tricks I've got in my arsenal. What I'll do is I'll start again with a little basic card trick. If they go away and learn it, and then I'll see them again, and they can show it me, and they can show that they have been practicing it. Then I will show them more. I mean, I'll start with something like either the reverse card in the deck, just something simple like that, or Poker Player's Day Out. Just a simple little basic card trick. And then if they'll come back and show it me, then I will teach them something else, and then something else, and I'm all for helping each other out. I mean, I do a lot of the fun days over at Stratford-upon-Avon at the Shakespeare homes during the summer. Obviously, it's not gone ahead this year, but I remember the first year I started doing it. Like a girl come up to the table because I was doing sort of like parlour magic. She come up about 3 times during the day, and then she was like, she goes, "Can you just teach me something, anything? If it's just start a little something." So I did. I taught her a card trick, and I said, like, if I see you next year, and I went and you show me you've been learning it, then I'll teach you another one. Didn't think nothing of it. She'd come again the next year, and she'd perfected it. And if I'm honest, that was like really nice to see.
Yeah.
So I did. So I taught her a couple more things then.
Similar thing happened to me.
That's how everyone starts, isn't it? So.
Yeah, similar thing to me. I was working in the park in Devon, and this kid, he must have been about 13, 14, like really, really keen to learn. And he had his own deck of cards with him, and was just like, "Can you teach us? I don't know," and all this sort of thing. And then he was there for the weekends. And on the last day, I was like, "Right, you remember that trick I taught you?" He was like, "Yeah, okay, not being rude or anything, but those cards are crap." And I gave him one of my decks of eights, and he was back 3 months later. The trick I taught him, he perfected it and actually did it, I'll be honest, better than I did. So it's like, that really gave me a bit of a kick as well. What about you, Andy?
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Not so much for me. I mean, I'll happily, if someone's got an interest, I'll happily sort of point them the direction to learn stuff. I've always got some decks of cards lying around, so I'll happily give away a deck of cards, so they've got a decent deck to work with.
You've probably got a shoe knocking around, haven't you?
Yeah.
Or a sleeve of them, yeah.
Yeah. Brick.
Brick, thank you, that's the word.
Yes.
I mean, shoe, that's the thing you use in casinos, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I knew what you meant. But yeah, for me, doing illusions, it's a bit harder to sort of go, yeah, come on, I'll teach you.
Yeah.
So, I mean, with illusions, they can get ridiculously expensive, and some of them, there's only 100 quid's worth of wood there, but there's the time making it, and a lot of what you're paying for is the knowledge of the trick. So it's a bit harder for me when someone wants to know how something's done and learn, because I can't just turn around and go, yeah, sure, come and have a look. It's more sort of like, it's awkward, but if you want to learn to do illusions, you just need to go and buy illusions.
Yeah.
Or buy illusion plans.
I was going to say, if you're pretty good with DIY and you can build it, yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, with Luke being stream musician, and you commented on it already, comedy in Magic. I'm a firm believer comedy has a place in Magic, which is why one of my favourite magicians is Pete Furman.
I love Pete Furman.
Absolutely brilliant. What?
You say comedy's got a place in Magic, not Luke's comedy.
Oh, really?
Luke, come on, give us some jokes. Give us some jokes.
Go on, a joke, Luke.
Because I find myself doing it, like if I'm down my local pub or whatever, and I'm doing this, I'll just slip in a gag, like because I do a trick where there's a double selection. So you take a right, have a look at your own and each other's cards, obviously, like just to throw a joke in there somewhere. But yeah, go on, Luke, tell us a joke.
I went. This is a bad one, so I don't know. I hope I don't scare anyone away with this.
That's cool.
I went to the doctors the other day and I said, I'm invisible. Can you help me? He said, who said that? Yeah, I know.
Okay, so
I regret
I know.
I know.
One more. Come on.
I'll tell you what. I'll make it easier on Luke. So we're talking about magic in comedy. Magic in comedy and magic.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna. If everyone can just put themselves on mute a sec, because I'm having to do this a bit of an awkward way. I think we can actually see Luke's comedy magic.
Just check the book out, make sure it is genuine, make sure you've got the page and the words still there. Perfect. Now, what you're going to do, I want to turn my back to you. You want to turn your back to me, so turn your back, turn that way. Perfect. I'll turn this way. And I want you to turn to any page you like. You got a page in mind?
Yeah.
What page are you on?
88.
88. On top of that page is Sherlock and Holmes, am I correct?
Yeah.
I must say, on top of every single page is Sherlock and Holmes. Now let's do it again. Go to a completely different page. I'll show you my amazing memory. Go to a different page. What page are you on?
186.
186. Perfect. So 186. Sure, 186. Okay. 186. Okay. Look at the first paragraph, but just read that to yourself. 186. Here we go. Is the first two words the window?
Yes.
What page are you on now?
38.
38. Perfect. Okay. 38. You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. So page 38. There we go. 38. It was thinking. That's it. It was thinking. 38. Here we go. It says trick on the very top bit.
Yes.
And underneath that is there I also could fathom.
Yes.
Brilliant, right? Three years never go for an amazing member. Shall I do one more? Okay, let's do one more. Turn to another page. What page are you on now?
115.
115. 115 it is. There we go. Is it a weird name?
Yes.
Is it like a German name? Von something, isn't it?
Yes.
Von Ornstein.
Yes.
Amazing, isn't it? How is that? Mine's black. Thank you. Give me a round of applause.
Brilliant stuff. I believe Sean Farquhar did that on Fuller.
That is it, yes.
I love that. I mean, again, with the comedy, I think it definitely has a place. Charlie Lee, same opinion? Or?
I think right. Whatever you do, it's got to be entertaining. I mean, for me, I'm no good at like scripted comedy. When I do comedy, it has to come natural just by having a laugh with whoever I'm getting up to help me or anything. But whatever you do, it's got to be entertaining, and it's got to be funny in some way.
Charlie, do you ever put any comedy in your shows, mate?
I do, but I script it, so I'm not like Lee. I'm not quick-witted. Like I can think of things, but not necessarily funny. So with my shows, I sort of script the comedy. But there's some parts in my show that I don't add comedy to. So I do a whole sort of seance themed act, which obviously it's quite a serious sort of piece of entertainment. So there's no real comedy in there. But I think in the places that where it works. But for me, I have to script it because a lot of the stuff that I think of, I can think of things, but it's just not really as funny as if I script it.
And that's the same really. I'm not really a comedy magician. A lot of my stuff is sort of quite serious. So the comedy has just got to come natural with that,
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm a comedy magician. I
Yeah.
just throw
It's just
comedy
got
in.
to come from just having a laugh with whoever you've got up with.
I mean, is there anything in Magic that you and I know the answer is probably going to be the Vanishing Bandana. Is there anything you really can't stand with Magic? I'll open it up to any of you.
Yeah, I have something actually.
Magic Square.
Oh, the numbers thing.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
and I've seen people do it, and they were very entertaining. But I know one person in their club, and he did it, and it lasted 20 minutes, and I fell asleep.
Because I think no, he didn't do it on full. John Archer, his way of doing it.
He does it pretty well.
When I got the DVD, it's got the crib inside the inside of the DVD, so that was really cool. Darren did it on James Corden, and made it with the edit at the bottom row, all added up to the number, but it was James Corden's birthday. Like that was a nice little.
That was
kind of
good.
twist.
Yes.
Anything else? Any of you don't like in Magic or just can't stand?
Torn and restored.
Politics.
Sorry, torn and restored. What?
Torn and
Yeah.
restored. Just generally
Actually,
torn and
yeah,
restored.
like torn and restored newspaper. Yeah,
Because it's been
I
done
don't.
to
I
death
don't.
or-
I
Done to
don't
death.
like
I've
it.
seen it that
Yeah.
many times.
And also, I think as well, for me, there's no. This is going to sound really, really strange because I put a Torn and Restored newspaper in my show. But basically, the Torn and Restored newspaper in my show was a version where I came on with the newspaper. It was already in shreds, and then it restored. And I don't like it where I think if you're doing like a card or something like that, for me, it doesn't make sense logically. Why would you rip something up if you're just gonna put it back together? For me, that's my logic behind it.
Also, with the card thing, it's very kind of because you go so neatly.
Yeah.
To make a crease, and that's not how you'd rip up. If you want to rip up a card, you just whatever,
Yeah.
and that's really why is it so precise? Yeah.
Politics.
I've actually just ripped up a card. Brilliant.
Yeah, the politics in Magic. People won't realise
okay.
there's so much
Very good.
politics
Yeah,
in Magic.
I wish I wasn't.
Yeah, whether it's the Magic Circles, slow increase in women, or whether it's this person doesn't. No, I mean there's people there that even though the Magic Circle are now, have moved on with the times and are allowing women, there's people there that are still. Yeah, it is good, but there's people there that are
There was a
still
time though they
standing
wouldn't
there
let women
saying,
in, and that wasn't right.
yeah, no, but yeah, let's say
Yeah, there was a time
Yeah.
where women weren't allowed in the Magic Circle.
it used to be a proper boys' club. It was a proper boys' club. But yeah, now they're letting women in. There's still people that are stood there wanting more, and it's like what more can the Magic Circle do but allow women into the Magic Circle? They can't exactly drag them in forcefully. And then there's this person doesn't like this person because of this reason, but then all of their clique is against all of their clique, and Magic's supposed to be enjoyable to do and to watch. Just enjoy
Absolutely.
Magic.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not serious. Which is why I liked. Obviously, I've been watching Pete Furman on TV, and I found out he was doing a show not too far away from me, and it was like 14 quid for the ticket. I was like, that's a blooming bargain.
That's really good.
I had the best night. I went on my own because I'm sad. But he was looking for people to come and help him. He was like, "Right, fella, you coming on your own?" Okay, saddle. And then carried on. But then he come back and he actually got me up, and so it was like that was so cool. For me, with I was going to ask something and then I forgot what it was, but then I remembered it and I've also forgotten it again, which is pretty much how everyone's brain is going in lockdown. What the hell was I going to ask? Yes, I have never been to the Blackpool Magic Convention.
No, me neither.
It's
I'm with you on that. I've
always,
never been.
Always wanted to do because I've heard people that I love, Darren Brown, Pete Furman, Stephen Frayne, aka Dynamo, they're all milling about with us normos, and having a laugh because they're there to experience it as well. Maybe they're doing a lecture or something, but they're like, hey, can you give me reasons why next year I should actually book the time off on holiday from work and just go? If
I
you've
can
ever
give
been.
you a reason
How-
why. I can give you a reason why next year you shouldn't.
Oh yeah,
Chris Angel.
He's the headliner, isn't he?
Has that been confirmed?
Yes.
Why don't you
dear.
want to see Chris Angel?
Why have you got a downer on him?
I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't like him.
Such a
as
mind freak.
magician. So, like,
hey.
I don't know why. There's just something about him. I sit and watch him. I just feel bored.
Because when he first came out, I was kind of the similar thing, is because it seemed like a lot of people said this about Dynamo, like he's got no personality, he's very sort of monotone, and also in Chris Angel, he was like, you know, kind of rocker, kind of goth, whatever, and the sort of thing like, okay, you want to do that, cool, whatever. But he did an interview with Alex Belfield a couple of weeks ago, and he looks so different now. He almost looks normal because they were talking about when Vegas is going to come back and all this sort of thing. We'll touch on that in a bit. So he looked so different, and he was kind of normal. So I thought, well, maybe all right. I mean, anyone?
So I think it is the fact that he comes across, and whether he deliberately does that or not, I don't know. But he comes across as quite drab. Yeah, you know, and like you say, he's quite monotone, and I find that quite boring. And then there's also the thing. I've watched a lot of magic videos over lockdown. A lot of people have been live streaming, and there was someone who was something to do with the PR for Chris Angel, and Chris Angel made headlines when one of the performers got stuck in a water tank hanging up in the air.
Okay.
And had to be rescued. Well, he actually revealed that all of that was just a publicity stunt, which, you know, that really annoyed me as well, because that sort of situation is a real danger. In fact, I want to come back to what I'm about to say, but I'm a member of the United Kingdom Escape Artists.
Nice.
I do a bit of escapology as well. There's a video I'd like to show in a little bit on behalf of them, which has got a great message to it. But there's guys in there that, I mean, Matt Johnson's part of it. But there's guys in there that risk their life for real. And by him doing that publicity stunt, it just belittles what they do.
Yeah. I mean, Penn and Teller have said this as well, like danger in magic. Like, it's the whole magician in trouble syndrome. Like, you know, it can be, and sin can be funny. Like, was this your card? No. Haha, you screwed it up. Oh, no, wait, flip. Whatever it is. It can work. But if it's genuinely dangerous, as Penn and Teller said, that is quite ugly. But going back to the magic convention, Charlie, Luke, have you guys been? And if so, how is it? Persuade me I should go.
I went for the first time last February, and I was standing in the queue, and I saw all my idols, and I'm thinking, they're there in front of me. It's fantastic. I also met Troy, who's a TV magician. I've also seen magicians that I never thought I would actually speak to or even see. They're just walking around. You get to say hi to them. You get to talk to them. You know, I was speaking to a few FISM winners. It's just amazing. Anyone that you see from Britain's Got Talent or TV, just walking around, you get to talk to them. Even the TikTok famous magicians, they were there hanging around. It's fantastic. And it's like a kid in a candy shop because, well, you got to bring a lot of money because, you know, you spend quite a few thousand on stuff, and most of it will probably be on the shelf.
I can imagine.
But it's fantastic. There's so much to do. There's top quality shows, big lectures, and you get to hang out with friends and other magicians. and then you make friends. It's brilliant. I highly suggest anyone should go.
Brilliant. Charlie, how about yourself?
To be honest, I think we're privileged in the UK having, because it is the largest in the world, isn't it? So I think for us to have that in the UK, I mean, I think that's amazing in itself. But you know, like the other guys have said, you see people walking around, you see people you wouldn't think that you'd normally see. I mean, in February, Uri Geller was there, so got to see Uri Geller. And you know, again, you see new people, meet new people, hang out with mates. You know, it's just a good weekend.
Awesome
So,
Andy, sorry, I'm gonna throw it over to you for a second. I'm just gonna pop off and
yeah, no worries.
I'll be back in a second.
So, no worries. So, yeah, I mentioned a reason why you shouldn't go. Let me give you, so those that are watching that might be interested in Magic, let me give you a couple of reasons why you should go. First of all, you get to hang out with all your friends that you only see once a year. 3,500 magicians minimum from all over the world cramming into this little tiny hotel pub is one of the best things you'll ever see. It's a great atmosphere. You've got dealers from all over the world there. You're getting a lot of magic tricks first because they release them specifically at Blackpool. And some of these are dealers that you can't actually get the tricks imported.
Magic dealers, we should just mention as well.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, magic dealers. Yeah, you can't actually get the stuff over in the UK, so that's the only time they have it there. It's a great place to be. And who else has bookings in the middle of February? So, I think we should have a look at another clip. Now, I had a look, Charlie, I can't actually find a clip for you, so you might just have to show us something before we finish. We've still got half hour yet.
Yeah.
But let's have a look at a quick little thing from Mr. Lee Joseph.
Can you still hear me? Is my mic still on, by the way?
Yeah. Can hear you.
Yeah, cool. Because I just unplugged it. I wanted to make sure it's still working.
Yeah, no worries.
Is he still there?
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
No, Andy. Oh, Andy's there. He is.
Yeah, I'm still here. I have to sort of flick between my webcam and the videos, so
That's cool. That's cool. Awesome. I mean, you said half hour there. That's fine. A couple of quick fire questions. Which do you prefer, close up or illusions? Anybody?
Close up.
Illusions.
Okay. Who hasn't answered?
Shall I? I do a lot of I don't know. I like them both, but for different reasons. You know, if it's up close and personal, close up is brilliant. But I also enjoy watching illusions. So a bit of both, really, but for different reasons.
Who else hasn't answered that? Sorry.
I think
illusions for me.
Yeah.
I think illusions are better to watch. I prefer performing close up and prefer watching illusions.
Pen or teller?
Teller.
Pen.
Because it's really funny when you see him, like, there are videos out there, because obviously he can talk. He just chooses not to on stage. When you see him in interviews, you can't shut the guy up. Seriously.
For me, I would go with teller purely because I absolutely love the coins and goldfish.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
I love that. I could watch that over and over again, and it's
You know
one
why
of
he
the
doesn't
few.
speak? It's because he was doing a trick to someone once, and he was chattering away, and the spectator actually said to him, "Why are you talking? Why don't you let your magic do the talking?" And from then on, he thought, actually, that is perfect, and that's why he does a silent act now.
Because it can be the same as like from America's Got Talent, Tape Face, originally known as the boy with tape on his face. That's a comedy routine, but again, it's funnier when he doesn't talk and he just makes people do stuff and everything like that. Another quick fire. Yes, books or DVDs? Because for me, I think it's what is called a kinesthetic learner. You learn by seeing and doing rather than just reading out of a book. Which do you find easier?
For me, do you go, Lee?
No, go on.
For me, DVDs, because I can't read. Well, I've always had problems with reading. I do try to read. I do try to get a book and try learning, but I have to read the same page about 70 times. I'm like, I prefer a DVD because I'm a visual learner.
Same, yeah. It's like when you get the pack of sponge balls, like it comes with the instructions. I'm like, well, okay, that's cool. But then, like, to create a routine out of it, like there's I think it's called Magic Cave in Covent Garden. I think it's still there. The guy, he was the one who kind of taught me, well, this is how you can do this sort of thing. Because, when I bought my first Venn deck, he was like, oh, this is how I'll set it up for you. This is how you do it, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, this is perfect. Charlie?
For me, books all the way. Just because I see value in DVDs, and I think if you're a visual learner, then that's amazing. And I use DVDs as a reference. But most of the stuff that I do and that I learn comes from books, just because, like with Taobao or whatever, I think there's only so many that I think a lot of stuff in books gets overlooked. And I think that not as many people are performing stuff from books.
I mean, with DVDs, one of the bonus things that I found, because I've got both of John Archer's Educating Archer and Further Education. His is a 2-disc set, but the first disc is just his show all the way through. So it's like you get the whole show live on DVD. So it's like a live show. And then the second disc is all about this is how you do the routine. So it's kind of 2-in-1, and it's really, really cool. Andy?
When I can help it, neither. I much prefer, when I can help it, I much prefer just to get my hands on it and play around. There's some books that I have read and have learnt stuff from. There's some DVDs, like Kevin James's Penguin Lecture. It's brilliant. The only thing I find with DVDs is you've really got to be careful not to accidentally start imitating what you've seen. But then I'm the same with Luke. I haven't really got the patience to sit down and read. So when I can, neither.
This is what someone said to me, because I'm more of a visual learner as well. I prefer watching DVD. But someone said, and I think they're quite right, is when you watch the DVD, you start performing then how they're performing, because it's like a mirror effect. Whereas if you're reading it from a book, you're creating your own sort of way of doing it.
Me and Lee have had this conversation before, where Lee will show me a trick, but he'll show me it as the instructions taught him. And I've said to Lee a couple of times, you know, have you thought about this or this or this? You put your own twist on it. And Lee's come out with some cracking routines by doing that. Tricks that, you know, most people would perform the way the little pamphlet tells you or the DVD tells you. Lee has gone out and put his own spin on them, and he's some cracking routines there.
Well, that's what I'll do at first. If I buy a trick and then watch the DVD, I will perform it how they're performing it, you know, until I get used to it. Then once I can just, you know, do it like that, I'll just then start trying to put my own twist on it and have my own pattern and everything, try and make it a bit more my own. And most magicians all say that's how you should do that as well.
Completely see what you mean, because with John Archer's again, when I did his bank night, I found myself doing the same pattern, whereas with the change bag, I know it's, you know, simple stuff, but like that is just, this is how it works, fine. And I put my own pattern to it, and it does. Yeah, it is better.
It works,
I feel like I've been talking far too long. Andy, questions from you, love, or unless you guys want to ask me and Andy anything.
I was actually about to say, Paddy, just keep it going a minute. I think I need to go to the little boys' room now.
Did I leave myself unmuted when I did that as well?
Yeah, I muted you. It's fine.
Rush.
Yeah, so I'm going to pop to the little boys' room. Sticking with the subject of making things your own, when I get back, I've got a clip lined up of one of my tricks, cool. And I can explain it and how I've made that sort of my own compared to how a normal person would do it. So, yeah, I'm going to pop to the little boys' room and then we'll revisit that. But in the meantime, if you want to talk to the guys for a few minutes, guys, feel free to ask Paddy anything as well, if you want to.
Hello.
Hang on, I'll go wait a second because it looks like he's froze. Are you there, Paddy?
I don't know what happened just then, but yeah.
You're frozen on the screen.
Hang on, I'll leave and come.
Okay, all right. I won't run to the little boys' room yet then.
So, Luke,
Okay,
another joke?
Hey, shall I tell you
Another
what?
joke?
I'll show you all a quick trick quickly.
Go on then. Go on.
I'm going to read all your minds through the camera. I've got a selection of cards here. Can you see them all? I want you all to think of one card, and I'm going to try to attempt to find your card through this lot here. You got a card in mind, all of you? Okay. Here we go. I want to try for yes, pretty simple. I think I'm not sure, but I'm going to take one card out and remove it. You've got a card in mind.
Does that work? Testing 1 2.
Yeah. You're back.
Techie blah blah. Cool.
I've removed your card that you're thinking of. Have I done that?
Yeah.
Do you know why? Because that's magic.
Lovely. Right, Paddy, I'm going to run to the little boys' room. I'll leave you with these guys for a minute and we'll revisit what I was on about when I get back.
No worries, that's fine. Remember, happy birthday to you.
Baby shark.
Brilliant. So yeah, you four, any, because obviously we've only just met today. Any questions you've got for me or for the...
Actually, I have. What tricks have you got lying around, like you wherever you live, like on your shelf or anything like that? Have you got any like sort of little tricks that you know when visitors come over? A bit like this. Let me show you one I have.
Okay.
This is a trick I always keep. I love
it.
One of the first tricks to learn. It's one of my favourites, and it's one I always keep on my shelves. You know, for when visitors come over, then they ask me this, and I'll go, "Oh, it's a dice from one of my old board games from when I was little." And this is one of the reasons I got into magic, because I first started, hold it to the camera, put it in this glass box, and look, all of a sudden, it just exploded. I always keep little things like that lying around. Have you got anything like that?
I mean, yeah. not so much here because obviously we started the season and then we all had to go home again. But I won't get it out. But this is Cartoon, which is one of my favourites. Again, it's a comedy. I just think I know it's daft, but I just think it's funny as. I love it. I used to have Tommy Cooper's glass bottle, bottle glass, glass bottle, bottle glass, and I had it more as an ornament than anything else. But it was still ready to go. And before I just have sponge balls lying around. So for me, I just have decks of cards galore. Like I love collecting, like the special edition prints. They're not.
I do. I collect special cards.
They just, and especially this deck. I mean, it is just so nice. It's lovely.
That's beautiful.
So yeah, not really. What about the rest of you guys? Luke and Charlie, anything you've got lying around just as a go-to?
Charlie first.
Okay. Literally got stuff all over the house. Mum's not pleased about it, but basically I've literally got things. No matter what room you walk into, I've got something there. So I'll just walk into a room. I'll do something with this. Yeah, okay. But I have a few things like ready to go anyway. But not just around the house. Like when I go out as well, there's always like 2 or 3 things that I'll just take just in case.
Sure, Luke.
I also like collecting cards myself. I've got I think nearly 100 decks of cards now, all different makes and collections of them.
Yeah.
But what I haven't got is the one you've got there, the Tiger deck.
Black Tiger. Yeah.
I haven't got that one, unfortunately.
Cards.
But
I saw it ages ago, and honestly, do you know Oddballs in Camden?
I haven't heard of that. No.
It's for people who don't know, it's fantastic. It's more like a juggling paraphernalia shop. So you can buy clubs, you can buy fire stars, you can buy balls, and all this. And I went in, and this is literally like on the counter, like point of sale. They were just at all these different editions. I was like, oh, I wonder if that's one. And I googled it, Black Tiger, just to see the cards, and I saw them. And I was just like, yes. And for $6.99, I'm sorry, money well spent. I never use them for performance though, because I think anything that doesn't look like a normal deck, like that, if it's a different color or whatever, like some people think, oh, there's something wrong with them. There's like, there must be gimmick. They're not a real deck and all this sort of thing. So they're more just for me.
The thing is, when I go to a gig, I'll burn and rip up and get people to sign that many cards. I could never take a special deck to a gig with me.
Yeah,
there again, something I'll only use at home doing little basic card tricks.
Exactly that. Do you find as well? Daft question. Because I've had this a lot as well. You say you're a magician. Oh, I bet you can pull the ladies, can't you? Has magic ever worked with pulling girls? Because for me, it really hasn't.
No, and I think the reason being is because when I go and perform to a family, last thing I want to do is start, hitting on one of the girls there and that, because it just makes you look unprofessional, doesn't it?
What have I missed?
That's my opinion on it.
I was just asking, Andy, has magic ever worked in pulling the ladies?
No, if anything, it's deterred them. Mainly because they take one look at the amount of equipment I've got and go, I'm not dealing with that. And get with a woman, you have to deal with their shoes.
It's a common misconception. Charlie, Luke?
Charlie first.
Go on, Luke. Okay. Take a guess. No. Surprise, surprise. No, still hasn't worked. Try all the best ones, still doesn't work. You try condom to card, still doesn't work.
Oh, you don't do that, do you? Do you actually really do that trick?
Yeah, I do actually. I tell you, that is the only trick that's got me a standing ovation at a table.
Surely it should be the other way around, because then at least they know you're protecting yourself. Because once that's gone, anyway. Luke?
I have actually got a date. Lee was there at the time. Do you remember that woman in the Duke in Leamington? I ended up getting a phone number and going to a date with her, only to find out that she had a boyfriend.
Wait, back up. How did you end up going on a date with her then? Again,
I can't remember. She just asked for my number. She said, "Are you single?" I said, "Well, yes. I mean, look at me. Who would date this?" Yeah. she said, "Oh, do you want to go out with me tonight?" I thought, "Yeah, why not?" I thought I'd give it a go. I said, "Oh," she was showing me her pets in her house. She said she got a snake. I said, let me come upstairs with you and have a look. Oh no, don't do that. Oh no. I thought, wonder why. And then the guy who I was speaking with earlier said, "You do realise she's got a boyfriend, don't you?" I'm thinking, awkward.
Because there is that whole trick. I've seen it done. I can't remember how it's done, but you do it's a maths thing and add this, take away this, divide by that, and blah, 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 and it comes up with a big number. And it's like, right, and I type that in and call that number because that person is the person you're destined to be, but it's your phone number. So it's like,
yeah.
I just think
I used to.
easy. That's the same thing as here's 10p. Call your mum, tell you you're not getting. It's exactly the same as that. It's a cheesy chat line if ever I heard it.
There used to be a trick on the iPhone. They've took it off the Apple Store now, so you can't download it, and it doesn't work for me anymore. But I used to have that on my phone. It never worked, but it was called Pickup Trick, and the idea is that you'd get talking to a female, and you'd find out a name. Oh yeah. You'd find out. Well, for me, I'd get talking to a female. I'd get to know a name and that sort of stuff, and then I go, "Oh, I'll show you a quick trick using the iPhone." Now, iPhones are quite intelligent. They have this thing called Siri, which most people have heard of, and then you basically you make it look like you're typing in your PIN code, and then it comes up with this screen that looks like Siri, and you press it, and you basically play along with it, and it will say. You'll say, "Tell me about this person," and it'll say, "This is an attractive female with whatever coloured hair," and it'll basically describe the woman. It will tell you her initials, and why she's looking at that.
Can you stop saying that word because it's setting off my other thing?
Oh, sorry. And while she's looking at that, you've stuck a red clown nose on, and then the final bit is it will tell the female that tonight their look is in. They will kiss someone wearing. They will kiss a clown, and they look round at you, and you're wearing a clown nose, and it's never worked, but it was cheesy and funny.
I know that
and it was
one,
a great icebreaker.
While we're on that subject, using technology, because there's the app which I've still got, where you get like a pound coin or whatever, you slap your foot and it ends up inside the phone. Do you find that ever work? Because with kids, I find that works because they think it's so cool. But most grown-ups just like, "Oh, that's clearly an app," you know.
I've not got as many now. But I do actually have. Where is it? I don't even know where it's gone now. Oh, there. I do have a magic. Yeah, a magic folder that has got some magic tricks in, and for me, I find it so much easier. You know, when you're out and about, and someone finds out you're a magician, they go, "Oh, show us a trick." It's more natural, I feel, to pull out your phone. You know, if you're not actually there to perform magic, it's more natural to pull out your phone and go, "Okay, I'll show you a trick using this." Then pulling out a deck of cards and going, "Hey, look at me! I happen to walk around everywhere with a deck of cards."
I do. That's the thing. So it's like when they find out I'm a magician, I'm just like, well, it's a bit of a stereotype. Magicians carry cards around, and I'm no exception. Here we go. So that's where the comedy comes in. What about the rest of you guys? Do you think technology using the phone's good or bad?
Bad, I think. I personally, it isn't for me. One, I don't think technology and magic mix, and two, I think if you do any sort of trick, using an app, to me, that just the spectator would be able to work it out that the app is doing the work.
I mean, the only crossover that I've seen is Scott Alexander's shoe business, where he uses Siri instead of like the Trick of the Month Club, because it brings it more up to date. So that's kind of cool. Charlie, Luke, what about you? Your thoughts?
Just quickly, guys. Can I just follow up on something Lee just said about technology and magic not working together, or not mixing, whatever however you word it. I actually would encourage anybody who likes to watch magic to go and watch Adam Trent. Go and watch Jamie Allen. They both do some great stuff that is brought right up to date using technology. So Jamie does a great thing. He does a classic, which is known as a zigzag, but with TV screens.
Nice.
He does a whole thing with iPads. Adam Trent does a whole sort of interacting with a big LED video wall to do magic. So, for example, a light will be spinning round on there, and he'll pull the light out from the screen, which it doesn't take a rocket scientist to work out what that is. It's just a nice new take on it.
Okay.
And it'll produce money from the screen, and it'll produce a cane from the screen. And I think nowadays, especially now, technology's really come along. Technology and magic really do mix.
Okay.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Charlie, Luke.
Go on, Luke.
Is he still with us?
Who? Charlie.
You, Luke. Yeah.
Oh, me. Oh, sorry.
Stop falling asleep, Luke.
No. I don't use technology. I mean, there are a few stuff on the phones that do interest me. I mean, for example, there's something called the Architecture Predictions, which basically you can predict pretty much anything on your phone. But I don't really use phone technology.
Sure.
As much as anyone. I think I should get into having some apps on my phone, but I don't do it. I don't know why.
It's there to make calls and nothing else, as it was intended to be. Charlie?
I think they have their place, but I don't use it. To be honest, I do magic with phones. I do magic, I do use phones and stuff in my acts, but I don't use apps.
Yeah.
I think if there was an app that I would use, it would be DFB, just because I think that has some good applications for it. Other than that, yeah, I don't use apps myself, although I use phones, but I do see their place, but they're just not for me. I think if I'm going to do something with an app, I mean, most apps that do magic now are just stuff that you can do anyway. Like DFB, you could write on blank cards or whatever and whatever.
Yeah.
So I think for me, I don't know, I use phones, but not apps.
I think, again, like I said, with the putting the coin in the phone thing, like for kids, it works a treat, but most adults can figure out, oh, that's an app.
Yeah.
Really, that, whatever.
If you're table hopping, and you've got a family on a table, and it always works if there is a stroppy teenage girl that's paying no interest, sat there like that, or like that on a phone. I won't go into detail. If you want to know, if you don't already know it and you want to know more about it, I'll tell you away from cameras. But so there's a great trick where you use their phone. You get them to use their phone to type in loads of random different digits, and keep adding them up so you can't tell what any of the digits are, and you come out with this ridiculously long number that there is no way you could look at that number and work out the combination they've put in.
Yeah.
She then locks her iPhone or Android, locks her phone, and then you can take it and you can physically show you putting in their PIN code. And for a teenage girl, getting into their phone is the best way I've ever found to get their attention. But I'll tell you more about it off camera.
That's cool. I feel like we're slowly running out of time, so I'll hand this back to you, Andy, just to finish off.
Yeah, so we were talking about how you make your tricks your own. I do an illusion act. Throughout all of it, I don't actually talk. It's all done to music and voiceovers. I do a trick in there called the snowstorm, which a lot of people will be familiar with.
Great trick.
It is. Now, every magician I've seen perform it performs it with tissue and water. However, I sort of went down different routes and made it my own, like this. So this is my version of the snowstorm.
Here we go.
This is the story all about snow. The joy it brings when the cold wind blows. It slowly falls from the air, blanketing the world without care. A howling blizzard is wondrous and wild, but nothing more magical to see for a child. Catching slowly, each other, gently. Patterns and ice catch your eyes, but as the snow melts, you must say goodbye. The sun takes hold, it warms and glows, and in a flash, the snow soon goes. The sun is praised with its done gone, but never fear, it's never forgotten. The story I told is a simple one, the magic of snow, if you can't believe it.
I love the twirl at the end. That's brilliant.
So that was just an example there of how you can take a trick that everyone does one way and completely turn it on its head while still doing the same trick.
You're not needing any technology at all.
Well, where do you think the voiceover comes from? I haven't got someone stood off to the side of the stage talking it.
Brilliant.
So we are just about getting to the end of time now. So we are going to have to wrap up. We've had a couple of comments come in. Let's just have a quick look. Nathan Ryan says £130. Great going, guys. That is great. We do have I did set a target of 500 to get. We have got a month to get that. So
Cool.
Please do continue donating even after the 24-hour live stream has finished. Let's get to that 500 and let's smash it. It is being split between Cancer Research UK and the Mental Health Foundation. Darren is commenting based on our chat about the Blackpool Magic Convention. Due to work, I haven't been to the BMC for years. Last time I went to the gala show, had Ken Dodd, who was amazing. Ken Dodd Ken Dodd's a legend. He was the life president, honorary president, something like that, of the Blackpool Magic Circle. He used to come on stage. It used to say in the program, Ken Dodd will say a few words. An hour later, he'd leave the stage. It was brilliant. He also says, dynamic coins is my go-to trick, so much so I ended up working for Marvin Magic a few Christmases.
Nice.
See, going back to technology, even Marvin Magic's bought out a technology-based magic set.
So you're not going to let it go, are you?
I'm not. Ian Chase, love the Let It Snow trick. Thank you, Ian. Well, I say thank you. He wasn't saying he loves mine. He just says he loves the trick in general.
Again, I
But,
know him from a park I used to work at. He's one of the owners, and I used to do it. And my manager used to hate it because I'd make a right mess. And this is at the beginning of the night when it was the kids' time, and he was like, "You better clean it up during bingo." I'm like, "All right."
Oh yeah. See, if I do the trick, I always pre-warn the venue. It's always last. Just because I think it's a nice thing to end on. And what you didn't see in that video is if I'm in a large enough stage, I also do a costume change with a appearance of the assistant at the end.
Nice.
So I go from wearing the whole black into full white with the assistant suddenly appearing next to me.
That's cool.
That is nice.
With
I've
snow
seen you
going
do that.
off the whole
I watched
time.
you do that, the
Yeah.
BMS picnic, and you did actually pull
Yes.
that off brilliantly.
Yes. So, yeah, but I always warn venues when I'm going to do it. I always say, listen, I will warn you now, I do make a mess and I don't get paid enough to clean it up. So, yeah, little warning there.
I'll tell you, I've got
for
a
'em.
quick one actually for everyone. So, just quickly, everyone tell me who is the best sort of acts that you've ever seen live. Mine are either Hijinks or Ben Hanlon. I can't really sort of part the two, but they're two of my favourite shows I've ever been to.
For me, my
what
love
about
of
you
comedy
guys?
and magic is Pete Furman, famous one. Also, Carl and Dave, Carl Charlesworth and Dave Allen together as Carl
Oh,
and
have you
Dave.
seen them, have you?
Just brilliant. I've seen them. Whenever I see them at the beginning of the season, and I see the cabaret list for the year, I was Carl and Dave, get in. I love it.
We featured them earlier on.
Yeah.
Luke?
Pete Furman. I also like a guy called Paul DeBeck, who does the comedy element in The Illusionists.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Jeff Hobson. And don't forget
Oh.
David Williamson.
Good shout.
Charlie?
Pete Furman again. Paul Daniels, when I was younger, still had quite a big impact on me then. And I think although it wasn't really much of a show, it was more sort of a talk. But Uri Geller at Blackpool earlier this year, that was very inspirational. So I took away quite a lot from that.
Nice.
If you're interested in magic, I think, I don't know if it's still up, but during this whole lockdown, I'm pretty sure either Uri Geller or Blackpool Magic Circle actually released the full thing online for free to
Yeah.
watch. So, yeah, go and have a look for that. For me, seen live, I'm a bit biased because he's a friend, but he does some great illusions, and they're made by in my opinion, one of the best illusion builders in the world, Tim Clothier. That's Richard Cadell. He's got a wonderful water tank. I also enjoyed watching the excuse me if I pronounce this wrong, but the Eric brothers.
Oh yeah, how can we forget that
Yeah,
day?
me and Lee went to see them in London,
Really
which was
great
quite
show.
cool because I won the tickets, so it didn't cost me anything for the tickets.
Amazing.
I was gutted that I had to miss Blackpool Magic Convention the year that my idol was on. My idol in magic, my hero is Hans Klock. So I was gutted I had to miss him. But yeah, so there's them. Josephine Lee.
I've not been
Brilliant
lucky enough
female
to see her
magician.
live yet, but I would really like to.
I have, and her version of the Eclipse, which is my dream illusion, they're about £10,000 to buy, and they're huge. You need a truck to transport them around. But yeah, that's her version of that is just stunning. It's probably, I would say, the best I've seen. But
really
anyway,
good.
we are very quickly running out of time, so we are going to have to wrap this up. Let me just quickly explain what's going to happen. So this this video is going to end. There'll be a couple of minutes while we switch over to the next link, which, fingers crossed, avoiding any technical difficulties, will be the last time we'll have to switch over. So that will be the last, however many hours we've got left, 6 hours.
About that,
Can't believe we're I can't believe we've nearly made it. So yes, we are going to switch over to there. We've got a game show coming up next. So that's going to be over on the other link. We'll be over there shortly. Paddy, do you want to do the bit?
I will. First off, Lee, Charlie, and Luke, thank you so much for giving up your time and coming on stage.
Thank you. Thanks for having us on the show.
It's been magical.
Oh, I've not actually.
Like what you did there.
I've not put the image up, but check out all of these guys on Facebook. The easiest way to find them all is through a Facebook page called The Magic Aces. They've all got links in there. We all did some videos earlier on in the lockdown, so feel free to go and watch them. They're all up online. So yeah, check them out on Facebook, The Magic Aces. There's some live stuff that we live streamed on there as well. So go and watch them, and then check out all their individual profiles and see if they're coming to somewhere near you.
Brilliant. Again, if you've enjoyed what you've seen so far, like Andy said, we're going to go to another link. But please do give us a like, give us a share on the Facebook page. We're also live on YouTube as well, so go and give us a subscribe over there. Also, we are on TikTok and Instagram. TikTok, just go search at Podcast96 Official. And we're on Instagram as well, Official Podcast 96. Like we said, this is all for charity. You can head over to justgiving.com/crowdfunding/podcast 96 and just donate whatever you can. Like we said, we're doing this for 24 hours. So if you give us £1 or £2, we'll go to bed after this very happy. If you give us a £5, we'll go to bed very happy. Give us a £10, we'll go to bed ecstatic. Give us £20, we'll go to bed with you.
Hey, talk for yourself. It's been a while. I'll do it for a £5.
I'm joking, of course, but seriously, once again, Lee, Charlie, Luke, thank you so much indeed, lads. Have a great rest of your day. And
Thank you for having us on
again soon. And
thank you very much.
Andy has been online live all the way through this since we started it at 9 p.m. last night. Mate, I don't know how you're doing it, but thank you so much. Well played.
Amazing.
No problem. Again, from me, thank you, Lee, Charlie, and Luke. I'm going to drop you off now. Me and Paddy are just going to quickly wrap up. And then I'm going to end with that video that I wanted to slip in that's got a great message as well before we move over to the other link. So, Luke, do you want to leave us with a quick joke before you go?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know, actually. Oh, yes. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Don't know.
Because he didn't want to be a chicken nugget. I know. It's rubbish.
And on that note, guys, seriously, go check Lee out. Lee's doing some incredible stuff at the minute with his various different acts. It's different, it's bizarre, so go check them out. Thank you very much for joining us, Lee.
Thank you. Cheers.
And finally, go check Charlie out as well. Charlie's been coming up with some amazing magic that he's made himself. I've seen some of it, and if I was doing Penn and Teller Foolers, I would be fooled. Nice. Some of the stuff he's come up with could rival some of the best tricks. So go check Charlie out as well. So thank you very much for joining us, Charlie.
Cheers, buddy.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I accidentally added Lee back in then. Okay, so we're going to move over to the other link. We're going to leave you, Paddy. I've enjoyed this.
Can I tell a joke?
Oh, go on.
So I've just downloaded this new dating app. It's a Russian dating app, and it's brilliant. I've now got a chick in Kiev.
Yeah, so on that note, it's been emotional. We're going to move over to the other link, and I'm going to leave you with this from the United Kingdom Escape Artists. Check them out as well. And this is, and this is a great message. It's okay to ask for help.